for the people. We can't keep on doing this, you know. We can't continue always doing things because out of, you know, ad hoc. They call it ad hoc. You know, today there's a problem, you put money. It has to be thought through. And I think this is what we are going to be facing. So the independent art scene is going to suffer a bit till they get back on their feet. They have been suffering and they're going to continue till their audiences are back, when people are already, you know, settled in, because the minds are challenged. People are scared. You know, everyone is worried, like, should I go back to the theater? If I go back to the theater and then I take COVID back home, you know, the artists, the programmers are like, where do I start? I have a festival now next month.
My names are Jude Sempewa. I'm a Muganda by tribe. I'm above 40. And I'm a person who has grown with my passion.
Yeah.
Passion has brought me to where I am.
Yeah.
I did school, through college, through university, and after campus, I decided to follow my passion.
Yeah.
Which passion was entertainment. But entertainment to us was born into our family from when we were kids.
Yeah.
So even after school, when I came into this whole entertainment thing, it was something that had been born in me, and it had become a culture.
Wow.
Yeah, become a culture, and then I took on this culture to turn it into an art, so as to be able to earn from it and ensure that it puts food on my table till the current date.
Wow.
I entered the entertainment and art industry in about 2003 when I started DJing at Stakeout. That doesn't cut out the bit of the story that I even used to DJ as one of my small part-time jobs at campus.
Yeah.
That was about 1998 to 2001.
Yeah.
But actively, I started DJing in 2003 at Stakeout. Got out of Stakeout in 2005, where I started Legacy Entertainment, which was a sole proprietor.
Yeah.
Entered into playing music for private individuals as well as the corporate world.
Yeah.
Drifted all through that into coming up to about 2010. That's when we got to the decision that we really now need to serve mainly the corporate world. We chose the corporate world because it assured us of more business.
Yeah.
In terms of utilizing our time better,
Yeah.
having worked from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Unlike other industries in entertainment, usually go into the night crawling kind of schedules.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also the corporate world assured us of repeat business.
Yeah.
They're more stable to work with.
Yeah.
They'll respect the work that you've done, and they'll give you much more referrals.
Wow.
All these referrals trickle down back into a penny in your pocket.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's, you know, research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home.
Yeah.
So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to, you know, to go for extra, you know, learning or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
No,
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
If government was serious, and I really don't want to drill into what government does and what they don't do, but I think if they were serious, they would have said, okay, we're going to open up these guys, but how are we going to help them to kickstart their, their lives? Of course, they will say, oh no, but we had money from Gulu, we gave them money, every, group, or they had groups, associations, we gave them money. Yes, that money was given, but that was for helping them to go through the process that they are not working. But now they are starting to open up. Many people have their theaters or spaces, they are like the schools. They are all, deteriorating. They don't have space where to go. Some of the costume, the technical people, like I was talking to Rasby the other time, and he was saying me, all his cables are eaten up by, they are rusted.
Yes.
He has to invest a lot of money in revamping, cleaning, and setting up his system again.
Yes.
So how is he going to get money? How is he supported to be able to get back on his feet? I think they should have done that. The way they have done, to think about the schools and give them 1.5 million each school to start to invest
seed money
as a seed money for COVID only. I don't know what else. I saw it on the news. I don't read that news that much, but I saw that they gave each school 1.5 for COVID, whatever. They should have also said that the industry is open now. who are there? Because what did the Americans do? What the Americans did is that when they realized, and they opened up like, not like us, I think it was after like 4 or 6 months, they set up a website, a government website, and they said that if you're a stage manager, if you're a DJ, if you're a programmer, if you're a dancer, the whole of Broadway, we say, okay, sign up here, give us your details. What do you do? How much were you earning? So that we can know. They get a rate. They're not going to give you all the money that you've been earning, but at least they have an idea of the range of your salary. And then they give you something to help you kickstart your new life, or when you're opening up. So I think the funding, and I would like to focus on our own country here, how things are being looked at. We are seriously not being considered to be relevant. And I'm not saying we are the only ones, because I don't think the education industry sector is also considered. I don't think the infrastructure is considered. I don't think anything is considered here except security. So I really think we need to rethink how we support our people, because the whole reason why many kids are going out to work in other countries, and that's why we are going to have a lot of problems with the artists going back to stages, is because there is no hope for them. There's nothing for them. And someone rather goes to work in Dubai and earns 1 million a month than being here and hustling every day to walk from the National Theatre to the tax park. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the funding structure is not there. And if it's there, it's politicized. So it's not genuine. So if it's genuine, or if it should be genuine, then there has to be a plan that is going to be set up to help the people. We have to start to think for the people. We can't keep on doing this, you know. We can't continue always doing things because out of, ad hoc. They call it ad hoc. Today there's a problem, you put money. It has to be thought through. And I think this is what we are going to be facing. So the independent art scene is going to suffer a bit till they get back on their feet. They have been suffering, and they're going to continue till their audiences are back, when people are already, settled in, because the minds are challenged. People are scared. Everyone is worried, like, should I go back to the theater? If I go back to the theater and then I take COVID back home, the artists, the programmers are like, where do I start? I have a festival now next month, but how am I going to finance that festival? Because if I call an artist student, I want to program you, they will tell me, okay, I'm coming, where's my 50%? I don't have that capital. So these are the things that we are starting to be challenged with, and it's going to go on and on till we get ourselves back together. And I think for those that will survive, will have had the audacity to take that step. And that's a very challenging and a bold move, that for us who are saying we are opening up, whatever it takes, we are going to go with it. It's a bold move.
My names are Jude Sempewa. I'm a Muganda by tribe. I'm above 40. And I'm a person who has grown with my passion.
Yeah.
Passion has brought me to where I am.
Yeah.
I did school, through college, through university, and after campus, I decided to follow my passion.
Yeah.
Which passion was entertainment. But entertainment to us was born into our family from when we were kids.
Yeah.
So even after school, when I came into this whole entertainment thing, it was something that had been born in me, and it had become a culture.
Wow.
Yeah, become a culture, and then I took on this culture to turn it into an art, so as to be able to earn from it and ensure that it puts food on my table till the current date.
Wow.
I entered the entertainment and art industry in about 2003 when I started DJing at Stakeout. That doesn't cut out the bit of the story that I even used to DJ as one of my small part-time jobs at campus.
Yeah.
That was about 1998 to 2001.
Yeah.
But actively, I started DJing in 2003 at Stakeout. Got out of Stakeout in 2005, where I started Legacy Entertainment, which was a sole proprietor. Yeah. Entered into playing music for private individuals as well as the corporate world.
Yeah.
Drifted all through that into coming up to about 2010. That's when we got to the decision that we really now need to serve mainly the corporate world. We chose the corporate world because it assured us of more business. Yeah. In terms of utilizing our time better, yeah. Having worked from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., unlike other industries in entertainment, usually go into the night crawling kind of schedules. Yeah. Yeah. And also the corporate world assured us of repeat business. Yeah. They're more stable to work with. Yeah. They'll respect the work that you've done, and they'll give you much more referrals. Wow. All these referrals trickle down back into a penny in your pocket.
Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Or even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You know, you cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that.
Okay.
So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it.
Yeah.
If it may guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you might just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there.
Absolutely.
And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations, your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different, I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who have worked in Tanzania. Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things,
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how you guys came through. Yeah.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning or this afternoon from whichever part of the world that you are catching or watching the CEO Bench from is Jennifer Okusia of Bosco Uganda. She is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, and of course the name Bosco is one of the most famous names in Uganda and in Africa. So welcome to the show and welcome to the CEO Bench discussion this morning. Jennifer, we'd like to take this moment to welcome you to the show. How are you, first of all?
Thank you. I'm really very well.
Great. So the name Bosco, it's a very famous name in Uganda. How did you guys come up with Bosco?
Actually, the name Bosco Uganda is an acronym that stands for Battery Operated System for Community Outreach.
Okay.
Yes, so it is a faith-based organization under the Archdiocese of Gulu. We are located in northern Uganda, in Gulu district, and it started in 2007, just at the time, just slightly after the end of the war. It started in a way to kind of connect the people in the northern region. If you know very well that time, us who came from the north, it was very difficult to travel. Say from Makerere when I was a student, crossing over to the West Nile region. So it was really, really hard because of the war. In the park, it was always such, how do I say, very stressful moment. You always had fear because of the war that was going on. At that time, the rebels had abducted people. There were many people living in internally displaced camps. So, and there was kind of very little information coming from that side about the facts, what was really going on in the region. And the owners, the founders of Bosco Uganda, there is a priest called Father Joseph Okumu and a friend from the USA called Gus. They had the idea of establishing ICT centers within the camp, within the internal displaced people's camps, with the idea of connecting, the camps with the world, so that the people in the region are able to express themselves and tell their own stories, and also get to connect with the outside world, so that people get to see what is happening. And if you remember very well, the Archbishop, who is still the one, Archbishop Odama, that time children would sleep on the streets because it was not safe. And you remember the time when he joined them to sleep on the streets. Very young children, as old as 3 years, 4 years, had to leave their homes to come and sleep on the street. So there was a need to share information about what is going on in the region. And also, it was established in a way to enable people speak out about their lives, so that people get to understand really the situation in the context. So Bosco was established to kind of connect people from one camp to another. So the first connection was in Pabo camp, and then we thought of establishing additional camps, like additional sites in other camps. So using a voice over telephony system. And also I could say that Bosco and the founders were really visionary in a way that they started having wireless network connection already in the camps, that early. So what we are today is an organization that has now established about 54 ICT centers. These are information communication technology centers in communities, in the rural communities, basically to connect the unconnected, end the digital isolation, and enable people, using the internet to reach out to the world, access information. And Bosco does not only do connection in the communities, but also the organization supports other, NGOs, other organizations, and the Archdiocese, the institution of the Archdiocese, with connectivity. And it is a not-for-profit organization. It's a private, not-for-profit organization. So we don't do it for profit at all, but it is about the community and about extending services to the places where you find the main companies like MTN and others are not reaching, because the northern region, as you know, because of the war, fell behind on many development indicators. So access, even roads, are not very easy. So you find Bosco Uganda and its network, the wireless network, up to Pabo. You find it in Gago district. You find in really all the Acholi sub districts, and also in Lango. And we've also established some ICT centers in the West Nile. it expanded from connecting people towards also building skills of people, like basic skills on computer, so that people are able to use it, and work.
Wow.
And recently we did some interesting work with Lacho Hospital, trained a number of health workers, tutors, and today, as you know, with COVID, more than ever, digitalization is highly appreciated.
Yeah.
It's the way to go, and Bosco continues to give people skills on basic computer and also connect them so that they're able to, reach out the world and do their work.
Wow. Jennifer, what a beautiful story right there. I want to take you back a little bit from a personal point of view. You've talked about Bosco. Now we understand that it's not the Bosco, the Katala of the city, but it's really the Bosco, the Katala of the village or of the community. That's the most important thing about it. I want to take you back to a more personal question. Who is Jennifer Okusia?
A simple lady,
Eh?
humble lady. I am a Ugandan,
Yeah.
and I'm from Moyo district. My dad is from Moyo, and my mother was from Arua, so she was a Lubara. I'm a Madi. How do I say? I'm 41 years old. I look so young, but I'm 41 years old.
Yeah.
And I studied in Makerere University. I started from studying in Arua. Arua was my school time, primary school in Arua. Arua Hill Primary School, which now is hosting, I think they are setting up a football pitch there.
Yeah.
And then I studied Muni Girls Secondary School, a wonderful school. And then I came to Makerere University.
Yeah.
So all my life I've been living up in the north in West Nile in Arua, and I studied development studies, bachelor's in development studies from Makerere University. Then after a few years I did my postgraduate in business management, and then I did a master's with Uganda Matters University in development studies as well. Wow. So I'm a woman who, I would say I'm a development worker.
Yes.
Very passionate about social development and transformation of lives.
Wow. Jennifer, you were nominated to come onto the CEO Bench. The program that you're on right now is called the CEO Bench. The CEO Bench exists to, spotlight people who are on a good leadership journey from self-leadership to community leadership to national leadership and to, infinity leadership, if that exists, which we know it does. Yeah. But the people who nominated you seems to have to believe that you're doing something good. And so whenever we have nomination to bring people to the CEO Bench, we're looking at their leadership abilities, we're looking at their level of change management, how do they manage change from one place to the next, because you're growing into ladder, and CEO Bench, shine lights on people who are on the top, and those who are either on the top coming down, or those who are going to the top. You've recently been appointed as the new executive director of Bosco Uganda. And I guess that is the reason why there's spotlight on you at the moment. And on the CEO Bench, we want to know from you. We've asked you the question with Jennifer, and what is your story like as a person, growing up as a girl child from Arua, from Moyo? I mean, did you ever see yourself where you are today? What was the story like?
As I said before, I came from a humble family, a family of 5 people, 5 children. A father and a mother recently passed on. May God rest their soul in eternal peace.
Yeah.
But I grew up like many other young girls in this country who are from the countryside, not very advantaged with life. My mother was an ophthalmologist, and actually she's a mentor to me because she's one of the first people to come in Arua district in the 1990 to kind of give awareness about eyes, about the eye, the cataracts, and she was able to, operate people's eyes and they were able to see. So my mother was passionate about work, and some of the values I draw today are from my mother. Yeah. She was for me such a model because she really somehow kind of single-handedly raised us. Although I had a father, he was, you call him an electrical engineer. Yeah. And he kind of retired early. So in the early 94, my dad, for some reason, decided to get early retrenchment. So he left the burden of care to my mother. So my mother was raising nearly 5 children on her own.
Yeah.
I am the third born in the family.
Yeah.
I had a stepbrother, he's passed on. My elder sister is in police keeping mission now. Myself, and then 2 siblings,
Yeah.
a boy and a girl, and then we had a cousin that was with me. But what I'm telling this story because as a mother, women, I'm relating so much to women
Yeah.
and what they go through, families, what they go through.
Yeah.
So I had a mother who was doing everything she could do to raise nearly the children alone, although the husband was there.
Yeah.
It was hard for us because I experienced also hardship, poverty, and I know what it means.
Yeah.
And one of them, I remember in the university we had a course called
Yeah.
Poverty and Development. I didn't have to study it. I'm like, you know what, poverty.
You are the course itself.
I'm like, I am the course itself. So this one, no need to study.
Yes,
so I
yes,
had to
yes.
pass it very highly because
Yes,
I
yes.
understood.
Yeah.
It was a tough life because,
Yeah.
you know, civil service work, the payments, and
Yeah.
it was hard to pay school fees for many children. So,
Yeah.
well, in short, I had to stand out as a leader already as a child. I was helping my mother in running her clinic that she was using to get some income. So when she's in the hospital, I would take care of the clinic and be like a nurse. So I started that actually by primary school and went on to secondary. But when I reached senior 6, I said, no, this is illegal. I can't do this. So it's a profession and you've got to become a nurse, you know, a doctor. And I had to leave it. But that in short, we had challenges as far as school fees is concerned. You know, a single parent really, I would say, not very easy to raise it. So, you know, when you're in school those days, you carry yourself as a lady, even on a bicycle. You carry yourself to school, fall on the way as you go with your luggage, but you come back. And so it was a struggle with school fees for us. But one thing that made me think already at that time, I was a leader in various settings. I was an active leader in the youth category, I would say. We had what they call the young Christian students. I was a leader right from secondary school, and I was the head of the section in the school. Even at the district, I was a publicity secretary. And eventually, when I came to Makerere, I was the vice national leader. So in this YCS, I'm saying it because there were so much values that we drew from being...
There's leadership
instilled in you. So we had so much values. Then we were really like, you know, you had to be, we had themes like models for change. The leader is, you know, you have to go to be a model for change. You know, there were so many values. So what we did was that even in school, you had to identify where are the problems and kind of, as students, try to resolve the problems within the school and outside. But I was also an UNSA chairperson in the school, and also in the district, I was also a leader. And so these things helped me a lot. And one thing that I knew that I said, in our family, you know, we were born on the other side, not very privileged like others, but you needed to work hard to be better. I knew that to be successful, you've got to work hard. And as a woman, I never believed in getting handouts from men or, you know, having a boyfriend or something as a short, you know, as a way of meeting your basic needs. It is very costly. So the only way out was education. And I really did believe, and up to today, I value so much education, that no matter what, education is the way out. And I knew that if I succeed, my siblings will not have to suffer. They had to get education. And that's what I did. As soon as I finished the university and got my first volunteer job as a lecturer, you know, I was never afraid of challenges because you had to face challenges and deal with them. So it built me up. I kind of became very strong, and there's nothing that I would be afraid of. And something that I drew from my early childhood, the motto of the schools, like the primary school. In Arohi, it was saying, I will try, come what may. And then, no, it was hard work pays, actually. Then in Muni Girls, it was, I will try, come what may. So there's nothing that can defeat you. So you pick up yourself and move. So for girls, I really do believe that even today, when you look at the context we are with COVID, and we hear so many cases of girls getting pregnant, I really want to speak to them that, you know, challenges are there in life, but you never give up. You've got to fight on and really believe in God. But what keeps us moving is that faith in God. When you have God in your heart and you really, really believe in the values that come from, you know, from your faith, it can move you to mountains. It can move mountains from your life, actually. You can actually overcome so much and be what you want to be. So I was a leader, I would say by default or whatever, but I was always in leadership. And I believed that for every problem, there is a solution.
Yeah.
And there's no problem that is permanent. You can always overcome it.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. We're yet to know the names that sounds from the eastern part of Uganda, but yet she's talking of the West Nile part of the country. Of course, the West Nile part of Uganda is a part of the country from the northern part of Uganda. If you're watching the show from anywhere across the world, it's a CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. Jennifer Okusia Erejo is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, an organization based out of the northern part of Uganda. 14 years of doing community work around, and she's been promoted to the executive director spot, and therefore the vote came to us to have her on the show. You've just had the first part of the interview with Jennifer, where we're talking about who is Jennifer, what are you, growing up, what did you want to be, what was it like? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Jennifer and I will dive more into what excites her as we move towards the discussion about her role as a woman leader. Not just a woman leader, taking over from a sport that is usually men, and moreover in the Catholic Church. What a story right there. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done, and many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman, because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. Yeah. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men, because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to to go for extra learning, or to go for work outside Kampala, because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman, and it's true. We have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench, or this night or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are actually watching the program from, is Jennifer Okusia Erejo. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
First of all, let's talk about your name, the set of your names. One would think you hail from the eastern part of the country, where my friends who hail from that part keep saying that they come from the land of the wise men. The eastern part of Uganda is Teso. How did you acquire the name from Teso?
Actually, that name is not from Teso.
Yes.
But I always find whenever I say I'm Okusia, people think I'm from Teso. And I always get people greeting me in the language.
Yes.
And all I could, respond maybe with the response, and that's it. But it's actually a name from West Nile.
From West Nile.
From Arua.
Yeah. What does it mean, by the way?
It means because of woman.
Because of woman. Okusia?
Yes.
Wow. And Erejo?
Erejo is actually my husband's name.
Okay. Is he also from the West Nile?
Yes, he's from Arua.
So this is just a coincidence that both of you have the names from, the northern part and the eastern part of the country. But welcome back. So now we know that Okusia means it's because of a woman.
A woman, yes.
Wow. Jennifer, what excites you right now that you are a new executive director of this new organization? Let's dive into it briefly.
Thank you. Before I became an executive director, I was working with an organization called Horizon 3000, an Austrian organization for development cooperation. I was working for many years with them, at least 13 years, and in the area of programming, like project development. So it was an amazing work to see what people are doing, plan with them projects that have big impacts on lives. So projects on water and sanitation, agriculture, and so on. And Bosco Uganda was one of the partner organizations of Horizon 3000. I decided to leave. I was working in Kampala here, but I decided to go up north to the ground because I felt I needed to have better impact on the ground, kind of relate to the people on the ground and plan projects that actually transform lives. So what really is passionate for me is designing projects or interventions that really transform lives. And for an organization, of course, you're looking at ensuring their systems working, their structures. So I went to Bosco Uganda with the passion of supporting the organization to further grow, to look into their structures and systems and processes, and also to ensure that whatever we're doing to the communities will transform lives. Now, when you look at ICT, for instance, there's so much you can do beyond connectivity. If you look at the education sector right now, we have so many, my children have lost 2 years at home for staying at home.
Wow.
You know, the lower level children, they have lost time. Now, what can you do? What can ICT do? What can you do to bridge the gap? And so we see that there is so much with ICT that we can actually do now to transform lives. I started from a rural school, and we had to sit national exams. You know, with schools that have the privilege of power, we used that term. We used to use, you know, this hurricane lamp. But you see the same national exams. But now with ICT, you know, with government, things have changed. We now at least have connectivity, although not reaching to many rural places yet. With Bosco Uganda, I could see the opportunity of how ICT, you know, their work can transform lives. Not only, by the way, they don't only do ICT, we also have solar. We do solar installations. There is one school called John Paul II, a secondary school in Gulu, that received the 30 kilowatt solar energy in partnership with Accenture and the University of Notre Dame. And that has transformed that school completely. They were off-grid, but now they have power. It means the learning hours for students has increased, teachers able to access information on the net. Bosco Uganda also supports network, the intranet system, so you can build, you know, an intranet where you can collaborate. So we partnership, for instance, with UNICEF. They established Colibri. They worked on the Colibri content and helped schools to access that. So more than ever now, with ICT, what excites me is that you can actually have education materials available in a school or even in a center, in an ICT center. So what we want to do as Bosco Uganda, in those centers that are already established, for instance, have content there so that even students who are at home, those who go from, you know, the day scholars, secondary school, can go to the library, to the ICT centers, and get education material, whether it is videography or do some research in the centers in the rural areas, because all those centers are powered with solar. So even if they're not having access to the national grid, they can still run, you know, on solar, because we establish low-powered, you know, computers and with solar backup. So it excites me so much to see the opportunity of what we can do, even especially now that schools are closed, that children can still access materials from these ICT centers, from even one of our ICT centers in Badege, which is in the Gulu city. You come in there and actually you can do your online learnings from there. And for me, that is so exciting. That's only in ICT, in education. But when you look at health as well, so much can be done to digitalize the health sector and improve, you know, on service delivery. So I just want to say in summary that there is so much that I saw that Bosco Uganda could do beyond what they were doing, like connectivity, build up more content and have this available in the rural areas. Network the ICT centers so that every centers in the rural areas, from Pade, Gulu, Kitgum, you know, they have the content and people can walk there, have internet access, but have an intranet system where you can get data I mean, get information, content, rich content that you on biology, on physics, even on mathematics. So this is what really excites me. Wow. And besides that also, I think I love working with people and, as I said, transforming lives. I really want to see lives changed. Whatever we do, we must account for results, and starting from, say, the individual. If your program does not change lives.
Wow. Jennifer, we're going to go straight on that note to the leadership part of this interview. I mean, the program you're on, focused on leadership, change management, and transformation. And you've touched a little bit there. So I want to go straight to leadership. Having heard you speak about what excites you in this new role that you are in right now, and it gives me an opportunity to ask a question. On the question of leadership, what is your understanding of true leadership, from self to leadership at family level, to leadership at community level, to leadership at where you are right now, which is organizational level?
All right.
What is your understanding of leadership?
First of all, I do believe that everyone is a leader. And we are leaders in different capacities, right from home. Even we see children take up leadership. As I said, when I was young, I was supporting my parents to bring income at home and also to care for the others. In an early age, just as soon as I finished my university and I got a job, I had to take over responsibility to support the siblings to also get education. All of them got degree. I was the first graduate in the family. And I do believe even at family levels, when you see the husband and wife, they always believe men are the heads of the family. But we've seen so many women do so much in the family, and it's not recognized. Leadership for me is when you recognize that you have something to offer, when you recognize you have passion to do something, you can inspire others, and you actually are committed to what you do and to the values that you have. I think for me that is leadership. Wow. So the values that carry you right from your childhood to your workplace and even to the society. It's not about how good you speak, it's about the things that you do, the things that you say you will do, and do you actually do them? Do you inspire people to go to greater heights? And another thing I think in leadership is about the transformation. Are you able to leave people behind in a better way? And that is important.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju. I need to get that name correct. She's the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda. Bosco Uganda is an international, or rather a local organization that is going international from Uganda, based in northern part of Uganda. It's been there for 14 years. She's been nominated as our guest on the CEO bench today. And I think that those who nominated her surely had the reason for their vote to bring her to the CEO bench. And Jennifer, we want to say thank you, because the things you speak about are quite very serious stuff. I want to take you to the next question. On that note that you have now talked to us about what leadership is, your understanding of leadership, who is a leader to you, and are you one? If yes, what type of a leader are you, Jennifer?
I am a leader, and I think a transformational leader, in the mix with a democratic kind of leadership. But I think, as I said, leadership is what you, when you believe you can do something, you stand out. You stand out and do something. Like, as I said, in the early ages as a youth, you find there is need for something, you mobilize solutions. That is leadership for me. Like right now in the organization, you're looking at how do I put up systems and structures that would help the organization to function even beyond my existence. That is a good trait of a leader. A leader has to raise up other people. You must be visionary. That is something that I think is in any good leader. You must have a vision. You must be able to see the future and work towards that. Set up some goals and be able to achieve that. And as I said, for me, it's so important that whatever we're doing has to have an impact on people. And we must account for results. So as a leader, you must set up plans, you must set up what you want to change and be able to account for that.
Wow. Jennifer, on that note, I want to take you straight to this question. So, we now know you said you're a transformational leader. What type of a leader are you, or will you be at Bosco Uganda, now that you're going in as the freshest executive director? Moreover, the first female in that organization. taking over from people who have a huge portfolio. I mean, I look at the person that you're taking over from, and I realize that it's not just a simple role that you're going to take, but you're actually taking over a role that requires you to transform that organization and give meaningful lives to those who work in that organization, as well as the communities in that area, and Uganda as a country. Okay, so what kind of a leader will you be at Bosco Uganda?
A leader that values people and their contributions. Also, I think a leader who looks at, I like to work with people who are committed.
Yeah.
In whatever we do, we have got to be committed. It's not about the money, it's not about the status, but it's about what we do, a servant leadership. Yeah. So being on the ground and doing actually the work. I just came from a study that we're doing in the West Nile in the health sector to understand the challenges so that we work on a digital solution in partnership with Accenture that is supporting JICA and the Ministry of Health to look around the digitalization and finding solutions that would help improve information, how do I say, data collection and analysis and decision taking to actually support informed decision taking. And I think that is something I was on the ground. I was driving to some of the locations, the health centers, to be there and see them. So it's not about directing people, but I was on the field with the team, understanding and leading them through the challenges. We had so many challenges, but we had to go through. So you lead by action and lead by example. So for me, it's about being very true. There are values that you cherish, that you carry. Issues around honesty. I'm a very honest person, and I love facts. I love facts. In my leadership, I'm looking at, you know, if you say we've done this, can we account for it? Are we truthful in what we say we have done? And can we actually prove that our activities make a difference? And can we distinguish what we're doing from other contribution and acknowledge what others are doing? So for me, accountability is very critical. Transparency in whatever we do is very, very important. And above all, how do I say, the values that we carry along, integrity, issues around the ethics, these are really very important. I want to see our interventions truly transform lives. If we're saying we're going to a school and support the school, what concretely can we get out? What can they say? What change have we brought to that school? You know, we would love to see people actually speak about that change. And not for us to speak for them and say, we did this actually, but people should be able to, you see, you carry the people along. I would say actually, for whatever intervention you're doing, put the people in the driving seat so that the communities themselves are part of that intervention that you're coming up with. Even as an organization, you want to live, you want the organization to continue beyond you. So you're setting up a legacy that, how do I say, future generations will remember because of the things you did. Not the things that you say you will do, but actually what you did. So that is very important. And leadership should be accountable. And you've got to be truthful. You've got to be transparent in whatever you do. And that is very, very important for me. So that's what I bring in Bosco. I want the truth. I would love that whatever we say we have done can be provable. If you want to check it out, check our work. So that is important.
We are talking to Jennifer Okusia, the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, right here on the CEO bench, and she's telling us about her leadership journey. Self-leadership for me is quite very important for a leader, and I think that Jennifer quite account for that effectively. And of course, we are talking to Jennifer about her role as the Executive Director at Bosco Uganda. Do you have a question for Jennifer? Do you see a lady who is on the rise to the top who is perfectly befitting of being on the CEO bench because she's a lady on the rise to the top? And we're going to take a break, but just before we take a break, Jennifer, I want to ask you one more question to, you know, sum up the leadership part, and then we'll come back and talk about change management and particularly the things that you want to do or you're going to do at Bosco Uganda. And my question on the leadership, to sum it up, is basically about what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level? Most people don't understand leadership at personal level. They don't know how to separate the two. They are stuck in one place, don't know what to move and how to move, but yet we're seeing Jennifer moving from one place to the next. And what is your understanding of leadership at the family level? Most people think that if you're personally very effective as a leader, you are going to be effective at the family level. And that is not true. Sometimes the family dynamics is different because it can break you down. For example, if you decide to go and there's a problem between you and Mr. Radio today, and there's no understanding between the two of you, chances are that if personal effectiveness as a leader is not going to be seen at Bosco Uganda. How? What is your understanding of that? And we want to know, what is your understanding of leadership at a society level? There are dynamics that needs to be managed at that point. There are things that a leader needs to look at that point. You've talked about the quantifiable, justifiable, measurable metrics of a leader, that the impact should be seen. But we want to dive straight to understand, what is your understanding of that, as well as at the corporational level, which is where you are right now, and at the national level. There are dynamics that play in as you talk about transformation. Can you share and shed more light on that one?
Okay, thank you very much. At a personal level, I think it is, for me, it is again the values that you have and carrying those values with you. For instance, now I have raised up children, not only my own children, I've raised quite a number of children. I'm here for work, I've been out for a month, and they're managing. My children are managing, the elder ones are able to manage the younger ones without any issues. Young girls who are raised up right now and so assertive, they are so, I mean, I have no doubt about their capabilities. They're taking care of the little ones who are about 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, even in my absence. I think that's already an evidence of good leadership at the family level. Yes. Because for me, it's so important to impart values in people. And I see this in my children. I see this in the children, even those I've adopted. And they are carrying themselves with grace. You look at them and you see in schools, the feedback you get from the teachers about those girls, amazing. So these are young children, young youth who are already even taking responsibilities of mothers. They are caring for others. They are able to self-organize the families. Even in absence, my absence at home. You know, a month away from home and everything is okay. That shows you that even at personal level, there is leadership. Of course, at family, you have the husband and the wife. And sometimes the wife is very strong and vocal, and the husband is a bit timid. But I think it's about understanding. And I am not really the kind of feminist people, like, you know, all these stereotypes about women and men. I really do believe about equity. You know, fairness in whatever we do, whether it's because of race or gender or religion. We've got to be fair to each other, and we want to see women and men, you know, receive equitable treatment. At the level of leadership at the organization, you want fairness, even for pay, you know, to female employees or male employees. Look at the competence of your people, look at the commitment of the people. It shouldn't be about because it's a woman or a man. For me, leadership is the character that you bring in, and it can be natural. You can harness the leadership as you go on. I can't say I'm an excellent CEO. You know, I am still starting. But I do believe in the values that will take me to where I want to be. The vision that I have for the organization, you know, and being able to have the right networks, associating with people who have similar understanding of what they want to do, even in the society, and that's it. At society level, we look at how to go with the communities. It's so important that whatever we do, communities own it. So you do not want to be, how do I say, a big talker and never an implementer. And that is why you see sometimes people who you hold very highly at a higher level because they hold very important positions. But when you get to know them personally, you're very disappointed because there seems to be a mismatch in the values that they carry right from home and there. So outside they may look so good, but internally at home they're having other kind of values. So for me, a leader, whether you are seen or not seen, are you doing the right thing? As a leader, you've got to do the right thing. You do the right thing whether people appreciate it or not. Take the tough decisions, even when others are not happy. But most important for me at organization, legacy, it is being able to raise other people and let other people, if you've left, if you are, I mean, raise other people so that when you go, there is no gap. You
and
get
Jennifer
it.
has left.
Yes, and everybody collapses.
Then everybody collapses, yes.
That is very important. You must carry people along. Give the people opportunity, give them higher tasks so that you're building up capabilities within your people. Give them tasks, move to higher levels, so that when you go, you don't hold on. I've seen that challenge sometimes with organizations when people hold on and they don't give you the chance to be what you want to be. You have conflicted visions. It's so important because even leadership at the board level, how are you aligning yourself with the CEO to ensure that the systems that you're putting in place are working, putting in structures, and moving beyond an individual, how do I say it? Is it a structure?
Yes.
You know, the organizations that depend on individuals.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's very dangerous because it will collapse.
Yeah.
It should be building systems and structures and internal processes that will help the system to function even without you. And that's what I stand for, and that's what I really believe on.
Wow.
And if I had the opportunity to get additional funding, I think there's so much that we can do. From what we've been doing in the study and seeing the gaps that are there, very sad. I have moved to the communities in the West Nile, nearly most of the districts, 12 districts of West Nile, and I have seen the challenges that women face, men face, from infrastructure issues in the health centers. They're very inadequate. I've looked at, you see, you have a health center too, and by structure, they're not supposed to offer deliveries. It's OPD. But some of the health centers are located in a very distant place. They are the oldest health center in the radius of 10 kilometers or even 20. And people need services, they need health services. So when you see mothers are dying, it's because there's a gap in leadership. What can we do to ensure that we build up institutions, we build up structures, we build up systems that will meet the needs of our people, and that is very important. So whatever interventions we do, we've got to ensure that these are able to transform lives. So if I'm in the health sector, what can I do to change lives?
Wow. We're talking to Jennifer Okosia Erejo. I think is a very powerful woman, well set with all our goals, ready to go and conquer the world at Bosco, Uganda. This is not Bosco the Katara of the city of Kampala. This is Bosco the Katara of the city of the community in northern part of Uganda. We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench.
Even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You know, you cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that. Okay. So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it. If it might guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you might just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay. A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there.
Absolutely.
And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where I've seen this.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's, you know, research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to, you know, to go for extra, you know, learning or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true. We have these traditional roles that we have.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela and welcome back from that break. In the studio with me is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, an organization that deals in ICT management in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. 14 years of existence, and of course the Executive Director, the new Executive Director, the female taking over from a man in a Catholic organization is not an easy place to be. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you were talking so much about you know, leadership and change management, leadership and transformation, leadership and the things that excite you and the things that you're going to do. I want to take you straight, Jennifer. Change management is our next part of the show, and then we'll go to transformation as we close the show. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out from an organization? That's one. And how do you communicate it as well as manage the expectations to where you're going? Like right now, you've left an organization, you're going to Bosco Uganda. All right? Your next address is there. How do you manage to tell people you're leaving where you've been for 13 years? And then how do you manage the expectations of where you're going, where you're going to start another journey, most probably another 13 years. And not everyone finds this very easy. Not everyone is able to leave their job to move. Most people are stuck in one place and they're wondering what to do and how to go about it. They don't even know. But yet we see you and we have you here on the CEO Bench as the next Executive Director of Bosco Uganda. What is your understanding of change management in that regard, in that context?
Well, that's a broad theme. I don't know where to start from, but I think change management is like managing change.
Yes.
So you kind of, whether it's at a personal level or an organization level, you want to, there's something that you want to change. So for me, it is about, first of all, understanding where you are and then defining what kind of change you want to see. I can give an example. For instance, for programs, when you are designing a program, it is so critical to understand where you are. Like what we're doing now in an effort and in a wonderful partnership with Accenture, working together with JICA and the Ministry of Health, is to study what is happening in the health sector and seeing what changes are going to be possible. One of the things that we found in our study, for instance, is that a lot of data is being collected, like every month, every day, the health workers, especially level 3s, because we're studying level 2 and 3s. There's so much data being recorded every day. If you walk to a rural health center, 2 or 3, you'll find the workers very busy. They are not only seeing patients, but they have to record data every single day. But what is the challenge with that is that at the end of the month, they must submit the report, so they don't even have the time to do analysis. And in order to make change possible, you need to use also technology.
Yeah.
You need to change from a manual system to a system that is going to help you do analysis and be able to make an informed, timely, real-time decision.
Yeah.
So what we're doing now, for instance, now, in that, I'm just giving an example of a health center. Yeah. There's going to be, we visualize a lot of change going to happen. Yeah. That even at a clinical officer will be able to do, start building up their management capabilities. They are going to start analyzing the data, understand why some kind of diseases, why malaria cases are going up, and not wait for feedback three months later from the district. They are able to look at the performance of the workers. They are able to understand how to even allocate resources and a number of things like that. So for change to happen, you've got to understand where are you and where do you want to go, and then set up a strategy to go. When I left the previous organization, they have never fallen back and said, where are you? And you build systems. Yeah. You make sure that you're documenting what you're doing, so that there is no gap in knowledge. So for me, knowledge management is very critical. Yeah. So even when people leave an organization, you must leave it in a way that is professional. I've seen organizations where people just, tomorrow they disappear, they're not there. That is a bad practice. Yeah. Change is inevitable. And it must happen because of the changes in the world that we're seeing in terms of technology, in terms of, the circumstances we're in. It's so important that you continuously monitor the environment, whether it is internal or external, and see how to overcome, especially the negative shocks that may come through maybe change of policy. COVID has happened, and people have been, those who didn't want to change, who didn't want to learn computer, have no choice now. Now, they are going to struggle, because they missed opportunities to adopt to the change that is happening. Yeah. So managing change for me is looking within an organization and seeing what has to change. For instance, the organization culture. Yeah. If you find a culture of, not only you talk about laissez-faire leadership, but there's also laissez-faire kind of behaviors among staff. You find where you have people leave their coats on the seats. You're waiting for an officer, it is his coat there. It's a Monday. It's a Friday, they are gone. So you're seeing cultures, you're seeing behaviors which need to be changed through the values that you must bring into an organization. So you realize you must set up systems, and you must be tough about some of the changes. Sometimes it doesn't go well for you, but you have to do the right thing. Because if you want to move from here to there, you must have a clear vision, and you must have clear strategies on how to reach there, including punitive measures. It's very important. So for me, in an organization, for instance, to change the culture, it's a big one. Change that culture of where people come at 10 a.m. and they leave at 3. Or people come early and they're actually not doing anything. So a change process could be having a result-based system where you account for results. And you may not like it. Wow. But what do? That is what you want to see. You want to be honest, you want to be accountable, you want to account for results, you want to see impact, you want to see changes in people's lives. So that means you've got to do something that even is unpopular, but for the right cause. So for me, managing change is not very easy. You may get the struggles, like your vision may conflict with others. But what do? You stand to what you do. And if you find that, for instance, the values are conflicting with what is there, you can't change something, move on. Because why would you change your values if you find, for instance, the things that you cherish, and I talk about values, and you're not getting the opportunity to be what you want to be, you go. In leadership, sometimes there are many people I know who are stuck because they feel the name of the organization is what, is popular. There could be good leaders out there, but they are stuck because of reputation of the organization. Yet the world is waiting to see them.
They have actually outgrown this place.
They have outgrown the space. They are so afraid of change. I am not afraid of change. I move, even if it means taking risks, but for the right reasons. Once you check your intentions are right, and you feel you can make a contribution somewhere. Correct. It is good to lose something, but you gain it along the way. Wow. So for me, that change has to be well thought. What is it I want to change? How does that resonate around my values? How does it help me? For instance, it was so helpful for me to have more time with my children, which was very difficult in Kampala now because, traffic jam. You lose 6 hours in traffic. You reach home when the kids are sleeping, you leave when they're sleeping. As a mother, for me, that was not something that, it was already conflicting with my values. I had to do something to make sure that I am able to be busy as a CEO, as an ED in work, but still knowing what is going on in my home and making sure that the children are growing up with values, that when you come to my home, you're not embarrassed by what you see there. So balancing, as a woman, it's so tricky, balancing between leadership in the office and even at home. It's not easy, but it is possible to achieve it. So I see many women held behind because they're also afraid. Maybe their husbands are not encouraging them to do what they want to do. And life is to be lived once. You, as an individual in this world, have been put for a purpose here. And once you understand that you are, how do I say, an ambassador in this world, and you have a purpose to fulfill on this world, you're not afraid of even what your husband may say. He will catch along the vision as you go. But you move. And along the way, he'll say you took the right decision. So I really encourage people out there that change, sometimes change is inevitable. You've got to change. And sometimes people insist on holding on when everything is falling apart. You're going to fall eventually. Because it's like an ice. You have an ice and there is sun. Slowly it is melting away, but you're still holding on. You remain and fall. So you need to take the change and move. Sometimes it's a tough decision, but you must move the change. You must act so that you reach where you want to reach. Because the vision that you had before, this is how many years now back. Align it to the context today. Align it to the challenges and opportunities that you see today, like with COVID now. There's so much that we can do. Yes, there's a problem, but for every problem, there is a solution. So you have got to change some of the, your activities, your actions, in order to bring that positive change that you want to see.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. She is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, and I can tell you the nominations were not in vain. She is really fit for where she's going. Jennifer, we want to just encourage people to send in their kisses and disses coming. If Jennifer is doing well, kiss us. If she's not doing well, please diss us. We're okay. We will be able to respond to you. And please set your questions ready for Jennifer. We'll be able to try and pick a couple of 2 or 3 questions coming from all the viewers all out there and all across the world onto this topic of the CEO bench and leadership change management and transformation. Jennifer, let me drive you to a very specific part of the show, which is, closing change management, going to transformation, as it is here on the show. When you speak with a lot of passion, you speak with a lot of energy, you speak with a lot of, drive and self-motivation. How does it feel to be leading an organization at the forefront of digital technology and connectivity founded by the Catholic Church? And of course, the essential, as we know, as a young mother from Uganda, from a young girl from Arua, with all the background you've given, how does it feel like to be now at the forefront of this organization that usually are led by men, not women?
It feels great. It feels great because there's so much we can do today with technology, with ICT, to transform lives, to transform even business operations, to transform organizations. We've seen many organizations struggling. The cost of internet is still very, very expensive, very, very high for many people. It's not affordable with the commercial networks. It's quite expensive. So Bosco Uganda gives support to organizations that actually aids their work. They get it at a very, very low cost. It is really actually free, especially like the Archdiocese. The Archbishop is supported. He's our father, and he's supported to even live stream. And he's reaching out to the people in this period where there's a lockdown and you can't even go to church anymore. So we're seeing radio stations in the region who are broadcasting using our, our platform live to the audiences. So we're supporting other institutions to even achieve their missions and their visions, their goals. That is something beautiful that Bosco Uganda is doing. And we thank actually NITAU, we thank UCC that supported a community network organization like Bosco Uganda to exist. Completely not-for-profit organization that looks at communities and sees how to, to to end the digital isolation for many people.
Yeah.
You know, we have wireless network in an office. People can access, you know, internet from wherever they are with the hotspots, and be able to work. That is something that Bosco Uganda, I just love the organization because they were seeing very far. They had very good insight. The founders had such beautiful vision of the future, way before, you know, this technology was even here. So for me, it's something that is beautiful. The potential of what we can do is amazing. For instance, if we go to a health center now and digitalize data, so that they no longer have to spend time writing
long notes,
you know, in the registers. You feel Jennifer, your age, your sex, and so on and so forth. You know, these registers are so many. There's even no store for keeping the register. Digitalize that information so that you're able to even trace who is coming to the facility, improve diagnosis, improve care, so that the doctors, the nurses are able to see who came in. I have been privileged through, I think, working with an international organization to attend medical care in a private hospital. And I saw from the triage, a system where you walk in, the doctor already has your record before you even come in. But in this manual system, you are going to start telling your story again. So with technology, the potential of even improving health service delivery is amazing. You can, for instance, we've seen some partners do, for instance, something on addressing mortality rates, you know, death among children, that is like say under 1 year, using technology. The doctors are able to monitor the health of the children and even improve diagnosis. So with technology, there is so much that we can do. We can have students studying from home. Many schools now are doing virtual. If you see the schools in the northern region, many of them are very rural. They don't have power. They don't have even a single computer. Many schools don't have a computer. So as Bosco Uganda, coming in and providing them with computer, providing them a network system, an intranet system within the school system so that there are networks, the students can go learn basic computer skills. We are building up leaders, we're building up Ugandans who are digitally literate. And these people are going to be able to do their own coursework. For us, we learned computer in the university. We didn't. I learned it at university. I was lucky. A cousin of mine told me, you need to go and learn computer. In 2 weeks, I was able to learn, and I took off. That, how do I say, just a little support as good as giving people basic skills sets them to move and discover themselves. So now with internet connection, what can they not do? Students are we're going to still, how do I say, improve education, the quality of education. We see the possibility of even schools across, you know, networking, say a rural school partnering with a Kampala school, or that is having teachers being able to broadcast and exchange materials online. And we're going to carry the same vision of, because we want to see our citizens better. So with Bosco Uganda, there's so much opportunity we have available to support education, health, even agriculture. We've seen people use the apps to, you know, to study the health of your, you know, your farm. So use technology to develop. And that's why I love what we're doing, because I bring in the aspect of development. I'm not a technician, but I tell them if people do not understand and use it, then it is useless. It has got to make a difference in the lives of the people. It's not about knowing, like now, you may not even know what comes into the camera, how it is, but you must know how to operate it and use it for something good. So we see technology bridging up with whatever we want to, you know, the gap that we have in the sector, and what kind of solutions can we design to using the technology to take people, leapfrog people to another level. We can actually catch up in this period of COVID, the losses through technology, and that is possible. So Bosco Uganda having community networks, you know, having ICTs, 54 ICT centers, these need to be strengthened. We need to see, I want to see, how do I say, when anyone walks into the center, even women, go there and find a content, say for instance, how to make cakes, bakery and so on. Learn it from the ICT center, go home and do it, start a business. These are possibilities you can do with technology.
And this is what you are
This is the vision.
The vision you want to take into
Thank you. This is what I want to bring, increased content. Have content available, relevant content that is going to transform lives. I have learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use it, technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world, and take them away from their small world. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that can be done.
I can see what you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you have for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time is being fast spent, but I want to take you to a more specific questions on faith-based. You are going into what we call a faith-based organization, and started by church. It has a church installation and the Catholic faith. What does faith, hope, inspiration, confidence, and success mean to you as a person? First of all, as a leader, as a person going in there as an executive director, especially in the light of consequences and effects of the pandemic COVID-19?
I can quickly say that faith is what has made me today, and hope. When you have those challenges, some people have taken shortcuts, and they are far. Some are gone, they are dead, because of the decisions they took. But having faith in God, prayer is so important. For young people out there, I really tell them, my girls know that, even my little children, 2-year-old, prays. They all pray. They're learning how to pray. I'm building that foundation in them. They learn. I self-learned how to do these things, but I have made sure that for myself, my family is a prayerful family. These are values that they cherish. The children pray. They pray for me. You hear them pray, God bless mommy. Many of the things that I'm getting, God answers the prayers of little children. So faith for me from childhood was so critical. Faith, hope. It makes you believe in possibilities beyond where you are. You see things and you actually affirm things. Like poverty, I said, poverty, I must kick it out of the family. I said, my family, I'll be the first graduate. My siblings will not, will not remain uneducated, because I believe very much that with God, all things are possible. So for me, at an individual level, this faith has brought me so far with the values that I cherish today, of honesty, hard work, trustworthy, transparency, and so on. So these things guide me, and this came for me from the church. Being an active Christian, a Catholic, I am a Catholic, but I'm very, I love God, and I can do nothing without him. I really do believe that the values that we have, the challenges we have, if you don't have God, you get swayed away. You get into the popularity thing, and before you know it, you're gone. But when you stick to your God, he never fails you. He actually comes through. And every time I had a challenge, there was always, he just made a way. God truly makes a way where there seems to be no way. And being in the Catholic Church, I really want to see that we're supporting not only the church, but it's an organization that reaches out to regardless of faith. We've established ICT centers in mosques, in Muslims schools, and that is important for us, because you're looking at humanity. With faith is you look at the human aspect of people, and you, regardless of race, religion, gender, sex, you're looking at the human person, and you want what you want for yourself should be the same for others. Selfishness does not help us. I really do believe that there is more blessing in giving than in receiving. There is more blessing in giving than receiving. So I have seen people like Peter Nyeko, and he's a giver. I wouldn't be here without some people like him. What he's going to work on and what we are going to build together, working on to support health centers now have energy, 1.5 kilowatt energy in health center 2s and 3s. That is going to transform lives. Because I think these are some of the values that we commonly share, that we want to see people's lives change. We want to improve, access. We want to provide an ambulance to people so that they transport mothers who are pregnant to facilities, help those facilities people do better with their lives. So for me, faith at a personal level, it's driving me to the organization. And even as I move out, it's so critical for me. I just want to see, that light. The light of Christ that shines. And that for me is a big thing. Be the light. Bring light where there's darkness. Give hope for other people. Let them see that you can, where they are now, they will also be somebody at some time.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a perfect leader,
Yeah.
but if you have the values and if you cherish the things that you do, the sky is the limit.
Wow. Jennifer, Uganda has a very interesting number of people. I want to localize this and bring it down to the African context. The African continent have a diversity of many people thinking in a different perspective altogether. The attitude and perception of people are very different. But bringing it down here at home in Uganda, particularly most Ugandan, or Uganda is mostly a country that is friendly to many people, likes to receive as many people as possible. And in recent times and in recent years, we've seen Uganda as a country that receives as many refugees as possible. But also pressure is beginning to build, in a sense that people are beginning to see that the space is going, and there's a lot of now small talks and brewing issues happening between the refugee communities and then the local indigenous people in this space. But yet Uganda is one of the country in Africa that mostly rural and agricultural based. As a country, we are blessed with the soil, but we also host as more refugees as possible compared to most of the cities or countries across Africa, or even in the world. There's no country in the world that is hosting more refugees than Uganda.
Yeah.
All right? And when you look at this, what is the biggest challenge in the rural and refugee hosting communities that you are inspired to transform through your work? We're getting into the transformation part of this program, the CEO Bench.
Thank you. Well, the challenges in the rural areas are just too many.
Yeah.
As I said, I just came from doing a study in the West Nile, and I looked back at the roads, the road network, the distance from one facility to the next referral.
Yeah.
You have a facility, and the next referral is, say, if you are in Madiokolo,
Yes.
they will tell you the next referral is a rural hospital, 50
Yes.
kilometers away.
Yes.
If you were a mother,
Yes.
I've
And
been-
about to give birth.
in labor,
Yes, yes.
you failed, the
Yes.
labor has failed.
Yeah.
You are good as really gone.
Yeah.
Because there's no transport. Some districts have only one ambulance for the entire district, and if you call for the ambulance, it has taken someone to Mulago or to Lacho Hospital.
Wow.
That is so sad. So sad. So I looked at the women there and I said, they are really, I looked at them, I said, God bless the women.
Yeah.
This is resilience. I mean, you're still able to give birth in a situation where you're not sure of medical care, and that is not easy. So refugees are coming in. I know there's some development coming in with partners coming to support, which is a great thing, that you have different partners, international partners, even the local organizations putting an effort to help, but there's still so much need. There's need to build up health centers, at least at a level 3. All centers should just start from level 3, where you're able to access maternal, delivery. But even beyond that, there has got to be, sincerely, there's got to be better hospitals. There's got to be better infrastructure, so that in case of, cesarean section, I look at those people and I say, my goodness me, what happens when you fail to deliver? To take you, and there's no even vehicle, to 50 kilometers away. The road is so bad, if it rains, a small car cannot pass. Even an X-ray cannot drive on some of those roads. It is terrible. So as we receive even more refugees, especially West Nile that has accommodated so many, there's still so much need on the ground that we need to just do proper planning. I really do believe resources are available. It's how you plan the resources. Prioritizing, ensuring that we build up structures that are adequate. OPD sections are very small. We've seen patients come in an OPD so small. It's the same place where they dispense drugs. So you are talking about social distance of 2 meters apart. It's not possible. They are ill-equipped. There are no housing for nurses. These nurses are working day and night. They need adequate motivation. They need to be paid well. And there is need really to increase the budget for the health sector. But above all, leadership is important even at those levels, not only at the district, but even at the facility level, to get people to work, but also to be able to support people to do their work. Because these are people who have children. I look at myself as a mother. If an organization does not facilitate their staff adequately, that's why you have many cases of corruption. Because sometimes organization thinks you must give a voluntary service. It's not possible. And this compromises. Some people will not manage to, you know, hardship, and they end up falling apart on their values. So the international community has to continue supporting, but also we want to see government do better in terms of planning the resources and perhaps driving the demand from down up and not top down. There's got to be, because some of these health center tools are doing deliveries, yet they are not supposed to. But they have no choice because people come there, it's the only one nearby. So they need to immediately prioritize support to such kind of centers. So I'm really happy that with Mandulis, we are an Accenture, and we are rolling out a pilot study on digitalization that we're going to do to try to support health center 2s and 3s, which are the most needy. And we're going to provide 1.5 kilowatt solar energy in those facilities, because lighting is a problem. What we saw in nearly, I would say, 90% of the health centers, there's no reliable power. If they have solar, it is not reliable. The issues with batteries. So coming up with a system, that a power solution that is going to help the health centers, that means it will increase the work time for them, but also introducing like computers. We will train health workers on the basic skills and on how to digitalize data, so that it takes away the burden of, you know, the time lost in writing, so that they are able to give services to people, to the patients who come in the facility. So even digitalizing alone is going to reduce the workload. We believe it will reduce the workload. It will give more patient time. And I'm really looking at a time when health centers can have patient, how do I say, in those rural health centers, that you can actually, if you walked in as AD, your data is available, and the doctor knows your previous record and is able to help to improve, you know, diagnosis.
Reduce the time.
Leave alone that, to even follow your history and able to support you, because with the manual system, it's impossible. If you come with your patient book, because in the villages, in those centers, you come with your exercise book where they write the, you know, the prescriptions and everything. Tomorrow you leave it at home. You come with a new one. They will not remember. They will not remember. Or the rain has washed it. So there's no way they will remember that you had TB. You may come for malaria and actually you're a TB person. So how do you manage that? So we really want, using technology, that partners out there who have the technology, who can actually help to integrate the system, so that you don't do a one standalone, that this is me, I do my own, you know, and you have a museum, you know, so many standalone, but integrated, so that you really support the health sector. Because the challenges are many and we need concerted effort. That's why working in partnership is very important. And I really love partnership, you know, the collaboration. So I'm really happy to work with Mandulis. I look at the future so bright that we shall support health centers. One aspect is digital, bringing in laptops with JICA support to help improve, you know, the work in the facilities, but also bring energy, which is something great, and even transport that would help the community to be able to access medical services in emergencies. Like we have electric ambulances that Mandulis is working on, beautiful ideas. We need more people, more Ugandans to get out and do something that is going to transform lives. It's not about money. Many of the companies, by the way, if you go to those areas in West Nile, for the facilities that we sample, about 75 of them, network is a problem. You don't even have voice. You cannot call on MTN, you cannot call on Airtel. Airtel does quite better. They have really reached out in a wider coverage, but you can't even call. You can't call a health center. At the health center, you must find a spot to stand to call someone in the district. So you must go under some kind of tree, surely.
Climb and hunt him.
I say, where is the corporate responsibility? Should it be about market-driven? But let's it be about the people. Reach the services to the community. So there is need for network, like we need intranet systems, we need internet access in those facilities, so that you just at real time click and send the information to the district. Instead of somebody look for border. They don't even have by their motorcycles. Right to the district just to take a report. How about just use technology, click away and it's at the district, I continue with my work. Now I lose 2 days to move from one health center to come to the district to give a report. 2 days would have done so much to help lives, save lives. So with technology alone, a click away, instant reports to the ministry, even up to Kampala. So there's need for partners to come in and work with Bosco Uganda, work with the existing partners on the ground to support technology rollout to the health center, so that we improve on services by bringing technology closer, power, energy, and also for these companies, the MTN, Airtel, to really do something as a corporate responsibility, to really target the people and support connectivity.
Wow.
so that we have access. We are happy with NITA, they're doing quite a lot, they have reached the highways, but on the ground, there is a gap. So there's need for partnership on how to bring that internet closer to the people so that we really support development of the rural areas in health, in education, in agriculture. Mention it. Technology is the way to go, and I'm glad to be with Bosco Uganda and to work with people who are willing to support such change, technology that is going to help transform lives.
Wow. Well, you're hearing, you know, Jennifer Okusia Erejo talk about her journey as the new executive director, you know, of Bosco Uganda. Again, this is not Bosco the Katara of the city of Kampala, okay? This is Bosco Uganda, the organization that looks after ICT in community, you know, in rural areas in northern part of Uganda. I think they have been there for about 14 years. And for the first time, a lady is taking over the leadership role in there as an executive director, and she was nominated to be on the CEO bench. And Jennifer Okusia, as I am concerned, you are on a good role to, you know, being a good leader in that organization. They are blessed to have you. Jennifer, last question. Our time is fast spent, but I want to ask you my last question. Uganda has a vision 2040. We've talked about the vision 2040. We've discussed this over and over. The government has been talking about it. The people of Uganda have been talking about it. Just like any other country in the world, we must have a vision. So Uganda has a vision 2040. What hope do you have for Uganda as a woman taking over from Bosco Uganda at the moment, and Africa 2040? And how can we, each person, anywhere in Uganda, Africa, and the world, be inspired to do things and join hands to, you know, help realize that vision for the country called Uganda?
Wow, those are many questions in one.
Yes.
But as a woman, as a mother,
Yes.
how do I say, I stand to reflect on myself as a woman.
Yes.
And what I want to, the change that I want to see in others.
Yes.
I want to be an image for women out there who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better.
Yeah.
I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they're doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF, but the UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different, how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SARS, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see, so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail. So we need people to come together. We need young people out there not to think about money first, but think about what you're passionate about, what change you want to contribute to.
This is to what 2040
Commit yourself towards that vision. Commit yourself towards digitalization. Commit yourself towards projects that make an impact. Government Uganda has great plans, but we all know always the challenge is the implementation. But if you are an institution, if you are the leader of an institution, and you have the resources, why not commit those resources to what it was intended to be? That's it. If all of us made that contribution honestly and account for what we do, we will have change in this country. We shall develop this country to the vision. So let's stop talking, but walking the talk.
Wow.
Let's put resources down, whether it's financial resources, it is time that you spend to work. Commit yourself to it. If it is finding the right staff to the organization, please find the right people, not because he's related to me or not, or he's from that tribe or other. Find competence, find committed people, work together and achieve what you want to achieve. That for me is very important. And we shall reach the vision 2040. So talking alone does not help us, but aligning what we say we want to do and actually trace, how do I say, measuring the changes. It is so important. You know, sometimes I get bored here. 50 years ago, they still talk 50 years ago. What happened to the 5-year plan? Can you account for that one? Account for it. And please, let's be accountable. Let's be truly honest and attribute our work to the changes that we see, the outcomes. Stop talking about impacts. Those are very far away because so many people are contributing to it. Measure the outcomes. Define the outcomes with the people that you want to change and trace that. Let the people be in the driving seat. I mean, let them also contribute towards the change. We stop dependency. Because I really do believe that there is resources. There are idle resources around us. But sometimes the difference is exposure. So what you have here, as you see, is not a resource. Out there, they're using it. You've seen people even eat all kinds of things. But for us, because we have the food, we don't. I'm just using that in terms of resources. If you have the resource, we need exposure. We need support in training, leadership, train us as leaders, support us in the work that we're doing, reach out to organizations that are doing a great work, support them, and, you know, build them, you know, so that they're able to remain a going concern. They're able to build up, you know, system structures, programs that will outlive the leadership of the organization. I think that is so important. Leaders, when it's time to go, go. Stop hanging in. Your vision might have expired. Allow others to lead. And let them also try. Next 5 years, you know, 10 years. And when you believe that you've done your part, let other people build. Because, as I said, change is inevitable. And new people can come in with new ideas. People need to embrace that change and catch the vision and move on. And that is so important.
Wow. Well, you've heard from Jennifer right there. Powerful woman taking over Bosco, Uganda. You're truly blessed. And the community of the people in northern Uganda and, you know, Western Islands, you are really blessed. And to my people from Arua, I think you have, and people from the Western Islands. Jennifer, your parting short question here. I mean, what is the most important thing that the viewers and the followers of the CEO bench that nominated you to come onto the program should take over from you today or should know about Jennifer going forward as we bring the show to a close, as your parting shot?
Jennifer is so passionate about...
I want you to look into the camera.
Oh, yeah. Jennifer is so passionate about transforming lives. She's a woman who holds the values of honesty, accountability, transparency. And that is what drives me, and that's what I want people to check me for. Am I doing what I say I want to do? As a leader, I must be an exemplary person, so I lead by example. So for me, it's about servant leadership. It's being on the forefront, working with your team to change, you know, the things that you want to change. So I'm happy and I'm glad to have been given this opportunity. I want to thank our Archbishop of Gulu, a man that has worked tirelessly and doing so much to transform lives, supporting the institution to work together, effort towards interinstitutional collaboration, and I'm glad to be part of the team that is contributing towards, you know, ideas in the Archdiocese. For me as a Christian, I carry the Christian values, and I do believe so much that those values drive us and make us, you know, live the kingdom principle. So it's so important that actually we live our values, we work together, you know, and we bring about the change that we really want to see, carrying the people along, actually putting the people in the driving seat. So I'm really happy that you gave me the opportunity to come here and, you know, inspire someone out there and to tell the young people there is hope for you. Young girls, do not rush into marriage, do not rush into relationships. It is a temporary solution, but it's going to cause you long-lasting problem. Focus on education. You know, challenges are there, but there's a solution to every problem. So stand up and fight on. Many people who are something today, you know, had the option of, you know, having a shortcut to, you know, give up and, you know, say, me, Masao, you know, you know, I've reached the traffic light. It is red, I stop here. No, it always changes from red to yellow to green and yellow. So please, keep working hard. set up your vision, set up the strategies, build systems, build structures, and build internal processes that will outlive your legacy. As a CEO, as an ED, for me, that is what I cherish. I really want to set up an organization, a system that can outlive my time, and that is so important. But it must impact the lives. I must be among those that are contributing towards the change, whatever sector it is, whether agriculture or health or education. Am I making an impact? Am I transforming lives? That's what I believe in.
Wow, Jennifer, thank you very much for coming to the show. Here, we always do this, and we say that we have to spread the love going forward. And to all of you guys, thank you very much for joining us on the CEO Bench today. The CEO Bench has come to an end. We've been talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju, who is the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda. Check them out. Check Bosco Uganda online, www.boscouganda.com, and check them out, and you'll be able to, touch base with them. You'll be amazed. The CEO Bench will return next week, same time, same place. God bless, and stay focused on your leadership journey.
Amen.
Jennifer signing out.
Even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that.
Okay.
So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it.
Yeah.
If it may guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you might just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there.
Absolutely.
And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this, even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations, your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different, I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who have worked in Tanzania Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and you know, and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. You know, I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how we guys came through. Yeah.
Be an image for women out there who are doing something, who are struggling, and to tell them there is something better. I want to be part of working with organizations that are supporting communities to grow, community organizations like Bosco Uganda, local organizations to build their capacities, strengthen the institutions so that they continue to do the great work they're doing out there. So I want to be a part of that. So I thank APC, I thank Horizon 3000, the organization I worked with, the Austrian government through the Austrian Development Agency. I thank Accenture, I thank Notre Dame University. I thank UNICEF, but the UNICEF did a lot with Bosco Uganda to reach out to schools. So I am a woman who wants to ensure that whatever we're doing, we are counting for results. That every intervention we do must transform lives. And we want to ensure that people are in the driving seat. The communities, the young people, the youth, that they are on the driving seat. So designing programs with them. As we go out to do studies, get their views. So what we did is to go and actually listen to the different, how do I say, actors, players in the whole ecosystem of health, from the district health officers, biostats, in charges of facility, sub-county chiefs, they now call them SAS, the patients even, to get their views. So it's so important that we get the views of the people and the change that they want to see, so that we define that change process and be able to work towards what we want to see. So you asked many questions, so I hope I am answering it. But I really believe that as a woman who wants to see my children and all other children, I'm really so passionate about young people, children, women, men, who working together, whether it's at the family level, work together. Why do you fight? Put your efforts together, put your resources together. I have seen families where the man is working, the woman is working, but it's only the man who is spending the money in the family. What is the money of the woman doing? Why not work together? Because together you can go far. But if you stand as an individual, you're going to fail.
What is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay, so Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company, and our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation, really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover. We are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So, of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature. First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop. And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. Remember, this is the show where we dissect the game of basketball happening in Uganda and internationally. We get to talk about the various things that are happening, the basketball competitions. We get to analyze what goes on in the game of basketball, especially what's happening in the Ugandan League. Remember, you can catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Uganda, that is on our Facebook, at House of Talent Uganda live stream on YouTube, or at House of Talent ug.com on our website. Make sure to share this show. If you know there's someone who needs to be watching right now, just let them know that the show is on and we're going to be talking about basketball. My counterpart Felix Upal couldn't be here today, but I know that he's somewhere watching and he will be here next time. But nonetheless, I have a man in the studio today who has played the game of basketball for a very long time, and he has got a lot of experience. He has transitioned from just being a player into being a coach, and he is here today to talk about his experience and also the status of university basketball in Uganda. This is none other than Osito Jacob. Jacob, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
It's weird to call you Jacob because on court we just know you as OJ. You know?
Yeah, just like I know you as Eti.
As Eti. Yeah, so for those who are watching us live, on the basketball court, we are not known by our government names. We are known by different nicknames that you can get through, you know, playing the game of basketball, and they're called street names basically. So
like a stage name.
Yes, like a stage name. So if you went and asked for Emmanuel at pool court, they wouldn't know it was me. Yeah, but OJ, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you very
it's
much.
It's very good to have you.
I'm humbled.
Thank you for honoring our request to be here. And we'll just jump right in. I know that you've been playing basketball for a while now, and
sure.
Your transition into being a coach for the Makerere University Sparks ladies team.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we just want to find out. You start, obviously, all of us start our journey, you know, not knowing the game of basketball at all.
True.
Yeah, and I believe that you had a start, and right now I don't want to say you're at an end, but you're in the process of becoming something bigger. You know? So we just want you to walk us through how you started from being a player and transitioning all the way into a ladies coach. I mean, you could have coached the Makerere guys team or something, but now you're coaching the ladies. So what was that transition like for you? What is that journey that, you know, we can listen to?
Okay. First and foremost, thank you very much for hosting me. I'm really humbled, and I'm blessed to be here. Yeah, surely. Talking about basketball, personally, my journey of basketball started from far, very far. That was in high school, and in a situation whereby we did not have enough exposure. We didn't have coaches. We didn't have the facilities like we do have them right now. Without saying this like there are so many years ago, there are not so many. That was about, I began knowing basketball in 2007. That was at KPC when I was in P7 vacation. That is end of 2007 actually, that KPC North. That's when I first touched the basketball. Then 2008 when I joined Namibyango in Senior 1. I saw people playing. Actually, the people whom I saw there playing and inspired me were Sally of, he played for Chambogo Warriors. Do you remember him?
The left-handed.
Yes. And Omongin. last I saw him playing for City Oil. Those were the guys whom I found in Namilanga. I was in senior 1. These guys were playing basketball at another level. And we would actually just go there to watch them. You know, for us by that time, they couldn't allow you to step on the basketball court that those guys are on. Yeah. Because they were senior 6s. You are a senior 1. You just, the best you can do is watch. Yeah. Other than that, you don't step there. But nonetheless, that's where I started. Beautifully, or I would say lucky for me, that when I was playing with those guys, once in a while when they could see me about midday 1, when the sun is very hot, when they are still resting and waiting to come. So when we would go to court and, you know, try a few shots here and there, and then they would come and they meet us, they would see what we are doing, and, you know, they would identify talent. I don't know if I can use that one. So, you know, one or another, they identified my talent. They realized I could at least throw in the ball. At any sport. They would just give it to me. Although I was weak, I didn't know how to bounce. They only told me one thing: throw in the ball. And throwing in the ball gave me an opportunity to play with them. When I was in senior 1, senior 2, but still, of course, I still had people who didn't believe in me, and it was challenging. More so because Namilanga College is a school that is known for rugby. So everyone who went there, the first thing was rugby. You hear anything out there when the guys are talking about Namilanga College, it's rugby. So when you come in here and it's basketball, you're like, I've not heard about basketball here. This one is not going anywhere. And you know, when you're in high school, it's usually the outings that motivate us a lot. True. Those who play rugby would go out like every weekend. And you're in senior 1, you're like, this is what I want. I want to be going out every weekend. That was like the epitome of everything in high school. But when I tried playing rugby, unfortunately, I had a very serious injury. By then, that's what gave me a chance to go and check on basketball. Someone dared me, one of our very good players by the way of rugby. He dared me, and they gave me a ball, and he wanted to tackle me. So I also wanted to prove a point that I can knock him. Unfortunately, I hit him successfully, but he also hit me successfully. So he hit me, and I dislocated my finger. That is an injury that he left on me permanently. Each time I look at it like this, I'm like, It was called Donnie in high school, but it's called Donald. He actually finished from Seta High. Each time I look at it, I'm sure he doesn't even remember. Each time I look at it, I'm like, Donnie, you hit me here, but you're the reason I play basketball now. So after that, I went and tried basketball, but it was still hard because, you know, I came from a primary school that did not have any sports background, especially basketball. And that school is in Ntinda. I studied from Kalinaviri Primary School. That's where I hail from before I joined Namilanga College. But I went to Namilanga, I didn't know basketball, and there were these other kids who knew the game. So even if I had the height advantage, they still knew the dribble, the rules, and the what. So that's where I got challenged. These guys would put me aside because they're like, he doesn't know anything. So it was very hard for me to break through, but I think I have that nature of being persistent. So I kept on going there each time I had the opportunity, because I couldn't go back to rugby. No, I couldn't. After that knock, I was like, no, I'll try another sport. And I loved sports naturally. So I kept on persisting, and then the senior 6s, those of Omongin, realized I could throw in the ball and they could give me a chance. So I went on shooting once in a while until my senior 2 there. That's when I began. Now, by my senior 2, Namilanga had constructed another basketball court, but it still had a lot of dust on the floor. Now, that was our court. So that's where for us we would go and play. That's where I got my basketball experience from. I began playing, and unfortunately by then, we did not have a basketball coach, like a permanent coach for Namilanga College. Since I think the school was more focused into rugby, maybe, I'm not sure why, but I would just assume, because rugby always had about 2-3 coaches, and these were old boys of the school. Basketball, I think we didn't have an old boy by then who was so much interested in teaching the game, because we didn't have any, and yet we needed one. By my senior 2, senior 3, we are now getting a chance of being exposed to playing with. Now, you know, when you reach in senior 3 in such a school, you now get a chance to play against the senior 5s once in a while, because senior 3, you're now a junior elder, I would say. So you can also command some respect. So you get the chance to play. And for me, I don't know if I should say whether fortunate or unfortunate, that by that time, the senior 5s and 6s, by that time, we didn't have basketballers. So I was one of the senior players now, although I was still a junior elder. So I began commanding some respect there. I got a chance to become a captain for the O-level by then. Then when I went to senior 4, we did not have a captain. The HSCs were very poor at the game. But this is something that used not to happen. It was actually not allowed. An O-level cannot be the captain of the school team. But for me, because I was doing the job very well, and I was in senior 4, and the ones who are in A-level knew less than I did. So they were like, let the guy take the job. So that's how I became the captain. And the other thing that made them also accept that is that I used to coach these senior 1s and senior 2s. Because I realized that there was a gap in basketball and these kids didn't know, and there were very many. So I would just tell them, come, I teach them what I knew by then. This is how they shoot, this is how they bounce the ball. I just teach them the basics. And interestingly, even some of those HSCs, I would also teach them. I have some good friends of mine, they look at, even my classmates, they look at me and they're like, yeah, you taught us basketball. I was in HSC and I was teaching, I was in senior 4 and I was teaching my elders how to play the game. And they were respecting me, that's the beauty of it. They could listen to what I would say and they were learning, so they were like, this guy will do the job. Yeah, so that's how I began my coaching career slowly. In my O-level, that was 2011. 2012, 2013, that's when I was in HSC. In HSC, that's when I went so much into coaching. And I told one of my friends that, you know what, if I leave high school, I want to either become a coach or an umpire. By then I wasn't sure which one I can do. In fact, I wasn't even sure which one can pay.
Well, let me cut you off there. It's really exciting to know your high school journey and how you're going to transition into the university. We're going to take a break right now. I know there are many people outside there excited to know how you transition from high school into university basketball. You're watching the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. In the studio with me is Osito Jacob, aka OJ, the head coach for the Makerere University Sparks ladies team. We will take a break right now and we will be right back. This is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk Show. Welcome back to the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Emmanuel and this is House of Talent Television. Remember, you can catch us on our socials at House of Talent TV, that's on our Facebook, on House of Talent TV Uganda live stream, that's on our YouTube. You can also catch us at HTV Uganda, that's on our Twitter handle, or at houseoftalentug.com, that's on our website. Make sure to share this show as far and wide as you can, because this is the show that we talk about basketball. It's the only basketball show in Uganda. With me in the studio today is OJ. His other name is Osito Jacob, but we only just call him OJ because that is how we know him on the basketball court. And before we went off for a break, you were basically telling us your journey, how you started the game of basketball, how in S3 you started coaching the S1s, and we had almost reached that point where you transitioned into campus, and just take us from there, moving from high school, now moving into campus and becoming a coach. Just take us from there.
Yes, from high school, actually my coaching started in high school in my senior 4 around there. And then when I went to, that was in O-level actually, so when I went to my vacation, that was in end of 2013. So I was in senior 6 vac. Actually, not 2014. I was in senior 6 vac. I began by coaching. I was volunteering as an assistant coach to Namilango College. After just finishing, and I was their captain, and I was already coaching those who were there. But because by then my high school coach was Maurice Otedro. He taught me a lot of things. He actually used to tell me what to teach others when he's not around. And he was a very busy man, I remember. So he would tell me, on this day, teach them ABCD. I'll come back at the end of the week. So by the time I finished high school, I knew nearly everything that Maurice would coach us. So when I was in senior 6 vac, I was more like his assistant. Although the school used not to pay me, I was more of a volunteer. So whenever there were games, I would go there and work with him, and I support him, and I learn new things. And I got an opportunity. My first opportunity was out of volunteering to coach Namilyango as an assistant. Who knew very well, because I had experience. I had done that for about 4 years as his assistant. I got an opportunity to go and coach Hilton High School. They were having a game during qualifiers, Mukono qualifiers. They were having a game, and they were struggling. So their coach, by then, he was also an OB of the school, and he needed help. So he called me to help in. So I went to help in, and because of what I had learned, I just adjusted a few things in his game, and it was actually the girls playing, the girls of Hilton. These girls won this game by a big margin, and they were very excited. I was also very happy because it looked like a miracle. So that is where I think my breakthrough started in coaching. Because actually, as a player, that journey was really, because as I told you, or as we earlier discussed, when I was in high school, I never got a chance to play nationals. So, and you know, in our setting here, if you don't play nationals at high school, no one gets to know you. I was the captain of my team, but I never had the chance because my parents wanted me to concentrate on books, which I did. And they later allowed me to do basketball after I had finished high school, interestingly. So after they had won that game, Hilton, the following year, they were like, you know what, why don't you come and help us here? I told them, okay, I can do that. By then, I was the first year. I was just joining campus first year. So I would move from Makerere, and I go straight to Mukono, Wantoni, that side. And I coach them, and they give me some command. They would fund my transport. I would go actually twice a week. It was Friday. It was either Friday and Saturday, 2 days a week. And I was very happy because I was the head coach for the first time. You know, I had been under my coach. I was happy being under my coach because I was learning. But now, you know, the feeling of you're the one in charge. It was the first time. And I was very excited. Even if I would struggle with jam and run out of class to run to go and coach, I still liked it because it was me now in charge. I was the one to make the decisions. So I coached them for 1 year. The following year, fortunately, Morris got an opportunity, and he was now living in Namilyango. So Namilyango never had a coach, and they began looking around, and I was right there, very present, very much willing. When they told me about the opportunity, and they were like, you have a contract to sign, I didn't even want to read the contract. All I wanted was to go and coach Namilyango, because Morris had already put Namilyango at a certain level. Because everyone now knew that Namilyango plays basketball. And the beauty of it is I had moved with him through that whole journey, right from the time, because he came in when I was in S3, I was already coaching somehow. And actually I remember he came in because he had a young brother there. He actually plays, that young man plays for Riders, plays for Riders, Asede. He's popularly known as Acid, if you've heard that name also there, So he actually left Namilyango and went to Chibuli because he did so well, and Chibuli took him in his HSC. But that's the reason why Morris first came to Namilyango. So I learned everything from him. And by the time he was leaving, I could actually run whatever he had done, So I ran Namilyango from about 2016, 17, up to now. I'm still their coach up to now. And the beauty of it is that I was very successful. We always qualified for nationals until Fresh Diaries in Mbale, which was the last, that was 2019, I think. 2019. So by that time, I was a student at Makerere here. And once in a while, I would find the girls training, and I would go and inquire from Coach Albert, can I also come in here and there? I didn't know that one day I would be the coach of Makerere. But when I was in high school, I always thought about it because I loved the game so much, and I wasn't playing it because my parents could not allow me to play it the way I wanted it. My guardians. I told one of my friends, it's called Gerard Abidravo. I told him, one day I want to become either a coach or an umpire. And he laughed and was like, yeah, maybe you can make it. So when I became the coach of Namilyango, he was the first man to tell me that, man, congratulations. As you said it, here it comes. And so when I reached Makerere, I didn't think I would be the coach at Makerere University because it was a university, and there are so many people with more experience than I do. But because of love of coaching the game, out of the experience I had got, I used to go and sit there, watch, and I'm like, okay, this is that. And remember, I had also coached the girls of Hilton in my first year. So I knew how to handle girls, and I also knew how to handle boys because I had gotten both experiences. So after a while, in 2019, yes, 2019, Makerere was going for university games in Chisui, and incidentally, Coach Albert was not around, so they needed. So I volunteered. Yeah, I volunteered. They were going with a coach, with you know, Makerere has 2 coaches for the boys and for the girls. So I saw that as an opportunity. So I went to the sports union, to the sports department, and I told them I want to volunteer. I just want to go there and volunteer and help where there is need. They gave me the opportunity. They were like, all right, you can do that. Well, the only thing I wanted was where I can sleep and my lunch and supper, which was very much available. So I also went in like any other coach, but it was my first time with all the pressure, and I wanted results. Fortunately, something happened. We played Kumba Marines. Kumba Lady Marines? Yes, we played in Kumba with Ekon. They are a very good player, national team now. And she was part of that team, and we won that game. When we won that game, I think for me, my fate in coaching had been sealed. This guy is going to be a coach. Because after winning that game, I realized that anything is possible. And I'm a man who believes in myself so much. So I saw an opportunity, and I realized it could work out. And I was like, okay, I wanted to coach high school, but even at the university, it's working. Though I didn't have much experience at that level, I realized I could do it, because when I went there, and also as a player, I had seen those things happen. And also, I had a very good coach at the university, because after my coach in high school, that is Maurice Otedro, I met Coach Baju. That's how we call him, but his name is Ronald Bajunga, yes. Yeah, so I met Coach Baju, that's Ronald Bajunga, and he could advise us here and there, Oje do this, Oje do that, Oje work out. You know, he could talk to us like a father. He was more like a father figure to us. So he really, really mentored me in terms of basketball. Maurice taught me how to play the game. Coach Baju taught me how to understand the game and how to analyze it and how to read it. So he made me understand it more and how to act around people when I'm playing it. He inculcated that discipline into us, that when you're doing this, the crowd is reacting this way, the fans are reacting this way, concentrate on this. So when I got the chance to go and do that in Kasubi, in Chisubi rather, it was very easy for me. And we came out, although we did not win, we didn't take the championship, we actually went to play 3rd place. We played against Uganda Matters, UMU. Yes, we played against UMU for 3rd place, and it was a mess. It was a mess because our hopes had been raised so high, me and my players, but I don't know if my players were on pressure, but I was on pressure because I was like, I have an opportunity to get a medal. I want this medal. But one thing I forgot is, when the girls were playing, I had Coach Baju by my side. Yeah, he was telling me, Oje, now do this, now do that. Now, when we went to play the next game, Coach Baju was not around. So, and I think he was finishing up the boys' game, and they were like, 3rd place, you can play the other side. So that's how we went there, and we missed the medal for that tournament. But from that day, out of that performance, good enough, I was being watched by other Makerere staff who positively recommended me. They said I could do the job. So when I came back, after that, 2019, 2020, I remained there as more of a volunteer to the university. I would come in, because Coach Albert was still not around, I remember. So I would help in here and there when the girls are available. I can coach them, I teach them what I know, and I would also consult Coach Baju. And then when Coach Albert left, I then got the chance to now become the head coach of Makerere. So that's how I moved in as a coach. That's how I found myself in this big position. I really felt like that. I felt like I don't have the experience more than compared to the other people who are there. Because if I see the coaches in Makerere, it looks like I could be amongst those with the least experience in the field of coaching. But maybe the other things I did, because I had a lot of zeal, I was so passionate, and I commit myself to something. So I believe probably it's my commitment to being there when I was volunteering that made them give me the chance to be there.
Well, that's an interesting journey. And I've seen the girls play. They really improved, from the last time I saw them. And it's a good job that you're doing. And
thank you.
Congratulations to you. And we'll take another break right now. But when we return, we're going to talk about the status of university basketball. Because on the show we've talked about grassroots basketball, we've talked about the league and the cancellation of the same league, so we really haven't talked much about basketball that is happening on the campus. So when we come back from the break, we'll be talking about university basketball. What is the status? Where is it at right now? Is Uganda ready to take part in the competitions that are coming up on the international level when it comes to university basketball? This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Emmanuel and this is House of Talent Television. We will be right back.
Yeah. For how long have we been there struggling before? But now we had more medals than them. So the key thing here is corporate companies please come aboard.
Yeah.
The government will do their part. They will also squeeze whatever they can to come through.
Yeah.
National councils will also keep on budgeting to see what they can do better on us. And also federations, all of them, basketball, football, whatever they come through. Let us have a fair share to everybody.
Yeah.
I know football gets the biggest share in Uganda. I don't know why, but because I know my small analysis is athletics and basketball right now and netball. Those are the top 3 games in Uganda that have carried athletics, netball, basketball to continental and worldwide. We're doing so much. So we need to also get a fair share to compete with football, which is getting $1 billion shillings plus.
Yeah.
We should be given that opportunity.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, also known as AT on the basketball court. Remember, this is House of Talent Television. You can catch us on our socials on YouTube, House of Talent TV Uganda, live stream, or you can go to our website at houseoftalentug.com. You can go to our Facebook, House of Talent Uganda. Catch the show live. Let us know what is happening. Drop us a message in the comment section. If you love the show, let us know. Share some love with us. If you want us to change something, let us also know about that. But in the studio with me today, I have a man who is called Osito Jacob, but is known as OJ on the basketball court. That is his street name. He has been a coach for Namilyango. He has coached at Hilton, and right now he's coaching the Makerere University Sparks basketball team, and he's here to talk about his experience and also to talk about the status of sports in university in relation to basketball. Oja, before we went for the break, you were just telling us your journey of how you started off and ended up as a coach for Makerere University Sparks, and I believe you're doing a very good job with the girls. We just want to dive into the main topic right now. Obviously, you've played basketball at the university level.
Yeah, sure.
And from where I'm sitting, I think that basketball in the university has dropped, okay? Not only at Makerere University, but looking at it on a general scale, on a general picture. Because back in the day, we had a lot of university tournaments. You talk about, there was the University League at some point, there was the Floodlights at a certain point. We had games, East African games and all these things. And one could say that because of the lockdown, it slowed down a couple of things. But if memory serves right, the University League, then the Floodlights actually stopped way before the lockdown came in. Yes, about 2017. Okay, and I think since then, basketball has really been on a decline. We've been focusing more on basketball in the league. Okay, so according to your perspective, what are some of those points that you can share with us that led to, let's say, I don't want to say the downfall of basketball, but the decline of basketball at the university level?
Well, on that issue, with the current situation, I am not the best person to answer that question because I don't have the detailed information. As I told you, I am a rookie in this field. So surely, but at least because I was playing at the university level, I do have some information, at least out of observation. But putting the issue of lockdown and corona aside, I think that the reason why basketball is declining generally in universities, I think it's because of the kids who are coming into the universities. I think they're kind of basketball is not the same kind of basketball like the one of the kids, of the guys who used to join basketball that time. So the talent that is in right now is, I could say it's raw compared to the talent that used to come in those days. We can't put out the aspect of the people who are joining university by then were mature men who knew what they wanted and what they were doing. They had the self-drive. But right now, the people who are joining university can only train when the coach is there. You can see how that is a big challenge. So for me to make sure that my team is ready, I have to be on the basketball court on the official training days and even other days that I'm not supposed to be there. Because if I don't show up, chances are high that many of them are not going to show up. But if I show up, even if I'm not supposed to be there, but then I just show up, they'll know that, oh, on such and such a day, coach passes by and he says on our free days we should shoot. So let me go and take a few shots. So that's what drives them. But compared to the days that you and I joined, maybe yours were much better than ours, but even me, the times I joined, when you wanted something, you would go and work for it. And I think that is one of the disciplines that I was taught from, maybe from high school, that when you want something, you go for it, you work for it, you push for it. You don't need someone else to push you to get what you want. And I think that is one of the things that we are lacking right now in and I don't know how that can even be worked upon, because surely if the kids are finishing high school when they are younger, whose fault is that? I don't think that's anyone's fault. But maybe if the coaches in high school could do the job, which is also very hard because high school needs a lot of time and yet they have the least time, by the way, compared to the university. So the aspect of the people who are joining in being younger is what is causing the biggest difference right now in the way basketball seems those days and now. But now when you talk about the aspect of the different leagues, I think I'm not the best person to answer that, because now that includes the issues of money, the sponsors, the institutions. I don't really know how much they operate to know that they want, because I really don't know why the Floodlights was cancelled. I'm one of those who played it. I think I played the last season of Floodlights, because I think that was 2017, I remember, with Makerere University. Yes, when I was there, I remember it was always played at night. That's why I think the name Floodlights was there. I remember we moved to Nkumba. We moved, in Entebbe, we moved to UCU, and it was something very interesting and very motivating. It would give us reason to work out even more. But now, without those games, of which I don't know the reason why they have scrapped them, I really don't know the technical issues, but without those games, you find that most of these students think that they're only working for December. The same mentality that we had in high school, that you only prepare for qualifiers, for nationals. Yes, you only prepare for nationals. And when it's done, second term, no sports, third term, no sports. That's the environment I came from. I don't know if it was different in your years.
It was the same thing.
So now for university sports, we see that nearly it's the same thing. Because right now, right now they're preparing for nationals. The league aside, they're preparing for nationals. And then after that, the following end of the following year, they're preparing for East African Games. Are you seeing that? So there is a lag in between that time. So a student who is not playing on the university team at the club level has nothing pushing them to work at that time, because they feel like they have a whole 9 months to work. And when you have a lot of time in your hands, you might think it's too much until it's actually too late. So that is the other thing that is also making it very hard for the game to develop very fast. The tournaments are very limited. There are very few. I mean, if you have only one tournament in a year, that means you're telling these guys to begin training like 2 months to the tournament. But if they had more than that, I believe the talent would improve faster, because these guys would actually work even more. And you very well know that most of the universities right now, if you are to have players who are to make the university team look good, you will not pick the junior players who are there. You'll want to look for the most experienced, even the alumni if there is need, so that you don't get relegated. Because that's also, we also don't want to look bad. Coaches don't want to look bad. So they also want to survive, so they end up looking for those who already know. Because even when they're picking players from high school, they're also picking those who already know. And that's why you see that institutions that who have there are teams that are doing much better. For them, they get players straight from high school and they pick the best in terms of scholarships and sponsorship and all those other things. But which is also there in Makerere, although it's limited, I think, because I don't know much about it. I still don't have that much information about how the scholarship works. But we could also see it even that in high schools, the same issue is happening. The basketball in high school is now being dominated by, those days it was dominated by a few schools, because those few schools had the players and had the heart and they would work out. But right now it's dominated by a few schools, because those are the schools that put in the money, they give in the scholarships. I think the same thing applies to the universities. Those who put in more have better players and players who are more committed to the work. Now, those who put in less, generally all universities, those who put in less, you find them struggling, because we are convincing players to come and play, and then they are going to leave at coach. I'm commuting, I have to go home early. Now, they are leaving their classes maybe at 4:30, and then practice starts at 5, and then at 6:30 they have to go. Now they have to compete with a student who has his time there. He knows after my training here, I'm just sleeping next here. I have my supper well prepared, no matter how late I leave. Even tomorrow I can come in the morning and I shoot, because I know I'll go back to where I sleep and I have breakfast. I think that's also another reason why basketball is being dominated by also a few universities. Because in my opinion, our basketball has been dominated by majorly UCU and Ndeje, because Ndeje is doing very well, Then the rest of the universities, especially the traditional universities like Makerere, Chambogo, Mbarara University, we seem to be struggling in those fields. And I would think that maybe it's because the other people are putting a lot of effort in that compared to us. That's my opinion, that's what I think. And it's making the whole thing look like, it's going down. But it's a big challenge, which I don't know how we are going to go about it, because this is something that requires the management of the institutions, surely, Because me as a coach, no matter how much love I have for the game, there is no, I'm going to tell them, you know what, I can make these guys champions, put in the money or do ABCD. They will tell me, but this is how the process works, and I cannot change that. So actually, my option right now as a coach, because I'm in the position, and I'm not going to sit down, I'm like, the system is hard, so let us struggle, because we have been struggling. Me as a coach, what I think my best option is that, which is also a principle, is don't fight the system or don't try to change the system. Just find how it works and see how you can work best with it. That is something I heard from gentleman called Jim Rohn, if you watch those guys. So I am not going to fight the system, but I am looking for a way that I can use the system the way it is to bring positive results. So I put in extra time, I talk to these people, I give them reports as much as possible, so that they know that something is going on. Because one thing I believe in is that if you're doing something good, you'll be appreciated. And if you want something to be done, show them that you can handle it. Let them only come to support you, not them initiating the process. And that is one of the things that drives me. And people even ask me, but how comes for you? You're always there. Who pays you? Where do you get the money? They even tell you Makerere doesn't pay, but that is their opinion. Because when you're given a job somewhere, sure, that means they're supposed to pay you. But if they say Makerere doesn't pay, Makerere doesn't give money, maybe that is their experience. I don't know. Maybe if I experience it, I'll come back and tell you. But for now, I can't say that. For now, I believe that the resources might be limited, but the basketball coach is there, the basketballs are there, the players are there. I think I also have a big role in motivating my players and talking to them and convincing them. That is what I'm doing right now. And I believe it's going to take me quite some time to produce the team I would want to see. Because now I am trying to see how I can work within the system the way it is. So it's going to take me time, because now that means I have to nurture junior players who are just coming in, which has not been the case, and it's not the case with other universities. Other universities get players whom they know are going to actually do the job. Now for us to get players, we get people who know how to play the game, not players. We get people who know how to play the game, and then we convince them to come and play for the university. Are you seeing how that is different? So by the time you convince someone, then they show up, and then you're telling them that we can't pay you, and the other side they are being paid.
Yeah.
It makes things very hard because Makerere, I'm sure Makerere has students who are actually players in other clubs.
Yeah.
Are you seeing that? But even them coming back to play for the university, they'll ask you, what are you offering? Are you giving us transport? Are you giving us this? If it's there, which sometimes it's there, if it's there, they are willing to come. But if it's not there, you are going to, try and convince them. And of which, if you convince them and they said no, surely you wouldn't force them, because they will tell you, but the situation is hard, and you're also seeing it's hard, so you wouldn't push so hard. Yeah. But once in a while, we convince them and they come around, and we also want them to inspire the new ones. But the best option for us right now is to build those who are around. So for a university like Makerere to reach the level of UCU and DJ, it's going to be a long process, of which some people are not going to be patient enough to see that happen. Yeah. Others don't even believe it can happen. I see that. But personally, I think that is what can work for me. I believe that is what can make us look different. And for the other universities, I don't know what their coaches and the administration plans to do and what. But for me, on my side, and generally university sports, I think that's what I've given you, what makes us look like we are falling down. But I've also shown you how we plan to move up.
I was actually going to ask you how we can get up. We're going to take another break right now. I like what you're saying about university sports and the perspective of why it's going down and how it can be rebuilt. Well, for our viewers out there, this is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Remember, we're on our socials and you can hit us up, drop us a message in our inbox, in our comment section. Let us know what you love about the show. If you have a question for OJ here, let us know, we'll ask him. But we'll take a break right now. We'll be right back. This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television.
A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball, we would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task, and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and with me in the studio today is Osiko Jacob, aka OJ, better known as OJ on pool court, actually, where we do pick up sometimes in the evening. And OJ has been taking us through his story, basically where he started from, how he ended up as the coach for the Makerere Sparks, that's the university team at Makerere. And he also told us about the status of sports, especially basketball in the universities, why it seems like it's on the decline, and what are some of the things that can be done to raise it back to the level where it's supposed to be. And having young people like this in those positions of coaching is a very good thing. So if you're out there, you're a young coach, you're a young player, and you want to get involved into the game of basketball and put it back to the level where it's supposed to be and take it higher, this is your opportunity. We're hearing very wise words coming in from the coach here. And I just want to backtrack a bit, back to that story you told us about being in school and not being allowed to play on the team? Because I know that in most high schools actually there is always that divide between the guys in the higher classes and the guys in the lower classes.
Your elders.
Yeah, your elders. In some schools they actually say those two don't mix. They're like volatile, chemicals. And you were telling us a story about how you were not actually allowed to get onto the basketball court, and how did that feel? And what lessons can some of these kids pick up from it? Because I know that there are certain kids in primary school, even at the university level, who want to play, but they look at you guys now, the elders, and they're like, how do we get into, this part? So just take us through that situation you went through and, some of the lessons that these kids can learn and how they can be encouraged to get into the game of basketball.
Okay, thank you. Yes, with that, flashing back to my time in high school, because that's where things were hardest. The start is always the hardest part. As I told you, for me, I came from a primary school where basketball was not known as a sport. My primary school had a secondary section that had a basketball court, but we used not even cross there, so I really had no idea. I first saw basketball when I went to KPC. That was in my vacation of P7. That was in end of 2007. But when I was at Namilyango, I was with classmates who had come from primary schools that had the background of basketball, which is what I didn't have. What I had was height. For them, they had the skill. And you see, when you're at that level, it doesn't look like height works. It looks like it's the skill that counts. And they didn't see the skill in me. So actually, these guys are my good friends, but I'm sure they also did it unknowingly, having been senior ones. But they never gave me the chance to. I felt very, very disappointed one time when these guys were told, hey, the junior team, make a squad that is going to play. We're actually going to SMAC, that is Chisubi. We're going to SMAC, and they were saying, hey, you guys make a team. In my head, I knew I am going. And as I told you, going out was the most interesting thing when we were in high school. So I was in senior 2, and it was the first time. For us in Namilyango, it's rugby players who used to go out so oftenly. Basketballers, your opportunity would come once in a while. So the time had come where I was sure now I am going on merit. Little did I know that my friends on the other side are like, that tall guy cannot make it. So we prepare that weekend. I don't check the list assuming that I am going. I don't check. The following morning, I go to the dining hall. That was a Saturday morning, to see the list of those who are going, and my name is not there. I was heartbroken. I even actually, with all the anger, I still went to the bus with the hope that I would enter. I stood there, I saw them enter, and I saw them leave. I was in senior town, and in my head I was like, you know what? You guys have done this to me, but one day I'll be the one writing your names on that list. So after that, actually I remember that day I went back to play, because I enjoyed the game actually. Other than just going out, I enjoyed the throwing in, and it was actually my shooting started. I think that's the talent in me. The talent is just shooting. The other part of the dribbling, I think I don't have that. But I enjoy just throwing that ball, and it would just go in like automatically, and everyone would be wowed by that. They would see me and they're like, that guy can actually do it. But my teammates actually knew this guy can't bounce the ball, he can't dribble, and we need someone who can dribble. They didn't really think they needed someone who could do what I was doing. But then I also realized that that is the advantage they had over me. That is the skill they had come with from primary school that I didn't have. So I began working out on my own. I put in more effort. Unknowingly, out of, I don't know whether it was anger or excitement, but unknowingly, I put in a lot of effort in basketball when I was in high school. Even with the challenges that come with, high school, you don't have that much time. At a school like Namilyango, when it's time for this, all of you go and do that. When it's time for the other, but all my free time, I would put it into basketball. So I learned the game, and these guys began accepting me. Each time they realized that when they are playing with me, I make the shots and the shots drop, and it's the shots that makes their team go out. They were like, I think we need this guy if we have to stay. So that's how my fellow junior players in high school by then allowed me into the circle of basketball. And because of my work ethics, in a year, the following year, I was one of their best. Yeah, and I was more like their captain. And before I knew it, my senior 4, I was the captain of the school team until I left. So that's how I broke through in that field. But then I had another challenge of my parents, my guardians for this matter. They never wanted me to play basketball. And the reason having been our background, I had a cousin who was playing rugby. He was really, really good. One time they went to play in a tournament in Chadondo, and he got a concussion. I don't really know what happened. I even didn't know what a concussion was until it happened to him. So they took him to the hospital, and I don't know what the school took care of and what they didn't. But then they called our guardians at home, and they were like, your boy is in the hospital, this and this happened, please come and check on him. And you know, we have true African parents. They are very furious and very tough on certain things. So when they went there, now I was the one to be talked to. You see what we told you? You see what we told you about sports? Why would you go into these things? I don't want to hear anything concerning sports. And in my head I was like, but that was not me. That was rugby. I don't even play rugby. I don't even know it. So that is how I felt. But they had made up their minds, and they were like, you went to Namilyango to study. I was like, okay, I'll study, but when I get my time, I'll... So I studied, I did well, I passed, I went back to Namilyango. But then, actually, my first qualification for nationals, you know, we had a challenge. We had never qualified for during my time there. I don't know the years before me, but I never had. But I can't assume I was the first, because the salaries were actually there. But the time I was there, they didn't qualify. That was 2018. And all my time there, we had never gone for nationals. And it was more like a dream. And now it was me driving the team. And I remember I had guys like Orenga Daniel. When we were in O-level, we were together in Namilyango there. Of all the guys who play basketball, he's still the only guy whom I see. The others have gone into other things. So in our senior 4, I led that team into qualifying for the first nationals. It was an exciting moment. It's like we had made it in life. We were so happy that actually I remember that time we were playing, it was at Seta High, Green Campus, and Namagunga ladies were there. And now Namilyango and Namagunga, for us we were always friends for all that time, and here we were playing basketball. So when we won, we did something that was very interesting. Our excitement made us make push-ups after the game instead of stretching, like to show them that we were the ones in charge. It was that interesting. And that's when I realized that, you know what, actually, we can go further than this. So the following years, unfortunately, Orenga joined Mengo SSC, that's why he was playing. And then I remained with guys who literally knew little. And now it was my responsibility to make sure that these guys can actually make us reach there. I used to tell my colleagues, my classmates, I used to tell them that you guys, one day, we shall also bring a trophy like rugby players bring trophies here. So I used to tell them that. But here we are senior 4, we have qualified for nationals. We were supposed to go for nationals in the holidays of first term. I thought what my guardians had done was a joke. That is when I realized they were not joking. Now I was the captain of this team, I led them here, and now we are going for something bigger. And then this was supposed to sign this document, and they're like, no. The sportsmaster calls my mzee, and he's like, no. I don't know if they even told the headmaster, I don't know, but things failed. I sat down, I was like, okay, next year things will be better. The following year we again qualified, me being their captain. We had a chance. I was like, okay, this time round, I am going, I'm sure. And my teammates were like, this time round, we are all going. The gentleman again said no. I felt like giving up. Because I was like, now, this is what we work for the whole year. And now actually it's only within first term. Why would he stop me from going for this thing? But I realized that he was seeing far ahead than I was seeing. For me, my thoughts were about basketball at that time and having the fun and going out with my friends. But for him, his worry was I might forget that I have books to read. That was his worry. Of which right now, after many years when I reached campus, that's when I realized that, by the way, he was right. But still, I'm sure he also realized that, by the way, he was wrong to a certain extent. Because when I reached campus, he was like, he used to ask me, so how is that game of yours? He used to call it netball. And I used to tell him, no, Mzee, it's basketball. I was like, hey, it's okay. After 2 days, like, hey, so you're still playing netball? I'm like, no, it's basketball. So he later allowed me to play it. I think he realized that I could handle both. That's when he was like, okay, you do what you can. But I qualified with my team once, twice. The third time, actually the third time I remember we played, Orenga was my very good teammate, and he was a strong force. But we were playing our second final actually. In Orenga was not there. As I told you, when Orenga left, I had a vacuum, so I had to coach other guys in the lower class, so that I can have a full team. By then, our sportsmaster was called Mr. Kwaja. So Kwaja was a very interesting man. He loved the game. He was very enthusiastic. He would push. And that's why I also loved him so much, because he would make things happen. So Orenga left, we had a vacuum, and I had kids who knew how to play the game, but they were not good enough. So it was now my responsibility to make sure that by the time we go for the next games, these guys can play. So that's when I took now the coaching thing to another level. Now I told them, guys, every Saturday morning before we go to clean, we have to go and train. Every Sunday evening from 2, we train. When the coach is not there, we shall be there. And I was in charge. And the beautiful thing is that I am blessed, because when I say something, people always listen to me. So these guys listened to me, and I think they also saw my vision. So we're on the same page. And we were very lucky that in my last year in high school, I managed to play with these guys. That was actually 2013, because I had to resit out because of playing basketball. One time I played it too much, I failed. But later I caught up. So my second last year in high school was my last year of playing high school basketball. Because you're given 6 years only to play. So by then I was in senior 5, but it was my last year. And I was like, God, I've always wanted to bring a trophy. I told these rugby players that I want them bring a trophy like they do. If it doesn't come now, then I'll miss it, because it's my last opportunity. God blessed me. We played with those young men whom I had taught. I remember there were senior 3s. I was in senior 6. There were senior 3s and some senior 4s. We met St. Michael in the final. Those guys could dominate Mukono basketball. Jesus Christ. Those guys were on another level. So we meet these guys in the final, and yes, we were like, it ends today. And to me, it was my last opportunity to win a championship for that region. And yes, it came in. That year I won it, and I was very excited. I forgot about the aspect of, I stopped fighting to go for nationals. I realized that no matter how hard I fight, Muzea said, man, I'm paying school fees for school to study, not for basketball. So I tuned my mind. I was like, you know what? If I keep on fighting that other side, I'll be wasting my own time. Let me concentrate on what I have. So I concentrated on what I had. We made it through, and we got the championship with the likes of Asede, of now Night Riders in Entebbe. So my persistence as an individual is what helped me get to that level. I kept on insisting and pushing. And interestingly, when I went to campus, the same challenges are faced, because when you reach the university, you find people who know the game, and they know it. And that means, for example, you know pool court. You go to pool court there and guys are playing. You cannot just go there and start playing. You have to introduce yourself. So I introduced myself. I went in there once, twice. I was shooting that shot. They were like, okay, this guy. What's your name? Moje. And it's my persistence and showing what I could do that made guys now believe in me. And I got into the system. And I was very much disciplined in that I would always do what I am supposed to do whenever I had the chance, And I was always very humble. I think that's what has helped me even move to other positions. I always taught myself to be humble and persistent and resilient to so many things. Because people push their forces from every direction. You can't handle this, you can't handle that. But still, I was persistent enough, I was patient enough. And that's how, personally, I broke through even through the university.
That's a very interesting story. So for you out there, you're trying to get into the game of basketball, and you feel like there are these forces that are pulling you left, right, and center. You have your parents on one side, you have a team on the other side that then accept you. Persistence is key. Consistency is key. These are some of the things that some of these young players actually need to know. You need to keep pushing, because the situation is never going to be favorable. Okay, there's always going to be ups and downs, but The ones who come out at the top are the ones who keep pushing. Yeah, we've come towards the end of the show, and I know that there are people out there watching you, especially your girls. I know that you have a tournament in November. That's like 3-on-3 tournament.
Yes.
So as we close the show, I just want you to look into that camera and just talk to the girls, encourage them. Also, anyone out there who's trying to get into the game of basketball, you being a coach and a player, just encourage them, to get into the game of basketball. For those who are trying to be good, just let them know from your perspective as a coach and a player.
Okay, let me start with my players. I strongly believe that we can go far. I believe it from right here.
Yeah.
And I want my players to also believe in it. I have drawn a program that if we follow very, very well, we shall not go wrong. So believe in me and believe in yourselves. Putting that extra effort, putting that extra energy, it pays off at the end of the day. And, to those who want to join the game, the truth is it's hard, it's tough, it's not going to be easy. But giving up is not an option.
Yeah.
Those who give up never become good players. Maybe they become commentators or what. But some of them, you can become a coach without playing. If you want to become a coach without playing, that's an option. But if you want to play the game, always in the personal effort as an individual. Always be open to learning. That's one thing that I've always done. I always want to learn from other people. Even right now from other coaches, I always want to learn from them. When I have a chance to bring them in to talk to them, I always ask them, Coach, how do you do this? How can I do that? And you shouldn't be in a position whereby you think you know more than, even if someone is younger than you and maybe you feel they have less experience, they can correct something you don't know. Someone one time came and told me, OJ, why do you shoot like this? I told them, but the things are entering. Then he told me, my coach told me to do like this. When I inquired from my coach was also saying, yes, that's how you're supposed to do it. So do not underestimate someone else, because the game is taught to you by everyone around you, your environment. Be humble, be consistent, and don't give up. People will doubt you, people will tell you you cannot do anything. But if you work hard, whether someone has talent or not, if you work hard, you will break through.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, OJ. Reminds me of a quote from Kevin Durant. He says that hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard.
Indeed.
Yeah, so,
Indeed.
and that is what you're saying. Well, I just want to thank you for being with us here on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. I believe that, all the words of wisdom you have passed on, to your team, to everyone out there watching, to those who are trying to get into the game of basketball, and also other coaches have really been helpful. And I wish you all the best in your career,
Thank you
also
very much.
for the games that are coming up. And hopefully next time you'll come back here with a trophy and,
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Yeah, we'll celebrate something like that. For you who's watching, thank you for being with us on House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk with me, Emmanuel. Catch us again next time where we will be dissecting the game of basketball, talking about different perspectives. Till next time, have a blessed day.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tony Trav, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
I'll always remember the first lockdown, the fact that both the state and the citizens were struggling with what to do and what not to do. And I think for me, that was the first moment that I felt the impact of COVID-19 on women, because I remember in the first couple of weeks, all the helplines were co-opted for reporting COVID-19 cases. Yes. So immediately, the hotlines that we usually used for reporting cases of violence were switched off, and they were used for reporting instead infections. That was the first issue. So that means women and children had nowhere to report cases from. So for me, that was the first in terms of when we're responding. But also I remember in the first set of guidelines, we did not have specific consideration, gender considerations.
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. In this edition of You and the Law, we've been discussing COVID-19 and how it has affected different human rights in the country. We've talked about human rights as a concept, we've discussed access to justice, we've discussed labor rights, we've discussed employment, and various other human rights that have been affected by the pandemic. Today, we sit down to reflect on how COVID-19 has affected a significant section of our community, and that is women. How has COVID-19 affected women's rights? With me in studio is Ms. Mercy Grace Munduru. Mercy is the head governance and action in Uganda. She's a human rights lawyer and a feminist. Mercy, you're welcome to You and the Law.
I'm very honored to be here.
How have you been?
I've been well, and I'm very, very pleased to be here to be part of this very great conversation.
We're very happy to have you. Mercy, I know you do a bit of work at Action Aid. Could you maybe just drop in a little bit of light about the kind of work that you do at Action Aid?
Right, at Action Aid, I work as the head of governance as a unit, but then Action Aid broadly works around issues of women's rights, climate justice, and we also have a specific focus on young people. But in all of this, we align our thematic areas to governance. So we look at the governance element in all those thematic areas, and we ensure that a lot of the work that we do focuses on, you know, the rights and the well-being of people in rural areas, especially young people, and with a very specific and deliberate effort on young women. So that's broadly what we do. And also ActionAid currently runs the domestic violence shelters all across the country. Okay. So we do receive cases of GBV and do a lot of work around response, prevention, and advocacy around GBV.
So clearly I see already the linkage between your work and protection of women's rights. So we normally start the show with you know, a quick dive into the conceptual issues, because we talk about women's rights. Yeah. It's always important to understand, actually. The temptation is always to start with the law, but I think it's important to first formulate the idea.
Yes.
When we talk about women's rights, what exactly are we talking about?
So when we talk about women's rights, we have to look at women as a constituency. And I think most of the time why there's a lot of focus on women is because of the vulnerabilities. Okay. And these vulnerabilities have a background, and this background is in the social norms, especially, you know, these societal constructed norms that determine who a woman is, what a woman should do, and how they should do it. So at the end of the day, you realize that this then creates inequalities in our community. And so as a result, all across the world, there's been a recognition that women are affected disappropriately because there are already these very underlying beliefs and, you know, societal notions that put women at a certain level compared to their male counterparts. So that is why there are specific rights that are designed, that have been, you know, called women's rights, that are at the heart of every country's policy and legal framework to ensure that there are specific women-related issues that are addressed within existing human rights frameworks, which I know on this show you've previously spoken about. So there are specific rights that just relate to women because of, you know, these inequalities that I spoke about that perhaps we'll discuss later in the show, that are now clustered to be called women's rights. They appear disappropriately to women.
So from what you're saying, the idea is to sort of equalize things?
Exactly. Actually, it's around equity. The fact that already we have human rights. So with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there are broader human rights that really apply to any human being, regardless of if they're men or they're women. But overall, you can look at women as a constituency of their own, and you realize that there are certain things that are unique to women. There are certain rights, reproductive or otherwise, that are very unique to women. So out of that bigger framework of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there are now also other international laws that are specific to women, that are meant to address inequalities, that are meant to address, you know, discrimination, and the fact that, you know, women are excluded from a lot of processes. So there are particular laws, both international and national, that specifically exist to address inequalities as a result of the norms that I was talking to you about earlier. Okay,
so you've started by sort of taking us a little bit into the legal aspects now,
yes.
And I thought maybe we'd then take on from there. So when you talk about these rights, what law, you know, makes it mandatory for us to protect, you know, women's rights? Do we have a framework at the national, international, regional level that can enable me say that I'm speaking about women's rights because I have the backing of this law?
Yes. So as I said, broadly for human rights, of course, we know that the one legal framework that we look to, where all the other laws are derived, is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, within there have been other laws that have emerged that are specific to different groups of people, and I'll just restrict myself to women. So at international level, there are quite many. So but the most pronounced is CEDAW, which really focuses on elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. That is what it stands for. So within this law, there is a framework provided for what women's rights should look like. What countries that subscribe to these international laws should ensure that should ensure that exist within their national laws. So if you look at Uganda as a country, as a signatory to these international covenants, it is within Uganda's mandate to now domesticate or to pull elements of this law and put them in their national law, because international laws have an international application. Yes. So for an international law to be applicable in our context as Uganda, Uganda has to draft a law that takes into consideration components of this law. So within the country, of course, we have the constitution that is very specific on issues of women's rights. The constitution makes specific mention to the fact that women are vulnerable and that women, along with other vulnerable groups, should be protected. And the law specifically also provides for affirmative action, very innovative ways through which women can be elevated to the same level, because we know that because of these social norms, many women are excluded from decision making, many women excluded from participation in the public sphere. So the constitution is very specific in terms of what should happen, but also the constitution gives powers to the parliament to enact other laws that stream from the constitution that are very specific to these vulnerable groups and specifically women. So from that we have very many pieces of legislation that entail issues around women's rights. So I'll give an example of some of these laws. We have the Domestic Violence Act that specifically addresses, domestic violence.
Big issue.
Exactly. So we also have the Female Genital Mutilation Act that specifically addresses female genital mutilation. You realize that there are certain aspects of women's rights that are unique to women based on these negative norms. So for example, female circumcision is not something that applies to men. So that is why the law is very specific. And
disagree.
At least it will not have the word female in it. Yes, so we have the Female Genital Mutilation Act. We also have the Trafficking in Persons, where they're looking at certain practices within the framework of trafficking that have specific application to women. And so you find that these small pieces of legislation address specific areas of women's rights, but also within other legal frameworks, other laws, you realize that there are specific aspects that promote the rights of women, that promote equality, that promote non-discrimination, that promote elements of equity. Equity is really, you're not striving to make people equal, but that you're creating a platform that raises them to a certain level where they can fairly participate with other groups. Yes.
Well, you've sort of given it as a very big explanation of the different laws that touch on the protect women's rights. But then we need to understand the obligations that fall, because when we talk about protecting women's rights, whose duty is it? Who can I hold accountable to ensure that these rights are actually protected? Many people talk about government. What could be that mandate of the government in the context of protecting women's rights? And even us as individuals, as men, as women, what do we need to do? Or what does the law tell us to do? Maybe we could start from the government.
Yes, ultimately, of course, protecting the rights of citizens is a mandate of the state.
Yes.
So by citizens, we include women. And the law specifically puts this burden on the state because the state is the overall governing body of all the citizens of Uganda. So it has to protect and promote these rights. It's not enough to have them in the book. The state has to take all steps necessary to ensure that the women to whom these rights accrue enjoy them fully and enjoy them in an environment that is enabling. So that is why the state has to make commitments to build the institutions that will promote these rights, to ensure that they allocate resources to these institutions, that where rights have been violated, people can go for protection, people can go and reclaim their rights, so that the overall mandate lies with the state. But of course, the responsibility to also ensure that women enjoy their rights rests with each one of us, including I as a woman and every member of the society, to ensure that the women, that first of all we recognize that these are vulnerable people, and also to ensure that we create equal opportunities for these groups of persons. So whether it's the girl child, whether it's the women in the workspace or in the informal sector, or whether it's disabled women, or whether it is the girl children that are prone to abuse in institutions of learning, we must ensure at all times that we are creating opportunities for them to participate, for them to, you know, express themselves and make decisions at all levels. And in Uganda, of course, we have institutions that have particularly been set up to promote these rights. We have a whole Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development.
Yes.
Within there, of course, there are so many other, you know, smaller, vulnerable groups whose rights are being protected and whose interests are vested within that ministry. We also have the Equal Opportunities Commission that really oversees issues of equality and ensuring that, you know, all of us are enjoying equal rights at different levels, whether at government institutions or even non-governmental institutions as well. We also, of course, know that civil society organizations partner with the state to ensure that they enhance available structures that promote these rights. So I spoke earlier about, you know, the fact that ActionAid is running shelters. They are running it in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender. So that means those shelters are places where the citizens whose rights have been violated can run and can get justice as well. Of course, the courts, the parliament, these are all, you know, government institutions that have the mandate to ensure that these rights are fully enjoyed and also are promoted as well.
Okay. You mentioned earlier on about affirmative action.
Yes.
And sort of tickled my mind because there have been people arguing that perhaps where we've reached now, it has outlived its usefulness. I don't know what you know, think along those lines as the person who's working in this space for a period of time.
I've had those conversations before. Would I say that we have achieved when it comes to gender equality? No, we're far from there. Yes, we're far from there. The more we evolve, the more we are waking up to the reality of the inequalities that exist all around us. And these inequalities, by the way, do not just apply because you're educated or you're not educated. You live with these inequalities all your life. I can tell you, as a lawyer, as a person who has worked in civil society promoting women's rights, I find myself in spaces of inequality. I find myself in spaces where, you know, you can be discriminated against for one reason or the other. So we live through these inequalities all our lives. The issue is that once we strip ourselves off of affirmative action, then we will be, you know, going 10 steps backwards from where we're from. Because as we speak, even now, there are so many inequalities that exist. The opportunities that a girl in a rural area has cannot compare to a girl in an urban setting. There are so many layers of inequality that still exist, that are even increasing now, given the circumstances that we experience. So in my opinion, we still need the affirmative action in our law. Yeah.
That's a good point to go for a break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on women's rights. With us in studio is Mercy Grace Munduru from FIDA Uganda, a member of FIDA Uganda, and currently working with ActionAid Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host, and today we have Ms. Mercy Munduru from Action Aid Uganda to discuss with us the effects of COVID-19 on women's rights. Mercy, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So before we went for the break, you gave us a good understanding of women's rights, the law around it, as well as a run through the different obligations that exist in order to ensure women's rights. So then 2019, late 2019, 2020 up to now, the monster called COVID-19 came in and, you know, interrupted our lives and changed so many things about us. And then along the way, clearly, our rights, you know, got compromised. And today we're here to discuss from a women's rights angle how COVID-19 actually impacted women's rights. You know, we borrow from what government did, the interventions that were in place, and overall to make a conclusion on how this has been the case. So I would like to pick your mind on that. How has COVID-19 impacted on women's rights?
Ultimately, COVID-19 did affect all of us. I must start with that. The fact that, you know, the ravaging impact was on our society. We were met with a pandemic that we were never prepared for. So I can understand that we all grappled, you know, to fit into the new normal. I'll always remember the first lockdown, the fact that both the state and the citizens were struggling with what to do and what not to do. And I think for me, that was the first moment that I felt the impact of COVID-19 on women, because I remember in the first couple of weeks, all the helplines were co-opted for reporting COVID-19 cases. So immediately, the hotlines that we usually used for reporting cases of violence were switched off, and they were used for reporting instead infections. That was the first issue. So that means women and children had nowhere to report cases from. So for me, that was the first in terms of when we're responding. But also I remember in the first set of guidelines, we did not have specific consideration, gender considerations, looking at women's unique maternal functions. So women that were expecting struggled in the first, you know, a few weeks of the lockdown to access health facilities because of the strict nature of the restrictions, but also the fact that the security forces were struggling in terms of enforcement. How much do we enforce? The requirements for getting permission to access a health facility were quite heavy. You had to go to an RDC's office and all of that. And there are certain functions of women that cannot wait, that are not time bound. So that was that had a very negative impact on the reproductive rights of women. But broadly, because the way we live changed, there was a very disappropriate impact on women and girls in homesteads. One, we were locked down, so the families had more people than they usually do. And we know before COVID already, we have society that has set out gender roles in our homes. There are certain elements of a woman's life that determine if they are good women or not. Yes. These roles are assigned by society, and as you grow, you find yourself fitting within a certain role.
Set up, yeah.
And the way these roles are structured, you find women and girls perform similar roles. So what my mother does, I also end up doing this. Yeah. So this increased the care burden on women. Some of these roles, apart from the domestic chores, is also caring for the sick. We know that this squarely really rests on women. The bigger percentage of women handle care for the elderly, for the sick, and so this really rests on them, and the girls as well. So because of these pressures, you realize that there was a distortion in roles within homestead, and it fueled a lot of violence. The number of domestic violence cases spiked, and I can say this from a point of authority because we respond to cases of GBV. So I can tell you the number of gender-based violence cases went up. Beyond that, there were very many cases of sexual violence, especially incest in homes. Very many young girls that we rescued had survived incest. They were survivors of incest within families, by caretakers, by boys in the homes, by their parents. So this in itself made homes a risky venture for young children who were out of school and are also in the home. But also we saw that the reality of the majority of women working in the informal sectors was visible. So Ugandans for the first time realized who really runs the informal economy. So when they were talking about markets and who runs them, who does work in the markets, majority of those were women who now had to be locked up in the markets, at the same time also provide for their families. And in this process, most of them were exposed to sexual violence because they were sharing spaces and sanitary facilities with men in most of the markets. But also just the risk of disease, sleeping in that open space and being able to, fend for a living was a challenge. I remember one case where a lady was working in the market, and then she would send a rider to deliver food for her children. And then the rider defiled the daughter, the eldest daughter, who was 8 years old, an 8-year-old. So the risks associated with that was also immense. And of course, the fact that there was a limitation in the number of people that could stay in the markets meant that there was a significant proportion of women that could not now, earn from what they were doing in the markets and selling of food commodities and all of that. But also the manner in which enforcement was done left a lot of injury on women. I think you saw on the media so many cases where the security forces used unnecessary force on women who were coming to the streets to sell food and do all of this. So the already existing inequalities were further deepened because of the new normal. Not that these things started because of COVID, but they were deepened in that process. But also, most importantly, the digital divide, especially in young people. We know that, of course, schools were disrupted. They're still disrupted up to now, and there were now alternatives to learning that emerged due to COVID-19. So many children moved from physical learning to online learning, and you realize that many children, especially in the rural areas, already could not access learning. This is for both boys and girls. But beyond this, girls were affected differently. Why? Because they're taken up doing household work. They're taken up doing care work with their mothers. So at the end of the day, you realize that girls cannot make time for studies. Girls cannot even access the digital space to learn. But also beyond this, as a coping mechanism, we know many families that co-opted their girls for marriage just because it was a means for survival in that moment. So, I mean, children have lost a significant amount of time at home, and many parents believe that, this situation may not change, so why don't I just give my daughter away to marriage? That was part of, that disappropriate impact. So you can see that the impact was both economic, social, but also political, because we had elections while we were battling with the pandemic as well, and how many women could give up what they were doing to participate in the election cycle. How many women could leave the household work and go and vote, for example. So that in itself was an issue. But also with the clampdown on some of the NGOs, and especially women's rights NGOs, it was very difficult for women to participate effectively during this period. And most of this was done in the pretext of, trying to enforce restrictions around COVID-19 and social distancing and all of that. So most women couldn't participate.
Mercy, you've given us like a 360-degree analysis of how COVID has affected women's rights, literally from all angles. But I'm curious to know, government put in place a couple of measures, to try to protect the spread of this virus. And I'm wondering, are there those that you think, what's your view of those from the angle of protecting women's rights, the different COVID measures that were put in place? How did those affect or enhance women's rights during the pandemic?
I think as a country, largely we struggle with gender mainstreaming already. It's already a struggle. Yes. And so it's no wonder when they were putting together the COVID task force, there was not much consideration given to the gender dimensions. I remember some of the pronouncements by key government officials that were saying that domestic violence is not a big issue.
Sad.
And yet within the first month, there was a spike in the number of cases police was reporting of death from domestic violence. So for me, first of all, not having a gender mainstreaming perspective at the point of, bringing together the task force, both at national level, but also at regional level, that was already a problem. But also the amount of resources that were committed to responding to, the gender-based violence related issues, or just an engendered response. When you're measuring vulnerabilities, when you're measuring the impact of this on different groups of people, how much investment are you making to ensure that the vulnerable groups, especially women, are covered? But also, when it comes to even the measures that around awareness on COVID, not many of the messages, save for the ones by civil society, were targeted to address some of these inequalities that are deepened by COVID-19. And for me, I felt like that was a very big problem. Even the briefs to our security forces, for them to be able to appreciate that, how they enforce, because within the enforcement guidelines, I know that, for example, a male officer cannot handle or arrest a woman. But we saw this happening on the media. And that in itself goes to show that we did not prepare enough to respond to the challenges that would be presented by COVID-19, but also in the workforce. Having to issue guidelines that preserve or protect the rights of women in the formal and informal space, because we know many organizations and groups laid off people due to the impact of COVID-19, but we also know again that this affected women a lot more, because in the leisure and tourism industry, we know most of the informal workers that work there are women and girls, and so we saw how that really affected them in that process. So I still believe that we could have done better, but even beyond that, having come out of the first lockdown, in preparing relief packages, especially economic relief to entrepreneurs, we should have mainstream gender in those interventions, because you know that the group of women affected from the informal sector is huge. So as you prepare economic relief, especially to the informal sector and the business sector broadly, you should specifically and deliberately target women in those spaces, because you know that majority of those affected are them.
Someone could think if you're not putting a tough burden on the government, but it's not my assessment to make. Let's go for
they made a commitment. They made a commitment to mainstream gender.
Yes, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Today we're discussing the effects of COVID-19 on women's rights, and with me in studio is Miss Mas Grace Munduru from Action Aid Uganda. Let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back. Mercy, welcome back to our last segment.
Thank you,
of the show.
Thank you.
So we ended at a point when we were discussing the sort of what government did, and you painted a fairly sad picture, or perhaps a very sad picture actually of the situation. And I would want to know, don't you think there are a couple of things that could have worked well, that you think maybe government did well, that intervention in as far as protecting women's rights is concerned, and the positive, that we can report?
Well, because you have asked, I will now. That was a joke. I think there were also, there were some wins, I must say, in certain areas. I remember after advocacy, government did take up civil society and their placement within the different task forces, from the national to the regional, which I think was very important in terms of also mainstreaming interventions and merging them with some of the work that development partners are doing. I know that very many civil society organizations had to reprogram around COVID-19 as well, but before that level of advocacy, it was difficult to channel those interventions to the communities. So I think giving that relief and also ensuring that we had passes to run, especially response actions, was very important, and I appreciate that from the state. I also know that some major resources were committed to communities, and some of the vulnerable groups that were targeted were women within families, both in the urban and rural areas, and for that I would like to commend the state, and also the fact that the police was able to continuously give an update on the issue of gender-based violence. A lot of the information we were able to receive up to that point came from the police, who were in direct contact with different sections of society when civil society could not function. So I believe them being able to highlight that as part of what they were observing also is what led to heightened advocacy around issues of women's rights and COVID. So yeah.
Okay. It's always important to give credit, like you said. Mercy, COVID is here now. We have no idea when it will go. Worst case scenario, we could get another pandemic or any other disaster like this, say in 5-10 years. We hope it doesn't happen, but worst case scenario, it could happen. And I'm sort of anxious to know, what lessons do we learn from COVID, from the COVID response now, and how would we protect women's rights if we got ourselves in a similar situation? What are those pointers you give to government of Uganda? Say, okay, to protect women's rights under extraordinary times like this, these are my 1, 2, 3, 4 bullet points that you think we should think about in future if we have to continue dealing.
I must say we're in that future. Right now we're still battling COVID-19.
Yes,
the fact that we're anticipating a third wave, but we're also still seeing cases of COVID, especially the second wave in our country. So I still think we're partially still in that COVID mode. But ultimately, from the first lockdown to now, there are so many lessons for us to learn.
Yes.
The first is for us to appreciate the fact that these inequalities do exist. And that unique situations like COVID-19 pandemic just deepen these inequalities. And COVID-19 for me also was a way to measure how much we've done as people interested in promoting women's rights. How far have we gone in curing this issue? Because the way it manifested in these uncertain times was quite different from what we ordinarily already know. Many of us are always out of our homes, so we do not pay attention to so many things. But the fact that people were living in the same space and we started to see different manifestations presented the reality of inequality, the reality of the unpaid care work that we always speak about in different spaces. So I think, one, we need to have a proper policy around pandemics and especially pandemic response, because what this does is it then streamlines the different actions by the state, by the non-state actors, by the private sector, for us to be able to prepare and respond when we are caught in a situation where we must perhaps implement certain restrictions. Because if we do not have guidelines, we will implement the restrictions, but we may end up contributing to the problem.
Yes.
There's a bigger problem beyond COVID-19 and responding to it. You may respond to COVID-19 and end up seeing an upsurge in the number of deaths from domestic violence. So it's very important for us to have that national level policy guideline, because this is not the first pandemic. We may be battling COVID-19, but there could be another pandemic more serious than COVID-19, God forbid, but it could happen. But if it does, then what happens? What have we learned in terms of policy? That policy would guide our actions, and it would guide what the state can do and what steps they should take, right from assembling a task force to the kind of interventions, to the kind of resources that are allocated. But also beyond this, one of the key learnings is the issue of gender-responsive public service. How accessible are services?
That's a good concept.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How accessible are services? Health, education, and all of this, how accessible are they? What are the inequalities that exist?
In those sectors.
Because there are certain communities where people could not access health facilities. Remember, you cannot use bikes, you cannot drive cars, and you're stuck. The nearest health center to you is kilometers away. So what happens? These are the realities. And in the condition in which a woman could be, how would they then access such a service?
Even if they allowed bikes, how many women can ride bikes?
Exactly. Exactly. So the issue of gender-responsive public service is very important. We must ensure that in the services, the public services that the state provides, that we're gender-responsive. That is very, very important. And it's a key development indicator, by the way, because the majority of our population is women. And you cannot speak about development when the majority of your population is not empowered or protected. For me, that is wrong. And then we must address the issue of digital divide. What is the alternative to physical learning? Which is a big question. We've not answered it. Because as I speak now, we are not yet seeing children back to school. And this could continue because we're going to open in phases as a country, at least from the last... Studying. Well, exactly. Those are the divides I'm talking about. So those inequalities exist. What impact that this have on us as a country? What are the alternatives? What are the alternative strategies that will encourage female participation? Even if you have online is there, but how many people access TVs? And even where TV is being accessed, how many girls in homesteads have time to sit and learn if it's not deliberate? You realize most of them cannot. Why? Because they are burdened by care work. Laundry. We must invest in awareness creation around issues of gender. I know it's a topic that people run away. When you tell people you're a feminist or a promoter of women's rights, they look at you like a problem. But these are realities. That is why we are where we are. That is why people are poor. This is the issue. Because if as a woman I spend my productive hours doing unpaid care work, then I am a driver of poverty in your home. Yeah. So those are conversations we must start having. Because if we become conscious about these facts, that means within the homestead we're able to enable our girls have time to study. We're able to reduce the burden of women by sharing roles at home and ensuring that the burden is not entirely resting on one. But also we need to enhance our GBV response. Because as I speak, we have only about 13 shelters. And how many districts do we have? Over 130.
Yeah, and still counting.
And still counting. And still counting, over 100. But you have 13 GBV shelters. So
by the
what
government
happens?
of Uganda? Or those
Well, right now they're being run by the development agencies, though in partnership with the state. But the funding for it really is from development partners.
13.
Yes, they're 13. So that is a big problem, right? That's a very big problem, because that means in very many places where these issues are happening, women do not have where to go. The police, the way it is structured now, does not have space to shelter women who have been abused or children who have been abused in their homes. I spoke about incest. When a child has been abused in their home, you're supposed to find alternative space. But now if a police station does not have that, in Arua, a story happened where a child was rescued during COVID, had run away from home, and so they brought this child to a particular police post, and they didn't have where to keep the child. So there was a vehicle outside where they tried to cushion, the child as they look for alternative space. The child escaped and was discovered dead. So that is just one of the examples, that sometimes children run away from abuse, but they don't have where to go. So we must invest in response mechanisms so that women have where to go, because ultimately for me, women are a development issue, that we cannot speak about reducing poverty, we cannot speak about progress as a country when the majority of your population remains disempowered or remains, you know, at that level at which they are uneducated, poor, and they cannot fend for their families. For me, that is a big question. So it must be at the heart of the work of government, but also development partners as well. Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at you and, you know, visualizing a future Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
I can be a serious one. And by the way, that ministry, if you look at how much resource is being allocated to the different ministries, it's among the least. What does that show you about our priorities?
Mercy, so many issues to talk, perhaps not so much time to dissect all of them. But I think for viewers, the key takeaways from Mercy today is that protecting women's rights is our core responsibility. It belongs to government, but also to us as individuals. But more importantly, for the government of Uganda, you have the mandate of investing in putting in place the necessary infrastructure to protect women's rights. Is it putting in place GBV shelters? Is it about, you know, putting in place good laws and everything? All those things that Mercy has explained today highlight the need for government to be cautious, gender responsive, and to think about vulnerable sections of our community when we're designing interventions in tough times like this we find ourselves in because of COVID-19. With that, viewers, we've come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom. Next week, we'll discuss yet another human right which has been affected by the virus. For now, it's a bye.
Now I'm going to talk to my people.
Yes.
Because I like what, as we are saying, vive la France, vive la francophonie. So, le leadership, c'est quoi? Le leadership, ce n'est pas le fait d'intimider les gens ou bien de dominer les gens, non. Le leadership, c'est le fait d'aider les gens à suivre le bon chemin. Parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, ils ne savent même pas par quel chemin emprunter. Il y a des gens qui ont même étudié, mais ils ne savent pas quel business ils doivent faire. Maintenant, l'idée, quand tu rencontres une personne pareille, tu vas l'orienter. Non, tu peux faire mieux que ce que tu fais. Non, la peur que tu as là ne va pas te tuer. Tu peux aller au-delà de la peur. L'idée, c'est comme j'avais donné l'exemple, allow me to go a little bit deeper. J'avais donné l'exemple ici en français, en anglais, pardon. La vidéo que j'avais vue à propos de chiens, il y avait un groupe de chiens au niveau du Canada et il n'y avait pas de l'eau. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y avait, la neige, il n'y avait pas la place pour que tout le monde puisse boire de l'eau. Mais il y avait seulement une petite place pour le boss que je vais appeler. Et il ne voulait pas que les autres puissent venir boire de l'eau, comme il était boss. Il intimidait les gens. Mais il y avait un petit garçon, un petit chien qui était là à côté. Il a eu l'idée de briser la glace, là où il y avait pas, parce que l'eau était en dessous et il n'y avait pas moyen de boire, mais le petit chien a brisé et tout le monde a vu ce qu'il faisait. Ils sont venus, ils ont commencé à briser et tous ont profité avec l'eau potable. Et le boss était laissé comme un vaurien. Personne ne le faisait encore confiance parce qu'il n'était pas là pour les aider. Il était là pour le faire peur, les intimider. Mais l'idée, c'est quelqu'un qui est là pour aider quelqu'un à avancer jusqu'à son destin, à sa vision. Parce que nous avons tous nos visions, mais c'est la peur des fois qui nous arrête. Merci mon ami.
let me take this opportunity. Yeah. I know everybody is watching me. My fellow Ugandans, my fellow youth, my fellow brothers and sisters, please, everything is possible. You can never regret before you die. I know people, they have degrees, masters and what, but they are looking for something to do. They are waiting for, they are applying for job opportunities. But you can create your own project. You can create it. You understand? Yeah. You can do something, because for me, I came from the foot of the mountain. You understand? Everything is possible. So, however much you have a degree, you have what? You will be keeping on looking for job. No jobs. But you can start with something small. Think what you can do. Everything you can do. You can start with something small. You have seen the way how for me I started. I think you saw the park, the small park, which I started with. Now check. Right now Uganda is proud of that park. But I thought that park was mine at the beginning. I thought, man, I've made this park. But the day when I realized it, that is the time when the community came together and started, from the community, that park is no longer for the community. At the beginning, it was mine. It jumped off from me. It went to the community. It jumped away from the community. It went for Nakawa. It jumped from Nakawa. So now it's for the whole Uganda.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
But remember where I started from. Yeah. That's why I say, my fellow Ugandan, my fellow brothers and sisters, sit, think what you can do. It can expand at any time.
To be an engineer. When I joined my Form 5, my dad asked for a PCB math. Back then we used to do a long combination. And I changed the combination because I didn't want to do biology. I didn't want to do the biology. I wasn't interested in medicine. Yeah. But he talked to me. He didn't punish me. Later on, I changed back to the course. And then there I was, went to campus, went for a medical course, and I'm out here.
Okay.
Yes.
And doctor, before we get into our second part, which is the management of change and development within self, which is what I'm basically taking you through, either in a business or a similar organization and at the nation level.
Right.
You trained as a medical doctor, and we see you now transiting to another area which is very interesting that we have not seen many people in Uganda. That's managing change.
Okay.
What would you describe change management in your understanding as is to many of our viewers?
How would I describe change management?
Yes.
Well, I would initially say, I talk something about change. Change is something inevitable and irreversible. Once change comes, you have to move. It either changes you or you change with a change.
Yes. Hygiene, because impression is key.
Yeah.
Remember, you're serving coffee. Coffee is so simple. If you, I don't know if you have some coffee cups here. I will show this. You can find a very small cup, and you have to do a pour over there.
Yeah.
So if you're dirty, you have to, you have to be so hygienic.
Yeah.
Where you work from, the way you present yourself,
yeah.
Are you attractive? You yourself, you're the first marketeer of your coffee.
Yeah.
Because people may come to the station and they maybe they have never taken coffee. Does that mean you will never sell your coffee? No. But if you present yourself well,
yeah.
You tell some people you look nice, you dress well, you smell well, they can even give you audience.
Yeah.
You talk to them about the coffee and the advantages.
Yeah.
Convince them, but you not convince somebody when you're stinking, you're looking shabby, you know. Nobody can allow you to brew their coffee when you're ramshackled. Hygiene matters.
Yeah.
Your personal hygiene, the sanitation at your station, it really matters.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. And
there is no excuse for that.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and she would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
So I would have expected that at least, you know, the president would have appointed immediately, probably the Minister of Health, to support the process because he has all the powers. But you see, between that period until the Minister of Health was appointed, we were in a vacuum of there's no Minister of Health. So what COVID-19 law were we implementing? Because we can't implement the presidential directives.
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today, we discuss yet another important area which has been affected by the rule of law. As you may be aware, in the previous editions, we talked about different rights that have been affected by the virus. We've talked about labor rights. We've talked about human rights broadly as a theme. We've talked about access to justice and all those other things. Today, we delve into another sensitive area which is important for our democracy as a country, and that's the issue of rule of law, what does rule of law mean? What does it mean for you and I on any given day? What do we need to do to protect rule of law? What challenges has COVID-19 posed on the rule of law in Uganda? These and many questions are going to be unpacked by my guest today, who is none other than Mr. Michael Aboneka. Michael is a social justice lawyer who works for Action Aid Uganda, where he coordinates the civic space and governance work. He's also a partner at Thomas & Michael, a general practice law firm in Kampala, and does many things himself. If you go online, you will read more about Michael and the stuff that he does. But for today, we're having Michael to tell us, more about, rule of law and how the intersection with COVID-19. Michael, you're very welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm glad to be here to discuss this very important subject.
Sure. How have you been?
I've been great. It's been a roller coaster of things. From COVID-20 to COVID-19 to COVID-2021. So I'm even not sure whether we should call this COVID-20 or 19 or 21. But we are carrying on.
Great. I mean, you work at Action Aid. I know that broadly you work around social justice issues.
Yes.
Perhaps we could start by slightly understanding what this animal social justice is and the work that you do around it.
Thank you. The thing about social justice is really about how everyone, regardless of their color, sex, age, are able to receive services from the state, and they're able to, their rights are respected, protected, and that everyone around them, be it a state, be it a non-state actor, they are protecting them and making sure that they are number one list on their list, that your neighbor doesn't go hungry, that you are able to ensure that there is sanity, there is sanity in your neighborhood. That is still social justice, that you care for everyone. So we believe that social justice, if everyone catered for everyone the way they would want to be catered for, then this world and this country will be a better place.
I mean, that's quite a workload that you have.
Yes.
And well, I know you've read about Action Aid and your work in the media and a bit of challenges you had a couple of years back in the course of doing your work. So today we're discussing rule of law. People argue that rule of law is a core ingredient of a democracy, or rather for any democracy. It might be correct to say our democracy as well,
yes.
If any. But I thought I could pick your mind first on understanding this concept. When you talk about rule of law, what exactly are we talking about?
Yes, I want to say that, you see, rule of law is that golden thread in the fabric of governance, or fabric of society. So fabric is like a cloth,
yes.
And then you have that golden thread that is moving, across that fabric, and that is rule of law. Be it a clan, be it a home, where else? Family, down there at the butchery, wherever. There is some sense of order, and that order is brought by certain components. So rule of law, simply, there are three words: the rule, and then the law, and then of course the conjunction is of. And if you play with that conjunction, things turn around.
Okay.
You've heard people say rule by law.
Yes.
That is totally opposite, with the rule of law. So rule of law, I want everyone to understand that it is not, an astronomical thing that only guys that got the Mars need to understand. It is simply that we are all the same.
Okay.
We all adhere to the principles set, be it at your school, be it dormitory, there are dormitory heads, be it border associations, be it tax drivers associations. Even prisoners, they have that guy. Katikiro, depends, I think they used to call them chachi, whatever it is. There is a certain semblance of principles. Others call it rubric, whatever language you want to use. And then that everyone respects it. Everyone. So it is one thing to have laws, principles in place, and another for everyone to respect the same. Simple example, here in Kampala, how many people drive on road islands during traffic? I've even seen cars that belong to, the red number plates.
Yes.
People are not patient. They want to actually drive on the road islands. But yet the law says the traffic rules are simple. Follow the lanes, drive on the left, keep your seatbelt on. But people never do that. So you see, the point is that once everyone adheres to principles, then everyone will be alive and everyone will reach in time. So it's just about that. So adherence. The other important thing is about equality.
Yes.
I come from a social justice background.
Yes.
I am a social justice activist. Equality is very important. It is 2 years now, and the majority of Ugandan children have not gone back to school. But I'm told there are others who are studying.
Yes.
So then what makes those different from those in Kabera Maido? That those in Kabera Maido, they have not even received even an area of the radio that that was promised. Okay?
Yes.
But we hear others are going to school, you hear people are Zooming, you hear all this. That breeds inequality.
Yes.
In 2 years' time, the country, Uganda, is going to have the same age mates, but who are different in terms of knowledge,
yes,
who are different in terms of understanding things and opportunities, and then we are going to have a crash. And then we shall not be able to live harmoniously because now the inequality will be big. It also means accountability. The COVID funds. Let me make a very interesting observation. Spice Diana brought matoke, eggs, and all those things, the means of health, during that time of COVID to help. But so who ate that matoke? So I want to know, did the end of the patients eat? They brought a lot of flour, baking powder. Everyone was donating. Cars. But then you hear the patients are saying they're only giving us portion beans. The matoke and the eggs that were donated, where did they go? It comes as simple as that.
Yeah.
And because of that, I actually started a hashtag called Follow the Money Uganda.
Yes.
Follow the Money UG. Let us follow the COVID money. The district tax forces received 150 million shillings. And then the MPs were told to return that money to the district tax forces.
Yes.
And then as they receive that, the Minister of Finance tells them, bring it back to the center.
Yeah.
But what did the 150 million do? That is rule of law. It's accountability. If anyone walked to any district leadership, will they be able to give them that? Recently, they are telling every Ugandan to go and vaccinate. In Wakiso, the health assistants didn't show up. The Ugandans lined up to get vaccinated, and the health officials didn't show up because their allowance had not been given to them.
Accountability.
Someone says, but we sent it. Accountability.
I mean, Michael, you sort of highlight 3 key pillars.
Yes.
One is
adherence to
principles.
Yes.
2 is equality, and the third tenet is accountability. I mean, very important thing. Perhaps one of the struggles we have as a country, and you articulate the ideas, very eloquently. But I'm curious to know that this idea, what's this legal basis? Because you could be just telling me fancy things you read in textbooks or things you check out in American journals or publications in the EU, and then but our reality, we're in Uganda.
Yes.
So I'll just ask, what makes rule of law as a concept binding on Uganda? Is there a law that prescribes for it in Uganda or in the region, even the global stage?
Thank you. You see, we're talking about rule of law and their principles. So in Uganda, we have a number of laws, but the chief law, the chief law, and in Uganda it's even better, they call it Semateka, is the constitution of the Republic of Uganda.
Yes.
But in Uganda they call it Semateka. You've heard of Namunswa? The queen of the anthill.
Yes.
So there are those names. So the chief law is the constitution.
Yes.
And the constitution is the effect that this is the supreme law of the country.
Yes.
And any other laws emanate from this constitution. Even if it is that clan taking a decision. You've heard of people who say when a girl gets pregnant, we roll them off a cliff and they die.
Yes, yes.
But the constitution is saying if there is any custom that says otherwise to the constitution, that custom is null and void, because everyone's right to life has been preserved by the constitution, which is the supreme. So the constitution is telling us no one should die except if court has sentenced you to death.
Yeah.
Now, if you a clan leader, in all your glory, you think that you can just roll down someone's daughter, off the cliff and they die, then you are going against the law. Therefore, you're going against the rule of law, because you're not respecting the constitution. So out of the constitution, there are various laws. And the constitution gives parliament to make power. At some point, parliament also delegated some functions of making law to the minister. The issue of COVID-19, all these regulations that people have been hearing about.
Yes.
By the way, they think that they're presidential. They think that these laws are by the president.
Yeah. I know we'll come to analyze that. Yes.
But that's a minister's function. So we wanted to have a situation where not every time you'll have to call MPs to sit. So somewhere in the constitution, in the acts of parliament, the parliamentarians delegated some of that function to the minister, but also to be exercised judiciously and not in a wanton manner.
Yes.
That Mr. Ochom is a difficult man. Let me make a law and say that he will not eat food for the rest of his life. No. It has to be judiciously so that we promote a harmonious society.
So that's at the Ugandan level.
Yes.
Do you have anything at the regional and the international stage?
Yes, we do. For example, the issue about law outside Uganda, and people have also argued it alongside sovereignty. We are Uganda. Don't tell us what we can do. But you see, Uganda is a signatory to many international law. So we have in the region, probably you can look at the African Union level, and then internationally there are various principles, there are various protocols, there are various laws that Uganda is party of. For example, the law on against discrimination of women, there is an international framework on the civil and political rights.
Yes.
There are many, there are many, but you see, the point is, most of those have to be brought back home, which is called domesticating.
Yes.
So, for example, the African Charter on Elections, Democracy and Good Governance, which I've worked on diligently for about 2 years, we are asking, has this been domesticated in the country? And actually we find out that almost the entire charter is all falls with our constitution. So Uganda signed it but hasn't yet ratified it. So we hope that it can. So those are some of the examples of both international and regional frameworks. And by the way, when your governments go and negotiate things there and sign, they are signing on your behalf. So you also now have to respect and follow.
And thank you so much, Michael. You give us a good background to this conversation, because now we're sure that we're discussing something with the legal backing. And I think this is time for us to go for a quick break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. Today we are sitting with Mr. Michael Aboneka from Action Aid to discuss rule of law and its intersection with COVID-19 in Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals. Oxygen should be there. Health workers should have gloves. Teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television, proudly brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Today we're discussing rule of law and how it has been affected by COVID-19 in Uganda as part of our You and the Law COVID edition series that basically explains the various aspects of human rights that have been affected by COVID-19. And today we have Mr. Michael Aboneka from Action Aid Uganda, a social justice lawyer, very passionate activist. Michael, you're welcome from the break.
Thank you.
So before we went for a break, you gave a clear picture of the law around this concept of rule of law.
Yes.
But also we know that for any law or idea to be enforced, some people have to do some work.
Yes.
And so normally the starting point is always the government, because we talk about international law, the state is the party. So we thought, what obligation does the state have to ensure rule of law in Uganda? Before we talk about the citizens, I think let's start from the biggest duty bearer.
Yes.
Yeah.
And since I'm a social justice activist, I like to begin and say that the state's primary responsibilities are two. Is to protect the citizens and also ensure that the citizens make wealth and that they are alive. So whether you use law and whatever means, you have to make sure citizens are protected. Okay? But that you can't sing about peace and yet people are being attacked in the night and things like that. So the government is, actually I want to use the word state.
Yes.
Because states are, are mechanisms. They are here. They have institutions. They have mechanisms of delivering this. So it is interesting that now the state has to ensure we have policy, which translates into law, and implement it. At the same time, those in state must respect it.
Yes.
So they are implemented as a dual role. So they implement it, at the same time they must respect it. By and large, they have forgotten they have forgotten the other part of respecting it to being just the ones of implementing it, and they remove themselves from the usual citizen of Uganda. That's why someone will come and say, me, I'm a minister, I can't line up. Me, I'm this and this. But you see there's an issue of equality. So the state has to implement. If it's a constitution, You have, for example, the Fish Act. You know, there's a minister in fisheries and agriculture. They are supposed to ensure that actually they implement that. If you're supposed to give people licenses to, you know, fish, and also the guys who use canoes transport people across. You don't just go actually and do it. There's a whole process of you have to apply to Ministry of Works, and they give you a license for you to be able to do that. You don't just wake up and take a boat and then you start doing that. No, there's a whole legal process.
Yes.
There's also a whole legal process on just everything you think about. There's always a way out. So what that means is that good law should be able to abide and bound everyone. In the Constitution, it is only the President who is not above the law, but he has immunity.
Yes.
I think under Article 98 of the Constitution, that he can't be subject to civil and criminal proceedings. Now, some of us who are stubborn in terms of, you know, the academia world, so we ask ourselves, so you can't actually proceed with divorce proceedings against the president, whether the president is a woman or a man, because divorce is a civil issue. So are you saying that if I am tired of this man or woman, I can't proceed?
Isn't there a caveat on the kind of actions you can bring against the president? I thought it's referred to the cause of their work.
The cause of their work. I think so, but you see many people are hiding that blanket. And we haven't had enough jurisprudence on that
issue.
Because the ones we've seen are election petitions. At that point, you are not president.
Yes.
So we want to see whether that is also possible, because we need to test our law. That is just a by the way.
Yes.
But the other important point is that the state is the custodian of this law, everything they sign. The other day I was just doing research this morning, the 9 million radios that we're supposed to receive, there is a contract that was awarded over billions of shillings to a company. So someone signed that contract, the AG and whatever, they are custodians of that, but Ugandans know what's happening. So even if they stopped the process, had they given the money out or not? Where is that? So government is the custodian of all these things. The other thing that the government does is to ensure that it is implemented to the latter. So then police comes in. Everyone has a role to play. The police is to ensure law and order. So once there is law and order, then you have rule of law. It is just as simple as that, a given. So wherever, so there are deviations that happen, that, you know, everywhere. Because people say crime is as old as human beings.
Yes.
Adam was the first one to defy. But that doesn't mean that we should continue in the Adam spirit.
Yes.
You know, later God forgave him. You know, depending on where you read that from. But he was punished together with Eve. So that's what the good law is supposed to be, that it is for everyone. It doesn't act retrospectively. And I want to address the issue of cobweb law. You know, we've had instances where there's cobweb law. Cobweb law is that you make a law only for small insects to grab small people, and then the big guys cannot be held by that law. So it's called selective justice. You apply law selectively. It is supposed to be applied equally. Yes.
So Michael, we need to switch gears now and see. I know you've been pointing to this in the course of our conversation. So looking at the COVID-19 pandemic that came and altered our normal way of life.
Yes.
How has the pandemic affected rule of law, the application of the concept of rule of law in Uganda?
Yeah, just like everyone always blame the devil. Everyone is blaming COVID.
Yes.
But look here. We knew about COVID in 2019, so we're supposed to have been prepared. And a lot of supplementary budgets have happened. Now, COVID-19 to me is not the problem. The problem is whoever has been managing the situation. Now, I want to say I had problems from the very start concerning the rule of law and COVID-19. How? It looked to me, and I've actually written about it, even if you Google, that we did not have any plan. We were just gambling. You know, something happens, then all of a sudden there is a presidential address, and then after 3 hours, people are saying, what did he say? What did he say? Yeah. And then he says, I'll come back to clarify. Then he comes, and then you're like, so what exactly are we going with? Yes. And then before the 2 weeks are elapsed, they come and postpone. Like, there was no plan. Presidential directives are not law. And I want to repeat that.
Contentious area, yes.
I have said it several times that they are not law until they are reduced to what the law is supposed to be. Now, there is nowhere, especially dealing with the pandemic, because the pandemic is a health issue, and it has been treated under the Public Health Act.
Yes.
One of the first things the minister was supposed to do is to declare COVID-19 as an infectious disease. So the minister was supposed to pass that instrument. After that, then you go ahead to make regulations that can actually help to prevent. I think the last time I checked, there were over 19 statutory instruments
under the Public Health Act.
Under the Public Health Act, but signed by the minister.
Yeah. I
have a problem. The president would speak, and immediately people want to implement the presidential directives.
In fact, if police stop you, they'll tell you that you're violating the presidential directives.
Yes,
they never cite any law.
Yes, they will tell you, we are arresting you because you are. They will even say you are disrespecting the president. So you're wondering what is the law? They're just quoting the president, yes. And that is very bad for rule of law. Ideally, this is what I expected: that the president comes and addresses the nation when there is an statutory instrument ready there. That gives it, as a fountain of honor and what have you. Yes, it gives it some bit of backing, legitimacy, and says the minister has done a job, and I call upon Ugandans to respect. But there are things he said which are not tenable in law, and then they couldn't actually put them in law. But the guys who had the LDUs who had just graduated were already saying, now we have to show the president that we have graduated. Yes. They caned people that very day, cars were impounded, but there was no law. Until I think the Law Society, and of course some of us made legitimate noise, and those people were released. Another problem, people were arrested in the night. Some were arraigned in court in the night.
Yeah.
How come we the lawyers were not allowed to go to court because it's curfew? But somehow there was a magistrate at some court to arraign people and remand them in the night. People have a right to have a lawyer. It is under our law. Equality for all. You must have a lawyer. You have a right to have a counsel. But they were denied that chance. People remanded in the night. It was terrible. So the presidential directives were really handled badly, especially the first lockdown. And there were many outcries because someone will just tell you, for me, the president has said. And I guarantee that most of those people were not even following the minister's statutory instrument, even when they came out. Yeah. For them, they will just wait and say, what is Mzee saying today? And while they are there, working on their sticks to cane people. So that was a problem. Yes. So there was also a problem with access to justice.
Yes.
Because then people cannot, first of all, they said that let the registries work. Okay? You can file your case. But the lawyers can't come.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah. And they said the criminal courts will continue to work.
Yes.
So they arrested people. Lawyers can't access them because they are saying that lawyers are not essential. But the Constitution says, at Article 23, you have a right to a lawyer, to a doctor when you're arrested, but the lawyer can't come. And we are in discussions of who is essential, who is not essential. So that also caused a little bit of problem. Because you see, the issue of fairness and equality and ensuring that everyone accesses justice is very key. Yeah. I also want to talk about the issue about impounding borders.
Oh yeah.
That was crazy. And the problem is, most of them had to pay money over 500,000 to have your border, released. But without any due process, it was just according to mood. And the mood is of how hungry did you find that police officer. You're hungry and angry. If it is the end of the month when they have received their money, maybe the mood might be different. So it was really bad. And it was just a wanton, surrounding of borders and caning people. So which is not the principle of rule of law. There should be due process.
Yeah, Michael, let's speak on from there after the break, because you seem to paint a picture that perhaps is so gloomy, but I'm wondering, are there areas we can celebrate as a country in the context of rule of law and COVID-19? Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Let's go for a quick break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with Michael Aboneka. Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host, and today we are discussing with Michael Aboneka from ActionAid Uganda to examine the effects of COVID-19 on the rule of law in Uganda. As you've been aware, we've been having a series of discussions around the various aspects of human rights which have been hard hit by this virus, and today we thought we would just have another conversation on this key area of the rule of law. Michael, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
When we're getting out for a break, you were explaining the challenges, and I said you're pointing a gloomy picture. But I'm curious to know, aren't there one or two things that we can celebrate? You can say the government did this and it was okay, this was fine, this was fine.
I am happy that finally we stopped implementing presidential addresses to now proper regulation.
Yes.
The prevention of COVID, or the spread of COVID-19, regulations passed by the minister under the Public Health Act. I was happy, and that was done. Secondly, again, this one has an issue with the rule of law.
Yes.
But in the second lockdown, you observe that they stopped, let me use the word, overbeating Ugandans. Because some were beaten. No, there were scandalous stories.
Yes.
A woman who was an LD poured oil on them because they had to go. Others were beaten because they had their veranda enter inside the house. So it was really bad. There were so many human rights violations during the process of ensuring that people don't die, but you're killing them. Even arrest. They are saying, we are arresting you for failure to social distance, but they are bundling you on the pickup.
To a cell.
Even on a pickup. Up to now, I still wonder which law and procedure tells the police guys that when you're arresting people, put them under the pickup, where they also put dead bodies, or the bodies of dogs they pick on the road. So that is inhuman and degrading. What is wrong with telling someone you're under arrest unless they're resisting arrest? But what they have in their mind, I've been arrested before. Before you sit there, the guy is putting his leg on your thigh, and you're wondering, what is it? Calm down. Can we go to the police station? Can you tell me why you're arresting me? They don't even know. The boss has said we come for you. But the Constitution says you should tell someone why they are being arrested. How many people were told, apart from saying presidential directive? Until the president said, stop beating Ugandans.
Yes.
That's when it stopped. Now, it is good they stopped, but I have a problem that it had to be the president to tell them. But we have the whole institutions. Where was the army spokesperson? Where was the director of human rights in police? Why didn't they come out and say, please don't? But always these guys are in Chankwanzi, they are always in refresher courses. Don't they know? And one of the courses they teach there is human rights. Don't they know that beating people is a bad thing? So it is good, but in terms of rule of law, institutions must be independent. That people shouldn't work because the president is watching. So at least that was good, that they stopped beating people. and that they now came back to their senses.
Okay.
But after withdrawing LDU, and then they said, we are taking them back to school. So I don't know whether they had come for clerkship, internship, and they failed.
You're very interesting, Michael, because even when you're explaining a good point, you're quick to point out a weakness in it. I mean,
well, I just said plainly.
Yes. Michael, so we are envisaging a situation. I mean, part of the objective of this show is really to reflect on what have we learned, what can we do best, because we can't be sure if COVID-19 is ending today, or it's even a last
or there's something else.
Yes, it could be something else, but of a similar magnitude that could happen in this country, even across the world. And we're wondering, Michael could be the next Minister of Justice or
or even
Affairs, the Attorney General, or even the President or Minister of Health or whatever. You could have a role to play, basically, in this country. And I'm curious to know, what would be those policy proposals that you would push to ensure that we protect the rule of law amid these extraordinary times? We admit that pandemics are not normal times. There's just the need to put things together. What are those things we learn from this COVID experience that we're going through that you think would help us deal with a similar pandemic 5-10 years from now?
That's a very good one, and I hope we are learning. You see, the only problem I have, I've been telling people that we love our country, but does our country love us? We talk these things. Is it a problem to talk about a pothole outside?
No.
So when I talk about it, and then you say that I am bad, then who is bad? The one who has left the pothole open, or me who is talking about it? So for some time, we've been taken for granted, but it's okay. There are many things we've learned. I am happy even now as police enforcers. Traffic jam in Kampala is crazy. People need to understand that many people actually switched from public transport to private transport because it is easy for them. So and the time for curfew still remained the same. So as a police person who is implementing this guideline, you need to have reasonableness, a degree of reasonableness. Discretion. And say, what am I going to do? It's traffic. So you allow, and I credit them for that. You allow some level of, 1 or 2 hours. Because what are you going to do with the people on the road? They are digging roads every now and then. Someone said some roads are like a pipeline. Today they dig here, tomorrow they dig here. That is again also another issue. Like in terms of planning, let's have guidelines. When this pandemic comes, what is the role of Parliament? Parliament was crying, we want to go and legislate. Many things are happening. They are passing under our, that was Parliament. Then you had people saying, shan't we go to school? Our right to education. Is anyone thinking about it? Then the market vendors, they are saying, you're saying that for us we should stay. But the ones who are coming and buying from us, they are coming every day and going back. But you're saying that for us we should stay. So who is bringing COVID and who is not bringing COVID? So we have learned in many sectors, the border sector, the taxi sector. What have we learned in terms of the taxi being, at half capacity?
Yes.
Does it work or not? Who enforces that people are wearing masks actually in the taxi? What have we learned? And then we must have a guideline of, I don't know whether we have actually in this country a policy on disaster, but we have a minister and we have a ministry. But I want to know, I want to hope that we have a policy. So that one should be able to guide, because tomorrow it will be something big. What happens if there is a fire like in Australia? All those big fires catching the city, what will happen? Shall we just collapse? And they call us to call us to call and say it is a doomsday. Let us all pray and die here. So we need to learn. It is okay. There are mistakes we've made, but progressively things have moved on well. We shouldn't wait for patients to cry that we are eating a lot of portion beans, and yet Spice Diner is bringing eggs. We shouldn't wait for people to complain. We shouldn't wait. We had issues of oxygen.
Yes.
And we've been calling for reclaiming public services. The health sector needs to be revised. Government should have an upper hand in regulating the health sector. You had issues of oxygen. You had issues of arrests of bodies. So we should learn from those. We shouldn't think that it is the end of it. There's need for policy review in terms of health, the policy review in terms of access to justice. We are still grappling. the other day I was having an issue with the court issuing guidelines following the presidential directives without law. I'm like, this is a type of justice. What should we do? And right now, actually now they are going into how to manage e-filing. I'm happy for that, out of COVID. So can we not just sleep and say, let's wait for another COVID to come, then we can, resurrect. Let us continue discussing. And
Leverage technology.
Yes, because it's going to help us as a country that I can file my application online and hear it online, and bail is granted, and that's it. So we need also to, the other point is to learn that some freedoms we need to respect. For example, I found that the right to dissent was one of those that were highly violated. The late Pastor Iga, rest in peace, the man asked a simple question, where is COVID? Get him and go and show him patients in Entebbe. Don't lock him up. The poor man died without knowing whether COVID was real or not. The right to dissent is an extension of the right of expression. That have a right to say, no, I don't think so. Then we engage at that level. So we need to promote the culture of debate in this country, that even away from misinformation. Now, another thing we need to learn is the issue of vaccination. It has caused a storm. Up to now, I'm still asking. Actually, I asked the Minister of Health, asked the PRO, and the Attorney General, what law are people using to stop Ugandans from accessing services because they don't have a card? Did you know that Ugandans are being, you can't go to some institutions, I won't mention them here, they have stopped people, they have stopped admitting people unless you have a COVID certificate. But that, under which law? First of all, people are struggling to get vaccines. And you're saying, some other DCs, I think in Soroti and somewhere, they are saying, you can't enter my office unless you have the card. But I've gone to line up to get the vaccine, and the nurse has not come because they didn't give her 40,000. So we need to learn from that and say, this is a respectable country. We love tourists, but we should also equally love Ugandans who keep the country for the tourists to come. So there is a lot to learn. I am happy now that people are progressive, that they are open to debate, and the debate should continue. But we shouldn't force vaccination on Ugandans. We need to tell them you can take a vaccine, and it should be progressive. We are 50 million, and we need to vaccinate about 4.8 million. And so far we have done 1 million. So what is the 3 going to do? We stay home until we wait? We can't. So we need to balance life, the economy, human rights. It's always a balance. We shouldn't say the right to health is the only right you have. You can't eat, you can't dance, you can't do everything. No. So I think we need to balance and listen to people more. Because people are saying, how come the churches are allowed up to 200? Me, my kaba, which takes maximum 30 people, I'm not allowed to operate.
Oh, I'm a musician.
Oh, I'm a musician.
In a crowd.
I can't perform in a crowd. But a pastor who is just singing the whole day, is allowed. So we need to balance. We need to balance. There is no right that is greater than the other. And I'm sure that they are doing that. And I'm happy that now they take conversation, they take debate. This country is for all of us. Even the discussions on bail and what have you, the congestion of the prisons. We need to decongest. I can tell you that the ratio of the convict and remandees has been 50-50. And now it has steadily moved to 43 to 47, which is still minimal. That you have over, 400,000 something, people on remand. They have never seen a judge. They don't know how a judge looks like, how he talks. And then they are there and that you are in prison. So we need to learn from all these things and say, what is the best way for our country? By the way, Uganda is known as a peaceful country. And I keep telling those people, but don't take us for granted. When you come here, respect the laws. And how come when everyone is leaving this country, they want to live well, they want to respect the laws of those countries they have gone to. When we come back and like, Gamba no go, what, all those things we are hearing. We need to respect ourselves first, and then it will be good for everyone else.
Michael, one of the issues that arose at the start of COVID-19, I think there was a lot of conversations around this, was whether the government of Uganda should have declared a state of emergency in order to deal with the pandemic. And the arguments for and against this. But from a governance lens, what are your thoughts on that proposal? What merits would it have brought or otherwise?
I think I was one of those who were proposing for it, but I also asked myself a historical question. Have we ever had a state of emergency in this country? Have they ever declared a state of emergency? When we have a state of emergency, what happens to this country? Are we able to actually manage? Because state of emergency, you're saying, guys, it is beyond us, and you're calling upon the international community to come and support you, which sometimes is a political thing. Yes. People have to show we are in control, just give us money, and we shall sort it. We'll handle things. But legally, and in the democratic lens, I think that was the best thing to do. You say what? You know what? Let's declare a state of emergency and handle everything ad hoc as it comes. Because now you had many people, battered. We would have avoided all these things. Then you have elections which are handled haphazardly, campaigns, suspended. So I'm even wondering how the people of Kampala voted, like basing on what? Yeah. That's why the incumbents were able to make it. But Michael, who has just come up and I want also to run, but I'm not allowed to campaign in Kampala. They don't know me. So on the ballot, they tick whoever they know. So a lot of, the citizens will, and Article 1, that they shall determine how they should be governed and who was stifled. So in that state of emergency, elections would have been postponed. Okay? You postpone the elections until, we are in a sane environment and have the elections.
But some people actually argue that much as there was no official state of emergency,
we
practically lived under one. I don't know what your sense on that could be.
Yeah,
as we come to the end of this year.
I agree, and I've told you that these things are always political. There is hybrid democracies, which I don't believe in.
Yes.
The hyphen democracy, these things of hybrid regime, or it is either democracy or not. So these guys have been running a hybrid sort of thing. So it is a state of emergency. So what they didn't just call it is a state of emergency. They just call it, the state of affairs. We're in the state of affairs, and this is how we are dealing with it. But it was intertwined because if you see, all actions were done, and then they sanitize later. Let me just give you a small example.
Yes.
Between May and July or August, we had no cabinet. We had no Minister of Health.
Even the budget was
yes. So at that point, I was asking whoever was implementing, and remember, the statutory instrument had expired. So I was asking, between this period, what COVID guidelines or COVID instruments were we implementing? So I would have expected that at least, the president would have appointed immediately, probably Minister of Health, to support the process, because he has all the powers.
Yeah.
But you see, between that period until the Minister of Health was appointed, we were in a vacuum of there is no Minister of Health. So what COVID-19 law were we implementing? Because we can't implement the presidential directives. So it was a hybrid indeed, and of course it works politically for some. But at the end of the day, we need to come down to, okay, we've learned our lessons. I hope we learn. Because one of the bigger things, problem I have is the non-responsive nature of those in power. Yeah. That they say, come we talk, but then they talk to you. You come participate, but then they participate you. So we need to find a way that we balance and say we love this country. Let us see what works for us. Yeah. But by and large, I want to salute the officers. I want to salute everyone, the health officials. There are those who lost their lives, rest in peace, and everyone who has continued to support the rule of law. Because people do that and they don't know. If you refuse to give a bribe to an officer, you're actually supporting rule of law. Yeah. If you do things the way they're supposed to, you have a role to play. Because citizens want government to do everything. But under Article 17, they have almost 10 obligations they're supposed to do. But then they just tell them one of them is paying tax and they forget others.
Thank you so much, Michael. Michael makes a very strong case for us as citizens to play our part in ensuring the rule of law, and more importantly, for the government of Uganda, like any other state, to put in place good laws that promote rule of law and democracy, but more importantly, respect those laws. This has been You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Next time we'll be having another topical discussion on another human right which has been affected by the virus. For today, we'd like to say thank you to our partners, Legal Hub Uganda and I4C Africa Hub for making this possible, and to Michael Aboneka from Action Aid Uganda for taking the time to be with us and have a discussion. Thank you so much. It's a bye from us here.
Itaranto. Hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu, kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu, ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe. Umwe amuha itarane eshanu, undi amuha ebyiri, undi amuha itarane imwe itagirira kabiri, maze umutware arazinduka. Maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za tarano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye. Uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza, agenzura amesha hano. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo, agenzuramo ebyiri, maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icobo, ayishamo ya tarano, aratinyuka arayitabaye. Nuko imitsi irayitindi irataha, maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye. Uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza, wansigiye eshanu zungutse izindi eshanu. Uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza, wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri. Shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza, nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike, nico gitumye mbegurira byinshi. Ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja. maze wa wundi wahawe itarane imwe agiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayivovota cane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye na munagane itaranto narayitavye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe ese ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasangaho inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itara n'icumi igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi bikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye
I want you to share with us from your experiences. You've been going quite a lot, traveling around the world and seeing these things in different, countries. What would you share with us today that we can pick from your experiences where you've been going that we can do down here at home and make it better in Africa, and which Abdul can pick, lessons from to go back and continue to impact the lives of people in these communities? Yes.
Yeah, I think when as we said at the beginning, like we as a community of citizens, we always like to be inspired.
Yeah.
And graffiti normally is about inspiration.
Yes.
You might say piece of mask, a piece of... but for example, for me, when I see most of the graffiti work, much of this work is conceptual. It's abstract. People don't understand it.
Yeah.
But if we could start from the area where people understand,
Yeah.
like for some of our icons, just imagine in Kawempe you have a beautiful graffiti wall of Geoffrey Oriema, of Philip Bombole Utaya, of Paul Cafero, of Fred Sebata. All these Peterson.
I think he has one already there of
Peterson. But then, of course, great piece.
Yes.
Great piece. But then
it's a recent thing. We need something.
So we're looking at how can we also start presenting work that is going to inspire our people, people that people need to remember. Like Peterson Mutebi, Misusera Segamwenge, all these people, the Byron Kawadwas. There are so many Ugandans that are very, very people are attached to. Just for example, like if GNL is emotionally attached to his graffiti wall mural, and then what is he going to do? He'll push it. He'll push his wall. So if Cliff Mutebi comes and sees his father's mural of Peterson Mutebi on the wall, he'll push it because he finds that inspiration. And that's meaning that you're growing your community. You're not just skilling them with hands-on, but you're also empowering them to feel proud of who they are and who are their parents or their ancestors are. So I think we need to start looking at how do we celebrate our own? How do we celebrate? I like the Rwandan piece. And I know, because when he was explaining the love of the city, I know there has been conflict and tension between Rwanda and Uganda. It speaks volumes. But at the same time, it is detaching from the Ugandans. They're like, how do we cultivate our own people to appreciate their own history? When you look at bigger cities, they always find those people that are very related or connecting to them. The conceptualization is also about, because there's someone saying that, no, I need to speak my mind, but you also need to connect to the community.
Thank you.
How does the community relate to this kind of work? This mural, which is at Alliancia, was done by a German team. But you find the way they were trying to create, in its abstract, they also try to bring in the Ugandan aspect of it by having the crane as part of the concept. So how do we connect our work to cultivate the love and the appreciation of our own communities, and also try to grow, make it as much better and much sophisticated in a way that it shows the maturity of your work. So for me, this is what I'd like to say, that scaling is not only about giving people hands-on skills, but it's also cultivating their minds, inspiring them, making sure that you are exposing them, you're kind of challenging them to think differently, to attract a different mindset.
mbakomboze igitaramo cy'iwacu iwacu turatarama ngwino urare maze ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore. Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki, akubwira inaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange, cyarutiruka mu bakemba, mu bakemba. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu, turatarama ngwinurare. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwinurare. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka.
Ebana biso tolinga kobina, ebana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo. Tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana,
tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro. Nkwibutsa umugani wa Nyashya na Baba, inkuru ya Saruhara rwa Nkomokomo, Cyacana ndetse na Ngunda. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu, turatarama ngwinurare. Aho dutaramiye nta rungu. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwinurare.
Tolingana nisokaka kosepela,
Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka turatarama ijoro tukarita hanze. Cyambere wampaye inka, cyuringanje cyuringanje. Reka ntugatsikire. Cyuringanje cyuringanje cyuringanje. Nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe.
français.
C'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi prendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio Bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre les français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez.
Viens ma sœur. À l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez.
Venez apprendre les français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez, venez. Oh, oh.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre les français.
Oh, oh, oh.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Le français est la étrangère la plus largement appris après l'anglais. Le français est la étrangère la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
Le français est la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine.
La mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Le français est la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine. La mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse
et l'architecture.
Oh, oh,
oh, I love France.
Oh, oh,
oh, I speak French.
Oh, oh,
I love France.
Oh,
oh, I speak French.
I love France.
Oh,
I love France.
I
I
love France.
speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
oh,
Oh, I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez, venez,
Venez apprendre le français.
venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha,
Venez
ou
apprendre le
Kotoski,
français.
Blood Sekande.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez, oh,
apprendre le
oh, oh.
français.
Venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Bien Molière, c'est l'idiot Nambabi. En passant par Ayana Kamura. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français est une langue internationale?
Que tu sois formé autour du four, du cuisine. Dis-moi le mot d'Anna et là, en pleine évolution.
Venez,
Venez apprendre les français.
mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue de
apprendre les
paix. grande famille. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français.
À l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez mes amis. Venez, venez, venez.
À l'Alliance française.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody bina moke. Bina moke. Bina moke.
Bina moke.
Everybody bina moke.
Bina moke.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à droite.
Bina à droite.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Bina derrière.
Bina derrière.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français. Venez, venez.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez apprendre le français. À Kamochao.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
À Bukoto Street.
Venez
Claude
apprendre le
52.
français.
Venez, venez, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance.
Apprendre le français.
Si tu veux parler,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens,
Apprendre
viens,
le français.
viens, viens, viens,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
I want you to share something that is very fundamental. Having gone through all of these things, when was the first time you first held your first cash hanging out of the music, you and and Abraham's, and how did it work for you guys? How were you feeling when you first handed it and you say, yeah, this is coming out of music? Did you buy something for your parents? How did
first, before I get into that, I'm happy that we are discussing this.
Yes.
Because then there were no talk shows like this.
Yeah.
You know, most of the artists of that era, not just musicians, but even DJs.
Yes.
You had to learn by seeing someone do it.
Yes.
You know, because people didn't know how to teach.
Yes.
I mean, you can't teach what you don't know.
No, yeah.
So you find that for the DJs, you had to first lift wires and cables, and you see how it's done. But now you're pressing buttons, you don't know even what they call them. But because you know, if I do this, it makes that. But if they bring you someone to teach them, you cannot. Because teaching is a skill.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing for music. That we have a generation that can teach music.
Yeah.
You know.
Can share their experience, which they didn't.
Yes.
Were not given
Then
back
there were very few. Even just hearing of a work. Yes, we had professional musicians like Afrigos and the like, but workshops were. I think I had never had a workshop from in that era, like someone holding a workshop for musicians to teach them how to write, teach them how to conduct themselves,
to brand,
teach them about leadership, personal development, interpersonal skills and stuff like that.
Yes, yes.
That was unheard of, you know. So but right now there are, you know, platforms that someone puts a platform just for that.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a very good thing that we are discussing this, because it was unheard of then. Yeah. So it shows how the sector has grown. Right. First time, what was the first time? First time I grabbed. Well, there were a few, maybe the bigger amount, but of course the few small payments, you know, from small performances.
Yes.
But the first time I had something that was really good was in 2001.
Yeah.
Me, Sylvester and Abrams, and our colleague Fredo, we featured in a play called King Oedipus by the literature play by the Sophocles. It was on the school syllabus.
Yes.
Yeah. So the director of Alliance Française then was a friend to the director of Sharing Center.
Yes.
And you know what used to happen at Sharing Center.
Yes.
So one time during the competitions for youth in the new millennium, you know, we're getting to the new millennium.
Yes.
So there was a singing competition, and the theme was Youth in the New Millennium.
Yes.
Actually, we won, Sylvester and Abrams. We are one of the winners during that competition.
Yeah.
So the director of Alliance was one of the judges.
Yes.
He liked our performance so much. It was very energetic, the composition. Then at that time they were doing that play.
Yeah.
The play had very top names, like Philip Luswata, Bob Kisiki, Herbert Chinove.
These are the guys you used to look at from far and you admire and say, I wish I could even just talk to these guys.
Sabo, you know, and so many.
And I know there was some sex more in there. Yes.
So many others. So we had no. That was 2000s.
Yes.
I think very few people had mobile phones then. They were still expensive.
2000,
2001, they were expensive. So we didn't have a phone. And now the director they discussed with the director of Alias sharing, Geo was on board, and they would like to have us feature in the play that was still in its development stages. To feature with rap music, like in intervals.
Wow.
That was something new. I was like, well, we're very happy, but it took, looking for us was a problem. Remember, Sam didn't have a phone. We didn't have phone numbers. We didn't have phone. We didn't have phones. So we didn't have phones. And if I remember well, Sam also didn't have one. So he had to find a way of looking for us. It was a challenge. So he sent someone to Kampala SS, where we were, to look for us and give us, the news. Now, the most interesting part is that, yes, technology like mobile phones were not a common thing then, but there is a way we get, we go to each other. That is so interesting. These days, when someone's phone goes off,
they are off.
They're off completely. You find a challenge looking for them. But then we knew how to go about some things that he doesn't have a phone. So where does he hang out? These days we don't even know where some people hang out. But then you had to know where someone hangs out on a Saturday. Where is he? On a Friday. And we used to connect with people. So some got us, we had the meeting. It was a very wonderful experience. And it was a sold out concert. It was 3 days. Schools came and they were left outside because the tickets were sold out. They asked for more, that we stage it again the next weekend. But that the director was like, I think it's just enough for those who have missed. Hopefully next time. But of course there was no next time. But it was a very, very nice performance, sold out. Kids were screaming whenever they didn't even bother listening to what we were saying. Whenever we got on stage in the intervals, so we were rapping about what is about to happen, in question form. So we're not giving the answers. So the moment they opened the curtains, Sylvester Dabra started screaming. They didn't even bother listen to the message. It was a very nice, because we were already big on the local scene. We were not on radio and TV, but we were big in schools, in schools and public places. So just that name, Sylvester Abrams, whenever curtains opened, it went crazy. We signed autographs, I think that was my first time signing an autograph. Yeah, if I remember well. So the payment was really, really nice. The
I want to tell us how much was the first handing there, because we're talking about, is it possible now?
It was. I think it was. If I remember well, I think it was 400.
Wow.
But there was a per diem for rehearsals to keep you going throughout the rehearsals. And that per diem of course didn't include food. It was just something for you to transport you. And of course we got into the network of the of the Philip Swatters and
the big names now.
The big names, the playwrights, and all that stuff. So we got into that network now. That was our first time to know, I think, if I don't remember well, Chinobe Herbert.
Yes, Herbert Chinobe.
I think it was our first time. Herbert.
Very talented man.
So Philip Swatter, we were seeing him on TV. So we broke into that network now of people, like the theater audience. We broke into the theater network. So it was a very nice experience. I think it was 400,000 then, if I remember well.
Which is still a lot of money. I wonder, what did you do with the money, by the way?
Of course, I wasn't paying rent, so.
Did you go back home, give Muse something?
I wasn't paying rent, so of course I didn't spend it in clubs. I didn't spend it in clubs.
I'm sure you went.
But nice shoes. At least I've always spent on myself wisely. I've always spent on myself wisely. So just nice shoes, look good. T-shirts, and I don't remember what I did with the rest. But it was, and then after that they took us to a buffet. All the people, the actors, people who were involved in the production at Normal Gallery. Oh my God, that was my first time to go at Normal Gallery and not spend my money.
And you were eating at the high table also. Wow. So it is possible.
So it was a special treat that should motivate you.
Yeah.
It wasn't even about the money we got.
Yes.
But the network we broke into.
Yeah.
You know the audience. That's because you can spend the money today and it's gone.
Yes.
Yes, but how have you benefited from the people you've met along the way? That's very important. Your network is your net worth.
Yes.
So you can have the money, it can go in a minute.
Yeah.
But how are you able to make that money again? How are you able to reach out to those people?
You see, I think there's been a lot of growth and transformation. I appreciate the work national IT authority is doing, and also, of course, they come up with policies that people are supposed to comply with. You know, when it comes to IT with cyber security, like I said, we have a layer of compliance and governance. Yeah. Whereby government will come up with policies and say, okay, we need you, each and every person should have at least a basic thing, which is antivirus on their devices. Because at the national level, they have what we call cyber threat intelligence, whereby I think UCC has a solution. Because I remember I was involved in that tender for procurement of a cyber threat intelligence solution, whereby we could be able to identify this is the new attack, it's coming from Russia, it's attacking our bank here, then they could be able to block that traffic at a national level. Okay. Well, the government is doing something. But then also, us as individuals, like I said, we need to also be vigilant. Yeah. Because the government will not be able to understand which new VPN client has come up, or which new VPN solution has come up, probably because they will not know. Yeah. But for you, go ahead and download it and install it on your device. And then you trust transacting. You actually go to, then you say, oh, I've stolen money from my account. Oh, my information was stolen. Oh, I see notes on social media. People steal notes from people's devices and actually they ask for a pay. Yeah. Someone says, if you don't give me $100,000, I'm going to publish your nonsense on the cyberspace. You know, so people need to be vigilant. But of course, the government is also doing something.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
In countries like Finland, they designed a program for 5 years to do serious food literacy. If you went to Finland today, no restaurant will serve you supper past 7 p.m. No restaurant. Here in Uganda, you can eat at 2 p.m. You go back home and sleep. You see?
And wake up to have breakfast at 8. Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As you all know, You and the Law is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the relationship between human beings, Ugandans, yourselves, and the law in Uganda. As you know, the law affects every aspect of our lives, whether it's about food, whether it's about traffic, education, everything that we do rotates around the law. In this edition, we are discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on human rights. And specifically for today, we'll be discussing how COVID-19 has affected the right to food. Do you know your right to food? When was the last time you ate? But what does the right actually mean? To help us unpack this complex area, we have a seasoned lawyer, Mr. David Kabanda from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. David, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm fine. How have you been?
Great. You know, COVID-19 has sort of come and disorganized our normal lives. I wonder how, you know, you've been coping up as a professional, as a family man. How has it been?
Well, it is difficult to everyone, as individuals and also families and communities. We find ourselves in those unprecedented times. There is no community cohesion as it used to be. So I personally, I find myself in challenging times, but of course, we soldier on.
Okay. I'm interested, when we're introducing your organization, the name is a bit of a mouthful. Yeah. Maybe could you just help us understand, you know, why you came up with this organization? What do you actually do, and yeah, how I can benefit as an ordinary person from the work that you do?
So this is the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, and it is looking at having a one-stop center for law and adequate living. But you see, adequate living starts with food. This is what many people do not understand.
Yeah.
The moment someone wakes up, the first thing to think about is breakfast, then lunch, then supper, then in the middle you need water, you need a snack, you need fruit. So the entire life of a human being rotates around food. And being lawyers who do social justice, we started this organization to be able to contribute to unpacking, articulation, and also giving legal services to people for the realization of their right to food, but also adequate living. Because you cannot talk about food and you disassociate it from economic rights or trade. So the two work together, and this is why now we have this organization, the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights.
Oh, okay.
CEFROT.
CEFROT. Yeah, I mean, the name is really... yeah.
So the acronym is CEFROT.
CEFROT. Okay, maybe that's fair.
Yeah.
So David, you're talking about adequate living rights. You're talking about the right to food. But what is the idea, you know, behind this right? If we, as a concept, like, what does a right to food actually mean? Before we start discussing the legalese and everything.
Thank you for asking that question. You see, the right to food, interestingly, many people do not even think that there is such a right. Many people, when you talk about food, this is one of the things people take so lightly, yet it means everything to them. But the definition is simple. The definition according to international law and the UN is only realized when every man, every woman, or child, as an individual or in community with others, have access to food.
Access.
At all times or means of its procurement.
Access to food.
Access to food.
All times.
All the time.
And means to its procurement.
Or means to its procurement.
Interesting.
And you see, this is where I started from. Every woman, every man, every child, alone or together in a community, have access to adequate food at all times. So you realize that it is already unpacked. We are talking about a man. And there is a reason behind that. A child's nutritional needs are different from the needs of an adult. If a child has been born, we are now speaking with parents. From the day they are born to the 6th month, they must be exclusively breastfed. If you take that breast milk, it is not beneficial to you. So every man, every woman, or child, whether alone or together, And the together component comes in, some people live communally.
Yes.
And we have other also organized institutions like schools or like prisons.
Yes,
If
portion
you-
bins.
The moment you take me into prison, then you have an obligation to take care of me.
Yeah.
You cannot just abandon me in prison. You cannot take me to prison and you don't feed me. So whether alone or in community with the others, have access to adequate food at all times. That is also very interesting and
Yes.
important. At all times and all means to its procurement. And that last one is also very important.
Means.
Because all means
How
to
to
its
get it.
procurement. Because procurement is a bit bringing in the economic issues.
Yes.
Not everyone has a garden. And you see, it is a choice. Not everyone wants to go to the garden to dig and get food. But you must make sure that your population has means to the procurement of food. Yes.
I mean, interesting.
Yes.
I think for me, access, the means, and then the time, like at all times.
All
it's
the
a
time.
Very interesting.
Yes.
So you've sort of unpacked the idea for me in a very, basic and simple way. But then I know that for ideas to work, they need to get some, force of law. So I'm wondering, do we actually have like a legal framework, be it global, be it African or even national level, that guarantees this right? Because some people could say that those are just your ideas, your wishful thinking. Without a law, how do we enforce it? So I'm wondering, is there any legal backing for this right that you're articulating very well?
Actually, what I've just talked about is picked from the law itself.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, this is the legal framework. At international level, many people, because now we are talking with everyone, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Yes.
Under Article 25, we are talking about the right to adequate food. You understand? Article 20. This is way back in 1948.
So there's a new word there, adequate.
Adequate.
Not just food, adequate food.
No, and I'm going to be speaking about that. We are talking about adequate food. And I'll be, explaining that. Then, after that, in 1966, we have the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights.
Yes.
Article 11, also articulating that state parties to the convention, to which Uganda is a party because we signed it in 1981, that every state party must respect the right of everyone to adequate food. Then after that we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights.
Now we are getting home.
Yes, we are getting home. Under Article 16, it is also well articulated. Then after that we have the East African Community Treaty.
Hey, our friends Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi.
It was signed in 1999, and the many other protocols that have come along the way. Under Article 130, 118, 113, 100 itself, they talk about nutrition. In fact, I have taken a lot of time without suing the East African community. I don't know what I'm doing, because in it, every country that state party to the East African community must have, they even give it a very exotic name. Strategic food reserves.
Strategic
food reserves. Yes, I think they were deliberate on picking that word. Strategic food reserves.
For us in Teso, we have granaries. Are you suggesting that the state should have a huge granary where food is reserved? What would that mean actually in practical sense?
Yes, in practical sense, the government must have a system of having its own granaries. Of course, we call it food reserves. There is no country, even if we go at individual level, I don't know what happens in policy making and what our leaders think. Even in my personal house, the first thing I check out is food. Do we have food for an entire month, a week? You understand? So every country must have those strategic reserves. In case there is drought, in case there is that hunger, then you release some food to your people. You control the price. You understand? But we don't have now here. We used to have, but I think they were sold.
Okay. And then at the country level then?
At the country level, okay, you took me to that. Then when we come back home here, we have some laws. Some laws are not very good. And I'm going to tell you why. But let us start with the Constitution.
Yes.
In the directive principles, the objectives, it is clearly spelled out. One, that government must establish, we call them national reserves in our constitution, national food reserves. Then secondly, it is government's obligation to make sure that every Ugandan eats nutritious food. Yes. And it is government's obligation under the constitution to create massive awareness about this critical component called the food. Massive awareness. Then if they are doing that, then they have dispensed their obligation. And beyond that, when you go to chapter 4, we are talking about human rights now. Under Article 20, the government has obligation to respect freedoms and fundamental rights of every Ugandan, including the right to food. And although it is not, it's specifically mentioned from Article 20 to 45 in chapter 4, but under Article 45, we are talking about other rights that are not specifically mentioned. That is our constitution. And in the amendment of 2005, when they were scrapping all those other things, I don't know who smuggled into Article 8A. Because Article 8A operationalized the objectives. And in fact, the Chief Justice, as he then was, Bat Katrebe, in Nyakana's case, they have come up to articulate that now all these objectives are justiciable. So when we come back home, the legal framework is very expansive and very accommodative, because we even have the Food and Drugs Act. Yes.
I mean, you know, quite a revealing, explanation from you, and you've even touched on the aspects of the state obligations, which, raising awareness. I don't know how many people have been aware that actually the government of Uganda has a duty to let you know about nutritious living, about the kind of food that you should eat. But maybe that's an interesting point for us to pause for a quick break, after which we'll resume the conversation with David Kabanda, who is Executive Director of Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, a non-government organization here in Kampala. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, all the things are the law,
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Today we're discussing another human right that has been affected by COVID-19. And I know for many viewers this seems like obvious because we're talking about the right to food. And who else than David Kamala can help us unpack this right, because David has been a social justice lawyer and has been working on the right to food for a long time. He comes from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. David, welcome from the break.
Thank you.
So before we went for the break, we're trying to demystify this right, what actually it means. You've touched on what the state obligations are in as far as the right is concerned. So let's now switch modes to COVID-19. Like you know that this edition of You and the Law is focusing on COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights. And for today, we're specifically focusing on the right to food. So from where you sit, David, how has COVID-19 affected the right to food? Because I know this is your space and perhaps you've been having interventions here and there. But from a broadness, how has this right been specifically affected by COVID-19?
I think where we start from is it has helped, first of all.
COVID has helped?
Yes,
okay.
It has helped this particular kind of theme, the food. And why am I saying this? I want to start with being positive because one of the essential things that the government had to even procure was food. And those, you remember that even the markets were left open and the people were meant to sleep there to sell food.
Yes, please.
And you also remember that government also declared that farmers are essential workers.
Oh yeah, so more than lawyers.
More than even us as lawyers. But for me, that one is a positive because it shows how important farmers are, how important food markets are, how important making provision in terms of emergencies is. But we have seen many violations. We have seen many, hunger and death, by the way. It is just because we haven't done an audit. But I know many people have died because of hunger in COVID-19. And why am I telling you this? During COVID-19, the first lockdown, we, as an organization, we did a survey. And we found out that 65% of the people, at least in Wachiso, were in their homes and they did not have any hope of
60%?
65. Yes. And we found many people who are living with illnesses, chronic illnesses, dying not because of the illnesses, but because they don't have access to food. You see, when you're supposed to take medicine, it must be taken with food.
Some even they tell you take with milk.
Or take this medicine after food.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you are locked up. You walking or going to the hospital was first of all limited. It was very difficult. You saw pregnant people being even beaten on the road by security agencies.
True.
So many people found themselves entangled. They're at home, they don't have food, they don't have medicine. Or they have the medicine, they don't have food. That is number one. The number two, it affected food safety. How? Many people who had contaminated food put it out cheaply. Many people bought contaminated food, I'm telling you. And it showed out that even the food which government decided to give to people, 38% of that food was contaminated.
The posho...
The posho and beans that people ate.
David, how does food get contaminated?
Oh, well, that is... You see, food... The contamination starts way back in production, in the garden. How? Be very careful when you buy food in Uganda or in the main markets in Kampala. I've started telling people and lawyers specifically, because we need to live longer and serve the community.
Yes.
Grow your own food or pick the food from where you are certain, because Ugandans are using many chemicals and the chemicals are causing cancer. Makerere University has just given out research which indicates that 98% of the food in the 5 markets in Kampala is contaminated. 98. Have you gone to these markets and you find tomatoes having whitish substance?
Yes.
At EU right now, you cannot take any product which has mancozeb. That whitish thing is called mancozeb.
It's a preservative or...
No. It is a pesticide and a fungicide, sorry. So many people ignorantly use it even in the market. And consumers also want to buy that one with the chemical.
And then you like it in kachumbali, cutting.
And this is what I want to tell to Ugandans. That yes, we are talking about health diets, eat vegetables, eat raw food, but you need to be extremely careful. No Ugandan has the capacity, or they have the capacity, but no Ugandan produces the food that is safe for yourself, for your consumption. The many rejects from the exporters are dumped back to our market. And who regulates? Before you export any product in Uganda, there is what we call phytosanitary. You know, they check whether there are no chemicals and everything. But in Uganda, who checks whether what is put in Nakasero or everywhere?
I thought to have the National Bureau of Standards.
No, who tells you?
We have the Government Analytical Laboratory. What do they do?
They are there, and this is what we are discussing right now. That Ugandans are very comfortable with the leadership that they have. I should say the leader, and I don't mean the political leadership. I mean the technical leadership, because we have district level leadership, which is supposed to check all this. And we are speaking to Ugandans. Some Ugandans are not listening. But where we came from, we were talking about COVID-19 and how it affected the right to food. The right to food safety, after the lifting of the lockdown, there were too many items in the shops, in the supermarkets, which had expired. Those items were never taken out. People bought.
They're disposing them cheaply.
Myself, I bought water. Many Ugandans don't know that water expires.
You mean mineral water?
Mineral water, that water you buy on the shelves in those bottles. You be careful. You read the expiry date. You'll find that you are drinking expired water. Many people just bought and do. There's something that I want to tell to Ugandans.
It might make me stop eating at all.
No. Have you seen many people from Western countries? When we go to these conferences, whether abroad or everywhere, they carry water in their bottles.
Yes.
Why do they do that? Or they have water in the
tap. They get it from.
There's something that I want to communicate to all Ugandans. If we were very concerned, today we would be suing this country. Each family that has lost a person to diabetes should be suing this government for compensation.
David, so let's get back to, you're raising very pertinent issues.
And this is where it is coming from. I know you're talking about COVID-19 and the food. But this is what I want to tell you. When the government decided to give out posho, the kind of posho the government gave out, even when it is not contaminated, it is dangerous to your health. Because they were giving out refined posho. Refined. Government, that was illegal from the word go.
David, we all get maize, take to the machine, the meal for us.
Again, you see,
that's what we eat even at home. So what are you expecting the government to...
The right to food has 3 obligations, like any other right. We have the obligation to protect, we have the obligation to respect and to fulfill.
Yes.
Let me talk about the obligation to protect. Government must protect us from third parties or protect our right to food. Third parties, I mean, 94% of maize millers in Uganda are not operating food grade materials.
David, every time you drop a statistic, my heart just
this is where we
shrinks.
And this is why we are doing this work. Yes. Now, the milling machines wear out.
Yes.
So you are eating metal in the food. And here is government of Uganda accepting whoever donated kaunga. But what you are giving to your people, we even warned them. Have you heard about food terrorism? What if
food terrorism?
Yes, someone can wake up and they supply tons of posho, you give it to your people and they die. And many people die.
Yeah.
If I'm talking about 38% of the food being affected or contaminated, it was contaminated with metal, it was contaminated with aflatoxins.
Yes, I think there was a time they rejected our maize in Kenya.
You know?
Yeah.
He was, and so many other things. The beans, you couldn't eat them. So it left many people beyond what government supplied, but these suppliers also. But again, also prices.
Yes.
We even went to court to challenge
Yes,
government.
yeah, I want to ask you about that.
Yes,
that case.
our organization went to court to challenge government on its failure to regulate food, COVID and the food. Because if you decide to give out people food, and this is public expense, it must be with guidelines in the Gazette.
Yes.
But that didn't happen.
But maybe there was no time, David.
No,
We're all in rushing.
But we have regulations about you going to hospital,
spitting.
Yes, spitting. You must report whoever you've seen having. Didn't you read those regulations?
Yes.
If a minister sat and passed regulations under the Public Health Act, wasn't it proper that government ought to have passed regulations under the Food and Drugs Act?
We will have time to talk about the legality of all these things that. But you've touched on government interventions so far, and I wanted to just ask: is there anything good that came out of the government interventions? Because you seem to paint a very scary picture. What are some of the? What would you think worked in as far as government interventions to protect the right to food during COVID-19?
No.
Anything that government that you think is...
No, I want to tell you that whatever was positive was just circumstantial.
It was a mistake.
Yes. But if we are talking about deliberate intervention, whatever government did was illegal in the first place. Seriously. And I want to speak to the face of government and I tell them, whatever you did during COVID-19, giving people food, was illegal. It killed some people. If you want to do audits, do them. If you don't want to do, of course, Ugandans don't care. They will sleep in their grave and that is it. You cannot wake up and just give me a parcel that there is food there when you don't know actually what is in the parcel. And this is what I'm saying.
So meaning the government's duty to ensure
that food is safe,
of good quality,
yes,
is adequate, nutritious.
They didn't do that.
They didn't do that. David, I mean, it's a heart-wrenching, revelation. But I think let's go for a break at this point, and then when we resume, we'll then try to tackle a bit of the challenges and look forward, cast a picture that if we got into the situation in future, what are the lessons we learned? What do we need to do best? We'll have that after the break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we are hanging out with Mr. David Kabanda, the Executive Director of the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, a non-government organization that focuses on ensuring the right to food in this country. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, proudly brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Let's go for a short break. We'll be back. Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're having Mr. David Kabanda, the Executive Director for Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, to expound for us the right to food, which I think is ably done from the start. Explain how it has been affected by COVID-19, what the state has done, what has worked, perhaps what are the challenges that we encountered. And now we're trying to look to the future, David. And welcome back, really, from the break.
Thank you, sir.
I know we started from the first segment, we slightly hinted on some of these challenges that we encountered in this process. I don't know if there are any other successes or failures that you can give in the context of protecting the right to food during the pandemic.
Well, I think the government ought to have also understood, because when we are talking about right to food, there are three critical elements that we must put on table. I already talked about availability of food, that the food must be available. Then the food must be adequate. Adequate in terms not only that it is enough to fill the stomach, but nutritious. But it must also be accessible.
Yes.
Now, during COVID-19, we had very disturbing facts. We had food rotting in people's gardens.
Yeah.
You could even find on the road when people have even powered cabbage. You understand? We have places like Isingiro where we had matoke, a batch was going to
1,000.
1,000.
Yes.
You understand? So what government ought to do, and a system that government must put in place, they should now own up the system.
The food system?
The food system. We have private and government hospitals.
Yes.
We have private and government schools. Did you get what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What is failing us here now on the right to food is we do not have a government arm when it comes to food. Because do you know what ought to have happened is, if you know that food in this particular place, we are in a pandemic, but it is plenty here and here people are dying, then you must facilitate its transit to places where there is scarcity.
Yes.
Right now, we have Kalamajongs who are dying because of hunger.
Yeah.
I have seen World Food Program, crying out loud. But we have food here. We have food in some spaces. So we think that if government puts, its mind to these three elements, availability, accessibility, and adequacy, we'll go there. And I want also to mention something on adequacy.
Yes.
I made a statement that each family that has lost a person to type 2 diabetes, they need to sue this government for compensation. And do you know why? Many people in Uganda don't know what and how to eat.
What and how to eat?
Yes, including us who think that we have gone to school.
Yeah, for us, I come from Teso, we get our cassava flour.
You leave the Teso.
Mix it and
No, you leave the Teso thing.
I don't know what you want us to do again.
When you leave Teso, you come to Kampala.
Yes.
And when you come to Kampala, you get accustomed into the lifestyle that happens in these streets.
But here it is matoke, David. I don't know what you're talking about now.
Are you sure it is matoke? No, it is the chapati.
Oh.
It is the Rolex. Didn't we have a minister for tourism who was promoting Rolex? But I want government to come here and challenge me on where do we grow wheat in Uganda?
Yes.
This is all imported.
Wheat.
Did you hear about people who were given food in Pade and Amdat and died? They ate food and died. They ate food which was imported. And we are questioning, we are asking government, where did this food pass from? People are just consuming chapati, but chapati is going to eat into our communities. Chapati is going to kill people. And you know why? It is delicious, people want it.
Yes.
But I'm telling you, this refined flour is going to kill all our people.
You know, David, I studied in Busoga region. So
Yes.
now I'm concerned when you say Rolex is problematic. We might be dealing with, it will be a genocide of sorts, because then it's a popular snack in Jinja,
if someone cares to do an audit on how chapati and rice is
even rice, David.
Yes. Yes. Do you
So
know
they grow in Kibimba as you go to Tororo.
First, listen to me. The communities or rice eating populations don't eat rice the way we eat it. I've been in India. The way they eat chapati is not how we eat chapati. The way they eat rice is not the way we eat rice. People eat vegetable rice. Here, you just put in the saucepan, you get a mass of white stuff, and you put it in your stomach, and then you sleep with it. It is going to kill you. Let me tell you, seriously speaking, many Ugandans are going to die before 60 years. Do you know that 85% of Ugandans are dying between 45 to 60?
You know, every time you drop a statistic, David, yeah, my heart disappears.
For me, I'm telling people, but people don't want to listen. And this is where government must come in to regulate.
Yeah, regulation.
Regulation, but also create massive. In countries like Finland, they designed a program for 5 years to do serious food literacy. If you went to Finland today, no restaurant will serve you supper past 7 p.m. No restaurant. Here in Uganda, you can eat
midnight.
Until 2 p.m. You go back home and sleep. You see,
and wake up to have breakfast at 8.
Yes. So what we are talking about, that COVID-19 found us with our problems.
Yes.
It has it has increased them because we are now talking about low COVID-19 and food. Many people couldn't even get inputs to grow food because you see the entire ecosystem rotates around my mother. I work in Kampala. I work, get money, buy inputs and send to my mother.
Yes.
That didn't happen during COVID-19.
There's no movement.
There's no movement. Shops are locked down, and the entire chain was, disturbed. But of course, we are now talking about a new season. People are planting. Perhaps we'll have enough food. But when they grow the food, is the food safe? Is the food transported? Many people here are eating beef from these cows from Western Uganda, from Chiboga, from everywhere. But do you know how those cows are transported? Have you ever found a cow shivering?
Yes.
Do you know what that means to that meat? The moment that meat is slaughtered, it is already toxic.
The shaking of the cow makes...
Do you know how they tie their tails? And up, you see that pain on a truck for 200 kilometers, and then you bring it to the, and you slaughter, and then you... Have you heard about formalin in meat in Kampala?
Yes.
Do you know where that story ended and why nobody is talking about it?
No.
Who told you that formalin stopped? Have you heard about people who pump chemicals into chicken?
I mean, there was a time we were happy if you're eating and you see flies. Actually, when you're buying meat, one of the tests was that you should see flies in the bush. Otherwise, if it doesn't have, then there's a problem.
Then we have a problem. Then we have fish. Everyone now has a fish pond. Not everyone, many people have fish ponds. Who regulates the fish
industry? How do they feed?
You understand?
What do they feed on?
What do they feed on? If you, my brother Jonathan, if you still eat chicken in any of the restaurants in Kampala, you're doomed. I don't. Do you know why? I have ever been involved in the chicken business. And one time I found out that the practice is when they fall sick, sometimes it is tragic. They can even die in one day.
Yes.
They pump with, antibiotics and everything, and they bring it to the market.
It's like I want the heavy thigh.
So who regulates it? The issue is not because every farmer here is a veterinary officer
in this country.
So who regulates the poultry business?
Yeah.
Have you seen chicks coming from Nairobi, coming in on trucks? Who regulates that?
Yeah. So, David, you mentioned, you were talking about regulation. And it's really a core, state obligation. At the certain point, you're talking about inputs, about seeds that we actually plant. And I wanted to sort of try to see how can we link that to actually food safety, ensuring that we eat right food. Because I think there have been a lot of conversations around GMOs, around what. Yeah, I wonder what your mind is in this area, because I mean, you are talking about coffee, but all these are interlinked. Ultimately, if I plant something which is bad down, you don't expect it to give you anything better anyway. Yeah.
I want to be on this camera, and I thank President Museveni. He has rejected the GMO bill twice. And President Museveni, I want to thank you so much for that. And I want to appeal to members of parliament. Now that the president rejected that GMO bill, please don't pass it into law. What we need to work on is to advance community seed banks.
Community seed banks.
People don't have seeds. Companies have come here, they've introduced hybrids and other varieties, and our indigenous seeds are being eroded away.
It's a curious case, because again, where I come from, we used to have one groundnut. It was called etesot. Like etesot would mean like from teso. And then suddenly these days we're talking about Serenat 1, Serenat 2, Serenat 3. Like all the local names, all the things that we used to have local names for, you can't find them. I can't ask you, where have they gone?
So I think now that takes us into another discussion of food sovereignty. Because it borders on food security and everything. But the only thing that I want to thank President Museveni for, he has been for our indigenous knowledge, our indigenous food. But what defeats is policy implementation and plans. Because, President, if you want us to have safe food, then you must also implement the extension workers' policies and agroecological practices in our communities, because people no longer have the seed to plant. And when we get the seed to plant, we are getting these hybrids, and we do not know how
that are created in laboratory.
Yes, and how. And by the way, people must be very careful. This food is affecting our genetic makeup. Seriously speaking, and this is why it must be regulated to the core. It must be regulated. Listen. We are going into a generational crisis. And you know why? Science has indicated that we have what we call the 1,000 critical days of a human being. And where am I reading
That's about
this?
3 years.
No. From the day you are conceived to your second birthday. That is the first phase. And where am I reading this? I'm reading it from NDP 3, National Development Plan 3.
Yes.
You understand? Talking about human capital development. The moment someone conceives, or before they conceive, they must prepare the body using nutrition. You understand?
Not swallowing some...
You understand? Then
pills
immediately after conceiving the baby, you must change diet. You understand? And after that, throughout pregnancy and giving birth, I have already talked about exclusive breastfeeding. But what do children eat after? We did a study, and people are picking sodas and everything to give to
their
children.
Poison.
Dangerous.
David, man. Let's move now, looking at the future. Worst case scenario, in another 5 years, we get another pandemic. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen. What are those lessons that we pick from COVID-19 that can enable us safeguard the right to food? What those recommendations that you would give, so that, because when the thing started, we thought it is fine in China. So, and I thought we had enough time to prepare. But now, it just caught us off guard. So in, say, 10 years, if this ever happened again, what would be those things that you say, for us to manage, if something of a similar magnitude came, this is how we would protect the right to food?
Of course, the right to food creates obligations and responsibilities. I have talked too much about obligations, but there are also obligations on people. The people, if government tells you it like this, you realize that the pandemic has killed many people who had underlying illnesses. If you had diabetes, it was very difficult for you to survive. So the first thing is, eat properly. The government sometimes has created awareness, NGOs like us are doing it. Make sure that your immune system is strong.
Yes.
You understand? That's where we start from. In preparation for any pandemics going forward, let us eat fresh food. Let us eat safe food.
You have enough ammunition.
Yes, to fight back.
Yes.
That is number one. Then number two is on the obligation side, government.
Yes.
Where do we start from? We must make sure as government that we have food reserves. We do not have a middle, we can't take sides. It must be a well-planned system of making sure that we have a fallback position.
Yes.
Because the government was caught off guard. They didn't know where to get food from. They called the suppliers, donors, and it couldn't help.
Even MPs were looking for food to buy for their constituents.
So why would we be going into that mess? We ought to have our system. That is number one. Then number two, I know that Uganda is a liberal economy. But when it comes to food, government must have some level of control. It may not be upper hand, but it must have a level of control in terms of prices. Do you know I have colleagues who are lawyers who called me, Kabanda, what are you doing? The prices of food, the price. And people were crying about the price. Do you know that we ran out of salt during that time? It was Kenya that saved us.
Even lemon.
Even lemon. People even started selling wild fruits as lemon. You understand? So government must retain some control over prices and over food. So I think the point I want to make here, COVID has taught us that the capitalistic approach to food does not work. We need to respect smallholder farmers. Government must regain some level of control, and we must have food reserves. But lastly, let us embrace environmental justice, agroecology, and make sure that people grow food within their own communities, and by within their own communities to cut down on the food miles. That you call me here one time, I'll be talking about the law and food miles.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Viewers,
this has been a bit of an overdose, really. And really have to thank David Kabanda. I think David makes very, very valid points, and they are very simple. One, look after yourself. Ensure that your immunity is boosted. You're eating the right food, you're exercising, so that in case a pandemic came again, personally you're in position to defend yourself. But to our government, he's made a very strong case for regulation. Food is a sensitive matter. It's what enters into our bodies. So if we let people who are after money to control what enters our bodies, that could be a problem. That could be a problem for you. That could be a problem for our families, a problem for this country. With that, viewers, we come to the end of today's edition of You and the Law, the COVID edition. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and we've been having Mr. David Kabanda from the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights. Thank you so much. Next week, we'll be looking at another topical right that has been hit by the virus. Tune into House of Talent Television, and you'll get to know what that is. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very great talk show with Eddie Okila here. I would say that first, when you think about Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, we live in a free market economy. So people are going to buy your products not because it is Ugandan. No, they're going to buy your product because they love the product, because there is value that they want to get out of that product. So make sure that you're building for the customer and that it meets the standard that the customer expects. then a customer falls in love with the product and they are hooked. They are your customer forever. Now they happen to be Ugandan, you happen to be Ugandan. Eventually we are building Uganda. Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is be creative in your business. Adapt to change. You know, look at all the changes. Ask yourself, what has changed in the past 5 years, or what has not changed in the past 5 years? That's also a very good question to ask. And then respond to that change or that thing that hasn't changed. You know, COVID has happened. There are a lot of things that have changed currently. People are now adapting to working remotely. If you're a company, you're still asking people to come to the physical office 9 to 5. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe they need to come in a few days in a week, you know. Now you need to change your processes to allow for people to work from home, even past COVID. So these are the changes. Your customers, you still want them to come to the banking hall? Maybe not, you know. Probably they can do some of the things that you require them to come to the banking hall remotely through digital channels that are existent, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, or even your website, you know. We have House of Talent here. It's broadcasting, and it doesn't have all the traditional broadcasting infrastructure that a TV station traditionally has. But here you are, you know, watching us, and you're watching us through all these channels that we have thought about and we are using. Yes, so adapt to the change. Look at the things that haven't changed. If they haven't changed, then you know, build your business accordingly. Yeah, so that is my little piece of advice, and I'm also happy to receive some of the advice that you already have.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lango south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down in the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think it's just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
What would you tell an ordinary person, a border rider, a teacher, a doctor, soldier? What would you tell them about human rights? What is this animal? Why is it important? Why should I know about it anyway?
I would simply tell them that if you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave. You're born free. The right to basic education, like primary education, A-level. The right to your religion, if you're a Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, name it. Worship your God. The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No.
COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today, we talk about COVID-19 and how it has affected our rights. are human rights that are provided for in different laws. With me in studio is an outstanding human rights lawyer, a founding partner of Kiza and Mugisha Advocates, CEO of the Environmental Shield, and recently a winner of the Human Rights Defender Award by the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. Aaron, Kiza, you're welcome to You and the Law, the COVID edition.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for the accolades.
In House of Talent Television, what we do is we fist bump, and then we spread the love. So let's do this again. Fist bump and spread the love. That formula was taught to us by a man of God, Pastor Joshua Mugabe. He's a big fan of this television, and he says that you always have to spread the love, especially in these tough times. How have you been, Aaron?
I'm well, despite COVID-19.
Mm-hmm. I know that, like you said, it's been a tough time for many people, and as a human rights lawyer, I'm sure it also brings in lots of issues around your work. But I'm interested in actually knowing first about your model, because Kiza and Mugisha Advocates is substantially handles human rights work. How has that been working for you, and especially in this period?
In the first lockdown, we are really very busy as our clients were locked up. We had to engage with CMI, we had to engage with police.
CMI is the
Chieftains of Military Intelligence, the intelligence wing of UPDF of the military. We had run-ins with police, and even at some point, Nicholas was detained. Nicholas Opio. And together with Odu and Esomu, we didn't sit down, we kept working because COVID-19 amplified the vulnerabilities of the vulnerable people we have already served. Yes.
I mean, it's sad because those are some of the people who really work hard to defend our rights in Uganda, and having them, locked down in this period, should be a sad trajectory for our human rights as a country.
It highlighted the struggles of human rights defenders in Uganda and the risks that they face by the very virtue of defending rights. We become a target of anti-rights people in Uganda. Yes.
Well, I'm happy that you're here and you could, make it to House of Talent Television. So you talked about human rights defenders, and that sort of brings me to, first conversation around understanding, unpacking this animal called human rights. What would you tell an ordinary person, a border rider, a teacher, a doctor, soldier? What would you tell them about human rights? What is this animal? Why is it important? Why should I know about it anyway?
I would simply tell them that if you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave. You're born free. The right to basic education, like primary education, A-level. The right to your religion, if you're Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, name it. Worship your God. The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association. So this Bobby Wine, just like himself, should be free to organize political parties, political activities, and persuade Ugandans that each of them is the best candidate on a level field. But we could also associate in football clubs. We could associate.
I know Ugandans are good with
yes,
European football, especially.
Yes, so we can fight over money and
AC Villa and Express.
And Express, and we form associations around that passion, but we could also be associating over neither football nor politics. It could be economy in cooperatives. So there are many ways of associating, and it's your right to associate, or even not to associate. You shouldn't bring conscripted into a group that you're not very keen on, comfortable about. And you have a right to freedom of movement, yes, to enter Uganda, to leave it. You may need a passport for some countries, a visa even for others, a national ID if you're just going
within the region.
Within the region. You have also personal liberty to move within the country, to move without restraint. Because now when you're restrained, when the police says you're under arrest, then that's arrest. That's detention. Yeah.
So now talking about rights, so where do these rights come from? Because I think you're explaining the ideas, but then where are they rooted? If I say you're violating my right to X, Y, Z, where do I refer to? Do I just imagine it in my head, or is there some sort of framework in place?
Philosophically, they root in the very idea that you're a human being. They are inherent. But legally, they are spelled out in the national constitution. And the supremo, which is the supreme law of the land, and there are a cluster of other laws that supplement the constitution to ensure that you have procedures on how to go about your rights. The Children's Act, the Human Rights Enforcement Act, the Environment Act, and other laws that come after that. So that then there are court decisions that also clarify and interpret those rights. So the freedom of religion was talked about, judicial review, access to remedy, Father Mushire. So there are many court decisions that have pronounced themselves affirming freedom of expression. Like Onyango Bo is a famous case. Onyango Bo and Andrew Mwenda, when the state was harassing them over their speeches, journalistic work. So courts' decisions, the Constitution of Uganda, and other laws are the legal framework for human rights in Uganda.
Okay. And then slightly out of Uganda, is there a framework within the region, Africa, East Africa?
At the East African level, we have the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, which talks of rule of law, of good governance, of accountability, of democracy, and even respect for universal human rights. And the broader African continent-wide, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. At the international global level, we have a UN system of the International Bill of Rights, of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the rural rights, or the civil liberties, then the red rights, preferred mostly by China, formerly the communist bloc, and even Africa and Asia, the conventional economic, social and cultural rights. And before those two, we had the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Universal, that sort of cuts across the...
Yes, and I think that's the most important human rights instrument. It has all shades of human rights, and it was it reflected the global consensus on human rights.
Okay, I think that's a good point to go for a break, because you've provided the concept and the legal framework around this. Viewers, you're watching House of Talent Television. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. Let's go for a break and we'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today we are privileged to have Mr. Aaron Chiza, an outstanding human rights lawyer, helping us to unpack the interplay between human rights and COVID-19 pandemic. So Aaron, we're still at the level of discussing these rights, and you kept mentioning the state, you mentioned state organs like the CMI. So I thought maybe you could give us a sneak peek into the obligations, who bears human rights obligations in Uganda or even across the world.
Primary duty bearer is the government of the day, what they call the state.
The state.
Yeah, so the state of Uganda has a duty to respect your rights. So it shouldn't infringe your rights. It shouldn't illegally detain you. It shouldn't stop you from moving out of the country. It shouldn't stop you from coming back to Uganda, as they have sometimes. I mean, the time they stopped Besigye, and I think Chingi can't even dare come here. Yes. So respect.
Yeah.
Respect. They shouldn't torture you, and unfortunately they fail a lot on that.
Yeah.
The military fails a lot, the police fails a lot. You saw even police torturing a magistrate on video. So they should respect, they should stay away from infringing your rights, from violating them. Then they have a duty to protect your rights, or the full spectrum of rights. So when to say they protect the rights is that they should stop third parties, like criminals, like strong multinational companies from violating your rights, from abusing your rights. For example, your right to property, it's land or right to due process. They normally get threatened by unruly soldiers in a village, removing all villagers, a big company removing all people.
I know you've been working on a number of cases in that area.
Yeah, so the state is the primary duty holder. It is before you think of a human rights lawyer, an NGO, the state should be there protecting you. Of course, unfortunately, they don't understand that sometimes.
Sometimes they switch the roles.
So you find that instead of protecting you, the police, which represents the state at that level, or the RDC, or other institutions are actually hounding you out of your property, blocking you from accessing vital information. So that's the antithesis of protecting your rights to information, participation, to property, to privacy, etc. State also has a duty to fulfill. That is most clearly relevant to economic and social rights, which need a lot of facilities.
Investment.
The right to food, yes, investment. The right to food, the right to education, other economic, social rights, the right to health. For example, the right to health needs proper functioning hospitals with the drugs, with motivated doctors who are competent and well paid, doctors and other health workers, nurses, midwives, and so on and so forth. We need schools that are safe to live in, to occupy, with teachers that know what they are doing, are qualified, are properly inspected, and who are well paid.
Yeah, they're not complaining and striking all the time.
Yes. And the schools shouldn't be far. The schools and hospitals shouldn't be far.
Yeah.
They should be accessible, both in terms of distance, but also in terms of economic accessibility. There should be no monetary barriers that stop people from Kanungu or Chori from accessing schools.
Yeah. So Aaron, so with that, then we got COVID-19 coming to shock our country, shocking the whole world, and along the way, destabilizing or causing a revolution, as other people have termed it. From a human rights angle, how has COVID-19 affected human rights? Could you sort of flag off some of the rights that have been directly hit by this global pandemic?
COVID-19 came hit us in 2020, which was also the electoral year. And it messed up the campaigns, because now some people had excuses for stopping you from moving. You couldn't campaign, you couldn't hold a rally, so it devalued, it degenerated the level of our politics. And the people who dared actually either campaign, if they were not of the ruling party, like you saw in the primaries, and it was like opposition, like Zake, who even was just giving out food, then you know how he ended up in a vegetative state out of a military or other policy structure. And Kakwenza, you saw Kakwenza, it was hit twice last year, in April and later in September. And those are just a few names that I can roll off, but many people. So the political, civil rights were heavily affected. The economic and social rights were compromised because the state, first of all, had no ability to fulfill its duty of fulfilling human rights, of promoting them, and it didn't even respect them, because people couldn't eat, many died, people couldn't, significant numbers couldn't access hospital facilities, and of course to date, people haven't gone back to school. But there is a third level of human rights, of collective rights, like environmental rights. So that was also greater a compromise, because whether it is Bugoma, Semuliki, forests are going. And the tempo of deforesters increased during COVID because there was no watchful eye. Institutions like the previous NEMA officer said they couldn't do public hearings over Bugoma because of COVID. So people got many excuses for violating rights. And of course, justice was hampered, courts closed. There was little access to justice.
And lawyers were not essential workers.
Lawyers were not essential workers, neither were any other HRDs. So this whole system for facilitating human rights remedies, participation and accountability was jeopardized by COVID-19.
But you paint a picture that I could say maybe is a little bit gloomy, but I'm wondering, from what the government did, the government interventions, there's a lockdown, justifiable, airports shut down, an attempt at online education, an attempt at food distribution and cash distribution and stuff like that. What could be sort of your assessment of some of those measures that government put in place to curb the spread of the virus, and how were they able to protect rights in your view?
Yeah, they are relevant for rights, especially economic, social and cultural rights. People need food, people need protection from further spread, hence the lockdown being justified on that account. Even the airport shutdowns were very essential to stem the tide of COVID from other countries, say the Middle East or Europe, which had bigger problems. So they were good ideas. It's just that the implementation was very weak. Food was only distributed in a few areas of Kampala. Not many were reached. Money was given to a few people, and as we are now beginning to learn, mostly the wrong people.
Oh.
Well, if they are Ugandans, can they be wrong? That's another question. But the thing is that the ideal targets, the vulnerable people,
the most vulnerable,
in Kasese, the best minority didn't get money. And the other, even in your area, you just need to call and they will tell you, no, we are still waiting for the Nabanja money, and it's not coming. And of course, unfortunately, it is thought as a government gift. It's a government duty. Government needs to do that for it to continue being government. If it doesn't, it stops. Yeah.
I also know that from the aspect of the law, there was an attempt at e-justice. I think I saw some videos of people appearing in court through video link.
Yeah, there was an attempt, and I am happy you call them attempts because they just barely scratched the surface. The justice system, like some other systems, substantially shut down. And the video conferencing for criminal cases is very limited. You tell you Uganda Road and maybe anti-corruption. Even then you had to book it. Those e-systems were problematic prior to the pandemic. Within the pandemic, they were completely overwhelmed. So you still have political detainees who are still in prison to this date. Yeah, whether it is Nook or someone who tried to flog Museveni's effigy, there are many people. Yeah, so it was a good idea, but it didn't work.
But it didn't work, and much of these are guarantees under the law and everything.
So those are negations to fundamental human rights. The failure of good government programs to be implemented, because for human rights to be respected, protected and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
So overall, you could say...
The performance was dismal, 10%.
Isn't that...
I'm being generous.
With 10%?
Yes. Because if you only give food to a few people in Kawempe, only in Kampala, a few sporadic
out
people.
of about 42
so
million.
I'm generous with the 10% score. I'm only trying to make sure that I reach home.
But at least you appreciate the initiative.
Yes, very much.
The principle.
The ideas are very good. It's a good thing to give people food. We need food because we are not working. So we need to be fed. We need money to feed, because we need data and so on to communicate, because that's more important now, because we can't physically visit people we love. We need to give them phone calls, we need to text them,
we need to work.
And hopefully you are testing people in the law, outside the,
not wrong people.
Yes,
and we need to work. The internet is very
much
instrumental.
It's the new office. The new office, people really have there's a big economy on the internet, and it enables people to work even internationally. People have been attending meetings. The good side, the flip side of COVID is that it has heightened the importance of virtual space, virtual work, of virtual jobs. Yes.
Okay, viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host, and today we're hosting Aaron Chiza from Kiza and Mugishan Advocate, a top human rights practice law firm in Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're hanging out with Aaron Chiza, a human rights lawyer in Kampala, who's done outstanding work safeguarding people's rights across this country. And today we're discussing COVID-19 and how it has affected our human rights in this country. Aaron, before we went for a break, we're talking about government interventions. You even attempted to give a score sheet. I don't know based on what parameters, perhaps the obligations that you explained at the start of the show. But we need to now sort of move forward and think about that next 5-10 years, we could be perhaps in a similar situation. What does it look for the country? How do we protect human rights? Because, I mean, these are extraordinary times, and we don't know what will hit us next. Could be a tsunami, could be another pandemic and stuff like that. But perhaps before we go into that aspect of recommendation, we could think about the lessons. So looking at COVID-19 now and how it has disrupted our lives, disrupted our rights, what do you think government of Uganda can learn? Because I remember at the start of the pandemic, they said, we've already handled Ebola before, we've handled cholera before. I don't know if there was any learning applied in the COVID response, but then we could think about, we have a chance now to prepare for the future. And what sort of would you flag? Assume tomorrow you're the Minister of Health and you're at the forefront of this conversation. What lesson do you think we can pick from our response to COVID-19, especially in the angle of protecting rights?
A major right on war.
You could first say amen to my prophecy that could be the next Minister of Health.
Yeah, glory be to God. I look forward to that moment. So a major right on war said that in times of peace, prepare for war.
Yes.
So you don't need to wait for a pandemic to wait for a pandemic. We have had a ministry for disaster that's more disastrous than pandemics. That basically does nothing to prepare us.
They distribute food
not
during
even landslides
floods.
found them already in just one localized area. So we need to have to be foresighted to know that health systems should work all times, and when they are working and the pandemic comes, they will be stressed, but they will not be run down. You get me? We also need to know that the human rights do not frustrate service provision or COVID responses or pandemic responses. They actually augment and mobilize the entire population to respond, because the whole point of human rights is to encourage participation, to encourage accountability, so that less or no money meant for COVID is stolen. And when all money that is meant to build the country is put in education, in health, in the right places, then we are better able to fight COVID and any other related disease. We need to look at other countries which are doing well. We need to know that the military is a good, but it cannot be a substitute for professional services like doctors, lawyers, journalists, and so on and so forth. And that there are wars that the military simply can't fight. That
Are you suggesting that we put the army at the forefront of our current response? Is that your suggestion?
That's what we did. That's what we shouldn't have done. The military cannot help you to fight a virus that is fighting inside the bodies, including of soldiers. You need doctors to diagnose the problem. You need the researchers to come up with COVID-X and others. You need to, yes, another lesson is indigenous knowledge. It's very important. We shouldn't be too colonial in our thinking that we demonize as witchcraft people who come up with remedies. And here I have to thank Vesige. His remedy prescription has proved to work for many, including for myself. Yeah, people who took COVID, a good number of them, COVID-X, have good testimonies. And there's also another lady from Guru Hospital, I think, Guru University, who also developed she was working on a remedy for asthma, and now it was applied. So indigenous knowledge, that's how China gets to develop, that's how India develops, must combine with modern or imported knowledge, and they work together. Those are some of the lessons.
And you talked about at the start of the show, you mentioned a couple of principles of human rights. Talked about participation at some point, and I'm wondering if we're talking about fighting another pandemic or learning from this, how have those principles been utilized in the current response against COVID, and perhaps how would they inform our next intervention?
When people participate in decision making, even lockdown, either directly or through their parliaments, with their representatives, they will easily buy in. You do not need a military barracks out of the barracks to ensure that they stay home. Now, because they have participated, they have the relevant information about the dangers of a pandemic. They know if you go out, you're finished. Then because they need life, they will keep in. But when they don't participate, they will perceive this as a political project. And you don't want to fight a pandemic through politics. You need to fight it on health information.
Science.
Yeah, on science, yes.
And then you talked about accountability in the course of our conversation. How do you think that sort of helps us respond to extraordinary times like this?
Accountability helps on two levels. One, there will be transparency on the way the ministry officials, the health guys, they do their work related to COVID. They will do it transparently. People will see them. If asked questions, they will respond. The media spotlight will enable that they answer questions, they guide people. But also those who steal our money in so doing will be brought to justice.
Or those who stumble on our rights.
Those who stamp on our rights will be also brought to justice, and they will compensate the victims and so on and so forth. So it improves the governance. Accountability, just like participation, they improve COVID response governance. The quality, they improve the quality. They make us more effective in fighting COVID because they will ensure that the drugs, oxygen cylinders, oxygen itself, medical workers, teachers reach hospitals and schools. Food, actually, if it is distributed, gets to most homes at least, not a few homes, and people taking it up because you had big wigs actually taking food and taking it to the market rather than it going to sick mothers.
Someone asked,
children.
Yes, someone asked me that what informed, for example, the decision to either give cash or distribute food, and they were saying, you see, perhaps if the people had participated in that decision-making process, you know, maybe we could be having a different story than what we're hearing these days. In our start, again, we had a conversation around equality, and I'm wondering, how do we promote equality or non-discrimination in a COVID response?
Yeah.
Because you correctly said, you know, some people are vulnerable, and then they are not sort of getting the attention that is commensurate to their need compared to perhaps yourself, who can survive a few months without under lockdown or whatever.
Yeah, the human rights concept of equality and non-discrimination, it helps vulnerable to lead a dignified life. In a sense, the state as a primary duty bearer will not allow only one cluster, class, or caste of society to keep alive while others are dying of hunger. You get me? To one class to access medicine while others are not accessing medicine just because they are in far-flung areas or because they cannot afford the money to buy it.
Or they can get a travel pass to fly out of the country.
Fly out, or because they cannot fly out because, first of all, they will not have a passport. Or they will not even afford the means to go to the... It's not easy to move from Chisolo to Entebbe airport or from Okabara Maido. Yeah, it takes some money. It takes even some knowledge, some education. It takes privilege. Now, human rights, especially equality and non-discrimination, ensure that even those people get the basics of life. They get the medicine, they get food, they have clothing, regardless of whether it's a pandemic or not. Yeah, and it's precisely the duty of government to ensure that these social services reach these people wherever they are at all times, including in a pandemic. People should never stop eating because it's a pandemic. People should not die
Miss school.
Avoidable death. Miss school just because it's a pandemic. The duty of government is sure that people get all these amenities regardless of a pandemic. If it means providing free internet to all villages in the country, ensuring there is electricity throughout, and active distribution of food to all families, so be it.
And when we, in the course of this conversation, we had a chat around the legal framework of human rights. During Uganda's COVID response, which is still ongoing, there was a debate at a certain point around the issuance of presidential directives, and there was people saying that we're enforcing the directive, and then there was a school of thought that no, actually the power to make these laws and regulations is actually vested in one person, like the Minister of Health and things. I thought I could pick your mind there as a lawyer, because I know legality is a core aspect of human rights. It's an underlying principle. What's your thought around the interplay between presidential directives?
Yeah, the marking guide is simple.
There's a marking guide.
Was there participation of the people in the COVID responses, or it was just a president sitting with a clique of ministry officials and proclaiming to all of us what we should do or should not do? Was there accountability of people who stole all these things? There is a constitution. Was it respected? Because the constitution is the supreme law, and you don't declare an emergency except within the confines of the constitution.
Of the law.
Was it done? It was not done in the constitution. If it was done according to the constitution, it would have been through parliamentary resolution, and parliament would have had oversight over the situation. But even legally speaking, parliamentarians were not allowed to move.
They were not essential.
They were not essential workers. Yes. So legally speaking, there were many issues, including those overarching principles of participation of ordinary people in this process was lacking.
Of enacting
it
the
became
laws.
a one-man show, and in the election season, it is understandable, especially if you're yellow.
Yeah, but I think the provisions were generally good. For example, I know one of the regulations was like, no spitting in public. And these are all measures meant to contain the situation. Isn't it understandable? Is it in black and white that you can't move away from certain rights, or you must stick to...
Whatever you do, the beginning must be right. Yeah, so if you use the colonial religious law in the preference of our constitution, which we made yesterday, 95, there is a problem from there. As for spitting in public, it's unfortunate you even need a new law. Because, it's a basic ethical issue that spitting in public, you are nauseating other people, and you could cause a spread of not just COVID-19, but these other airborne diseases.
People could be losing their appetite because they are seeing you.
Yeah.
And Aaron, I mean, back to your core work, as a human rights defender. How do you see, how should actors like yourself prepare to deal with the pandemic in future as we come to the end of this show?
At a personal level, I think we need to be learn to be forced to save. We have to cut on our appetite for expenditure and what we spend on, and just be a little more frugal, and also to know that the times have changed. COVID is upon us. We don't know when it is going to come to an end, but we need to be there to see it end.
All right. What a powerful way to end the show. Viewers, you've been watching House of Talent Television. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition. It's been me, your host, Jonathan Ochom, alongside our guest, Aaron Chiza from Chiza and Mugisha Advocate. Thank you so much for listening, and we look forward to the next episode. I'll be discussing yet another human right, specifically identifying various rights that have been hit by this pandemic and how we can maneuver through them. Until then, see you.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television. COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
There's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
You know, they say marriage is a one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle, prophet,
or prophet, whatever, you know, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Hello, welcome to this edition of You and the Law. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is simply what it is, you and the law. In this show, we try to demystify the law for the ordinary person, make it simple for a teacher, for a lawyer, for a farmer, for a doctor, for a border rider, for a cleaner, everyone in our society. This program touches on every aspect of our lives that relate to the law. Is it marriage? Is it property? Is it land? Is it traffic? Anything that touches on the law will be discussed in this program. Today, we're going to have an interesting conversation that will focus on the institution of marriage. I know most of us have attended marriage functions. Some of us are married. Most of us viewers are married. But what does it mean to be married? How does the law look at marriage? So this conversation today will focus on demystifying the whole topic around marriage and how it is viewed from the eyes of the law. And to help us do this, I have a learned mind with me, and it's none other than my friend, my colleague, Emmanuel Elau. Emma, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Hello, viewers. Thank you for having me on the show.
In House of Talent TV, we welcome our visitors with a fist bump.
Thank
and
you.
we've been told that when you fist bump, you spread the love. So you do this, then you spread the love. Yeah. So Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sit around the compound, you look at the time. You know, you lose sense of the calendar because you fail to understand which is a Monday and which is a Sunday.
You're even lucky that you have a compound. Some people live in one-bedroom houses and have nothing to look except their, iron sheets.
Yeah, sure.
And really, you're our first guest really on this program. And why do you think it's sort of important for people to just know about the law? Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for all these years. Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. You know, when it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law. Because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, all the things are the law, When you jump on a border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic, If you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money because you're consuming someone's energy and investment. So you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes. So it's very much important that everyone appreciates the law and understands it at a certain level.
Okay. So today I know there are many issues, but today we sort of want to narrow our discussion around the institution of marriage.
Yes.
Because, of course, I'm sure most of us, like ourselves, are products of marriage, and probably for most of the population in Uganda are a result of marriage. So I thought I'd sort of start with the foundational issues and then just try to, seek, to pick your mind on what, marriage means, especially, from a legal, from the legal side of things.
Yes. Well, thank you. So if you look at the institution of marriage, we as a country, we are an independent state, right? So that means that we have our own laws within the country that govern different aspects of life. And that includes marriage, right? And so we have different types of marriages, which are applicable in this country. And each marriage has its own characteristics, which are, which are associated with it.
Yeah,
right?
but perhaps we could just start by the whole concept of marriage, like what it is, like sort of that paint that picture for the person. I'm sure many people could be saying, but yeah, we know this, but I know the law sort of has its own way of looking at things. Yeah.
Yes. So if you look at marriage generally, most people associate marriage with going to church, or going before a chief administrative officer or a registrar of marriages. Now, if you ask a question that what is marriage, marriage primarily is a voluntary union,
Voluntary union.
One man and one woman.
Okay.
That is if you're going to church.
Yeah.
In other instances, it can be a voluntary union between one man and maybe 2, 3, or more women.
Okay.
So it only depends on what type of marriage you're comfortable celebrating, because that determines how many partners you can have.
So are you trying to say, when you say a man and woman, it could be just any man and woman? Are there like sort of any guidelines on who the man and who the woman should be in terms of how the relations that exist in society, that exist in any community? Is there sort of some qualification of who the man and who the woman should be?
Well, thank you. So if you look at the Constitution of Uganda, which is the supreme law of this country, right? It sets out the age within which one is able to found a family.
Okay.
And so that age is set at 18 years.
Oh.
Right? So anyone above the age of 18 years can celebrate marriage of whatever kind, right? But also importantly, it's between a man and a woman.
Okay.
That's as per the laws in Uganda, right? So if you meet that threshold, then you're good to go.
Okay. And what in terms of the people, like relations that exist within people? Because we hear that in some countries people can marry, cousins or relatives. I don't know what's the situation in Uganda.
Well, it is the same position here. If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. it sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime. You know, but of course we know that in some parts of this country, maybe people could marry maybe close relatives.
Yeah.
But generally, the law does not permit
you
to marry, for example, your brother, your cousin.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. But I think even these aspects, even culturally, even without the law, I think our culture sort of have certain positions.
Yes.
On,
yes.
you know, you can't marry from this. I know that the family where I come from, my grandfather, for example, his closer friends, you know, became part of our family. So I remember my mom has always told me that when they were growing up, they were told, those are not our blood relations, but we don't expect any of you to, you know, to think of marriage because, you know, we have, you know, sort of created that tight, you know, bond. So I think even culturally, the position has been sort of clear. So in your sort of introductory remarks, you talked about that there are different, you know, types of, you know, marriages.
Yes.
Because you said some people can marry up to 2, 3, even endless women. Others only require one. Maybe could you just run us through the different, you know, types of marriage that exist in Uganda?
Okay. Well, thank you. Like I said earlier, the most common form of marriage that people celebrate in Uganda is either church marriage, you know, or customary marriage.
Okay.
Now,
you could just take, so what's the customary marriage essentially?
So customary marriage is marriage which is celebrated according to the customs of a given place, you know, most especially of the woman. So if you're marrying a lady, say from Teso or from Buganda, you celebrate that marriage according to the cultures and the customs of the people in that particular area, right? So that is the customary marriage. And of course, the threshold is still the same. The lady and the man should be above 18 years.
So what you're suggesting, because you talked about depending on the culture, so
Yes.
you're suggesting that the people from Teso have their own ways of doing it. People from Buganda, Korea, and other parts of the country have, it's based on that. They don't have like a uniform guideline.
Exactly. There's no uniform guideline, so it is about the cultures in a given place. So like you've said, in Teso, you'll find that different practices when it comes to marriage. In Buganda, it's different. If you go to Ankole, it's different, right? So because the law recognizes their customs, to the extent that they are not inconsistent with the constitution, so you find that the law allows people in that different cultural settings to celebrate marriages, those customary marriages, according to their customs.
Okay. You talked about the fact that, you know, there are basic standards that are cut across, even if they're in different cultures. You mentioned age as one of them.
Yes.
What could be sort of the other cultural, you know, requirements in Uganda? Because I know there are things around, you know, payment of bride price in other areas. I don't know, sort of, could you run us through salient features of, you know, of customary law in the context of marriage?
Well, yes, like I've said, so one, the persons who are intending to get married should be above 18 years, right? I've also said it has to happen between a man and a woman, because our cultures and the law do not permit homosexual kind of relationships.
Same sex.
Yes, to be legalized, right? And also there is a very important aspect of the payment of the bride price.
Yeah.
If you're coming to marry someone from Teso, you know you must pay cows.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
If you're coming to Buganda, you know there have been these jokes people tell that in Buganda you simply walk with some tomatoes, you know?
Vegetables.
Vegetables. And maybe, is it called a chisambi? This is the cow. You know?
The thigh.
The thigh of a cow. You
Yes.
move with that. So that's some form of bride price that you give to the family of the bride, right? Though of course in the past we have had really some contentions when it comes to payment of the bride price. You know, and these debates have been happening across the country as to whether people should actually be paying bride price because some people are saying it is discouraging people from getting married.
Well, those are, you know, conversations probably for another day.
Yes.
So that's customary. So yes. What could be the other type of marriage?
Well, the other common type of marriage, like I said, was the church marriage.
Yeah.
You know, now in church marriage, you have a person who is above 18 years, marrying one woman, right? Now, according to the definition, if you look at the legal definition of marriage, you know, as brought from the UK, who were our colonizers anyway. Yeah. There's a very famous case to lawyers. Many lawyers know this case, the case of Hyde versus Hyde.
Yeah.
You know, they say marriage is one man, one woman, to the exclusion of others.
Yeah.
So that means that if you choose to go today before a priest in a church, a reverend, a pastor, whoever, whatever name they may be called,
apostle, prophet,
or prophet, whatever, you know, you must understand that you can only marry one spouse at a time.
Oh, and so that's sort of different from the customary position.
It's different.
Yeah.
With customary, for as long as you stay in that lane of customary marriage, you can marry 1, 2, 3, up to infinity. It's about your ability to pay the bride price to the different families you're marrying from, right? But when it comes to church marriage, you're only marrying one person at a time. At a time, I must emphasize, yes. So if you want to move on to the next person, you must first divorce before you...
And then you contract another person.
Yes.
But there's been this conversation around sort of the church you should go to.
Yes.
Like there seems to be some legal position on how church is getting sort of the necessary approvals or whatever. I don't know if you want to throw more light on that.
Well, so if you choose to celebrate marriage in any given church, you have an obligation to ensure or to do a search to establish that that church is registered for purposes of conducting that marriage. Right? Okay. Because you know, church marriages are conducted under authority of the government.
Yes.
You know, because ordinarily it's the government that should be conducting these marriages. Right? Yeah. So because government has licensed some churches to do this, you who is intending to get married, you have to ensure that that church is licensed, because otherwise you'll be celebrating no marriage at all.
No marriage at all. I think that's a very important point, and we'll go for a break at this point. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, a program that seeks to demystify the law for you and any other person in the community. We're going for a short break and we'll be right back. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes,
about the
what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
Did you discuss That's the easiest question I think to answer. I am a typical Lauman from a rooted north in a place called Ogur. And where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agwe. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down in the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think it's just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie, I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Completely disconnect VPN. Welcome to the CEO Bench, ladies and gentlemen from all across the world. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course the CEO Bench exists to bring you the stories of people who are on the top, doing it on the top, leading on the top, people who have been through change management, and of course are transforming lives, and they have transformed their own personal lives to reach there, as well as those who are headed to the top. What are their stories? What have they been through? What can we learn from them? Do they have some really interesting experiences to share with us? Yes, they do. And of course, on the CEO Bench this week, this morning, or this evening, or this afternoon, depending on which part of the world you are located, is the one and only the man who needs no introduction, the African youngest man on planet Earth that is doing great and amazing stuff. Been over to the creative industry, done that, is now thinking for different businesses at different levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my guest this morning, Bedford Buyungo, aka Professor in the Making. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you on the show this morning.
Thank you so much.
How have you been?
I'm great.
You have been overwhelmingly nominated to come back to the CEO Bench. Would you like to tell us why would these people overwhelmingly nominate you by over 30 votes to come back to the CEO Bench, yet you have been on the CEO Bench before?
I wouldn't know, but I appreciate them. They are in a better position to let you know. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Bedford, we want to just go straight to our interview this morning. And of course, I want you to just share with us a few of, the things, the journey, and of course, what you have been through and what you're still going through as a person on the top. The CEO Bench is a very interesting, place to be. We look at things from a different perspective, and I want to just give you a small background to what the CEO Bench is about. One, we focused on individual people who are leaders and in position of leadership.
Yeah.
The program, of course, is focused on discussion about leadership, change management, and transformation, both at individual level and as well as the corporation levels where you are, as well as the community where you live, and the nation where you lead or where you reside. All of us are leaders in our nations, but people often think that only people who are defined by political boundaries are the ones who are leading. But all of us are leaders at our levels, and it's important that we keep reminding people that even as a border man on the streets of Kampala or in the streets of any streets of the city anywhere in Africa, you are a leader, because the things you're doing at that level is leadership. How you change your life from a border person to becoming a taxi driver, to becoming a bus driver, to becoming a pilot is what we're calling change management at that level. But also, if you're moving from being a creative person at your level to becoming a creative thinker, to becoming a strategist, to becoming a research and developer person, and for being that person that think for brands and think for businesses and create things, that's change management.
True.
When we're looking at transformation, we look at the foray of moving from this one space to the next space to the next space is key for us going forward. And that is what the CEO bench exists for. And so this morning, I want to ask you this question, which I've asked you before.
Yeah.
If I am looking for a small and fast and quick definition of who Bedford Buyungo is, what would be your definition of who you are?
First, I identify as a Pan-Africanist who has passion for research and development. And yes, I'm an entrepreneur, and I think in there has many things. When you talk about Pan-Africanism, it means you're pro-Africa, you're pro-African progress. When you talk about research and development, it has an element of research, it has an element of development, developing products or brands or whatever field you're applying R&D. And when you talk about entrepreneurship, still it speaks to something. And there is reason why those three things. There is reason for Pan-Africanism, there is reason for R&D, there is reason for entrepreneurship. And for me, it is that I as a Pan-Africanist, I was like, the only way we can progress Africa is probably through the element of economics. So, yes, I know other elements work hand in hand, but yes, we've tried politics and people have played us. We've tried all other elements, even donor, funding, and we've not gotten to places we've gotten to. So I was like, why don't I get this craft, R&D craft, and be able now to birth products, of course with my marketing and brand knowledge, to birth brands from end to end and go compete in the world. And I saw that as an opportunity to birth brands and compete on the global stage. Like Andrew Garcia says, he said that Africa needs needs trade, not aid. So when you say Africa needs trade, not aid, it means that you need to put something on the table for the people to buy. There is a lot of things that work for you to be able to sell in the States, for you to be able to sell in Asia, for you to be able. But thank God that every region of the world, God has put something unique. So the avocado that I'm going to sell from Uganda is not the same as the one that someone I'm going to compete with from Asia has. So in a nutshell, and I'm reminding people who get confused of who I am, that I'm simple, a Pan-Africanist who has a passion for research and development and entrepreneurship.
Wow. Well, you now know more about Bedford Buyungo. He's more of a professor than just a simple man you know. Of course, if all the professors were as simple as him in their making, I think would go far. And of course, the last time he was here, he said that, I am a self-proclaimed professor. And of course, you can see from there that you don't have to have a definition beyond the boundaries to understand what he has just said. and to believe in him. But I would like to welcome you to the CEO Bench, and I would like to encourage you today to make this program as interactive as possible. Share with us what your comments are, and even your kisses and disses. When we say kisses and disses, I mean, tell us we're doing very good. We will be able to take that feedback. And if you think we're not doing very well, tell us what you would want to see. And the CEO Bench is here to make sure that you actually have that information. And now straight to our discussion, Bedford. I just want to take you through to a couple of things that people have been talking about.
Yeah.
You have been the newest CEO on the bench of your company. And by definition of a CEO is not just that you have too many. We often believe that to be at a CEO bench, you need to have many layers of system put in place or structures that put in place. And I'm saying, yes, that's true, but what about the CEO who still starts the company from scratch, gets it to a certain level, and start to cross the boundaries and moving to continents? And when you cross to the continent, you of course fully now become the CEO definition we're looking for. And you've been doing this from the Saint Africa. We've seen the brand cross the borders and become something of a development. You're working on another brand called the Voyage Africa, if I get the name very right.
African
Voyage, which is the boat building company. And the thinking is great. The motivation is great. We just want to start from there. Where do you draw your motivation to think like this from?
I partly tackled that in the first question. There's something called vision, and I think I talked about it last time we were here. Once you have a vision, then your picture is about 70% clear. The 30% I'll leave it to God. So when you have a clear picture, then the Mzungu or the white man says the end justifies the means. When I want to go to Kampala and I'm using public means, I behave differently from the man who is using public means from Kampala to Masaka. One is going far, one is going near. And by default, when you're seated in a taxi and you're going to Ntinda, the normal saying is Momasao. So you know that it's close, but because you're very clear of where you're going, your behavior follows automatically. It means I don't need to greet my neighbor, because soon it's going to be the posture even changes. When I'm, for example, at the front seat, I'm looking around, and soon I say, conductor, Masao. But the guy going to Masaka or Kigali using Masaka Road, by default, the posture is going to change. The first thing you do is, how are you, because anything can happen along the way. So the vision is very important, and my vision is deeply linked to where Africa is going. And no one has come out to tell us about where Africa is going. The 54 countries have not sat, or African Union, and probably made it clear that Africa needs to be this, Africa needs to be that by this time. It might be there, big documents, but not in one statement that Africa needs to be this. So many of us Pan-Africanists, the doers, the talkers, the many Pan-Africanists, or people who are pro-Africa, everyone has their contribution to African progress. Now mine is deeply linked to African economic, African progress. And since I come from the brand world, marketing world, I decided that I will champion the global brands that are coming from Africa. I know many people have gone before me, but mine is to contribute to African brands and see them compete globally, because I know when the African brands are competing globally, that means jobs, that means many things, and that means good life, good health, many things.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bedford, a lot of the nomination that came this time around to bring you back to the CEO bench, where a number of people who started their companies, from the data we're seeing at the CEO bench here, a number of people who started their companies, and just in 2019, some of them had great aspirations.
Yeah.
They had moved out from their jobs and started something else, and they were doing really great, and they had plans. The visions were clear, the missions were clear, and then the pandemic came from nowhere, and it is accounted for to have started somewhere in China, and nobody saw it making its way in January or by December 2019 and January 2020. It arrived here. Most of us were expecting it to be here a little bit much later because China is really far away from Africa. But it made its way here quite faster and quicker. And a lot of these companies, a lot of these individuals that started these companies, that moved from their former employment to start these companies, are now facing a big challenge of even extinction and slipping back to employment. Some of them are really running mad. And I'm talking about guys who started the company by employing from 10 to 15 to 20. I met one of them yesterday that says he employs 45 people from when he started, and now he's going to have to cut down everyone because the vision is not going where it's supposed to be. Pandemic has happened. How do we help such fellows move forward? How have you been able to do it? Because you've been in the same space, almost around the same time is when the Saint Africa comes on, and it rolls out and it's working. What would be the best advice to give from the background perspective of a marketer, brand developer, an advertiser, and now an entrepreneur, as well as a Pan-Africanist who is thinking from a different perspective altogether?
Thank you so much for that question, and for the people who nominated me along those lines. It's sad what is happening and what is going on in the world, then Africa, and of course our country. It is sad, and no one saw this coming. But even in what I call such career, there is always a blessing. So I'll start by encouraging these people to accept that the foundations are shaken. You did mention around 29 people had started business. I think we were online in 2020. South Africa started selling globally in 2020. And so the first thing is to accept. So acceptance really takes you far. It means it's going to manage your posture. It's going to influence your posture towards the issues. And I did, when you told me about this, I did write something. Probably that's the reason you call me professor. Yes, it's an interview, but I take the opportunity to teach, and I'm not a professor that has been awarded a degree. It's just a nickname. So, like I said, the first thing, and our viewers can even get pen and paper, and then we write a few things down to guide us. So I did write 11 points on how to maneuver. I don't know if we have the time to, but I'll be fast. And feel free to interject, and we'll make it interactive, enjoyable, and quite something for our viewers. So like I said, mine was to first accept that the foundations are shaken, because now that is going to help you measure, where the cracks are. But if you sail through and like nothing is happening, then you have a problem. It's like an ostrich buried their head in the sun and think the whole body is not being seen, but the whole of the body is on the other side. So point number 2 is by not making things worse, is to act. To apply action, to act. And first we said that you accept, and then now we are saying you act. Of course, businesses have different challenges. Like your friend you talked about has 45 guys. He has to think about how to survive the 45 guys, how to lay off the 45 guys. He has different challenges, but it's not just 45. It's the rent, it's the many things. So the thing is to act. Act. If you have a rent, then you need to write to the landlord. Is to act. And pick yourself up, be strong. I know where strength's gonna come, because it's hard to tell someone who's lost even friends and family to be strong. But we need to be strong for each other. And part of why we even spending this time is to help our friends be strong. Is to help them, strengthen their resolve in them, making a way through this pandemic. So the point number 3 that I wrote is dealing with reality, not fiction.
Wow.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
So reality, I talked about in a previous point about when you're talking about rent, for example, that's the reality. You probably rent an office of, say, $1 million Uganda shillings, and yes, you need to deal with that reality. You need to write to your employees, to the landlord. That's the action we talked about. But the reality is not dealing with fiction, what people are saying, what you heard the other side. You analyze and then you act.
Wow.
The other day, I think I was seen on social media walking, but I wasn't walking for fun. You know what I mean? I wasn't walking for fun. I had a deal.
The business.
I had a business in town. And someone was paying some money for me to do something, and I was like, okay,
You can't drive.
I can't drive because I'm not amongst essential workers, and I didn't have a bicycle. So I was like, and in Entebbe, I thought about where to buy a bicycle. Probably I thought they would be more expensive. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to walk. So I prepared that night, ate fruits, did all what I thought would take me through the 42 kilometers, and I walked. So as people are enjoying my walking moment, because I shared it on social media, internally I knew that I'm going to finish something. So that way, I managed to walk and get to Kampala after 4.5 hours, and I was able to meet my client and then go through that.
So it was actually walking for you to go
to do business.
To do business.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to hold it right there, and I want to interject from that point. Many of us, when we become CEOs, or by CEOs, I mean Chief Executive Officer. It means that there are smaller other executive people under you here that runs probably finance, human resource, administration, that runs marketing here. But you are now the chief, because you are now looking at things from a visionary point of view, directional point of view, and finding the pathways for us to get there and solving the problem that the team here not. So one of them is to get business and to connect business to them. Then they can do the business. That's the CEO we're looking for.
Definitely.
Yeah. So at that level, and we learned this from a business development manager called Dr. Jinfo Olo. Talked about it on the show here. And we learned something from there, that at that level you're focusing on strategic partnerships and direction. Now, many CEOs at that level can't sit on borders, don't want to walk on the road, and when they can't move, when there's no vehicle, they're always driven. But yet we saw you here with Saint Africa. I don't know whether Ugandans and many Africans actually understand or been to that website to see what Saint Africa is really putting out there. But when we see you walking from there 42 kilometers to Kampala and we're enjoying the walk. And you are coming to meet another CEO who is giving you business. And when I learned of the business volume that you are picking from this CEO and going, it was such a very, you know, I would say, mind-boggling situation. To see how when we rise to a certain level, we can't come down. What informed your decision to do that?
It's still, I was looking at the business and I'm like, of course I can't send anyone.
They are also in lockdown.
They are also in lockdown, but also I was meeting the CEO. So he needed to be at that level. So he's like, are you able to make it? And I'm like, yes, I'm able to make it. I didn't tell him how. So I started working and for me, it was what I'm winning for the rest of the company. And of course, when I win that, I win it on behalf of the rest. So it is always on behalf of the rest. I'll go the extra mile. Yes.
Wow. We want to take a break, Bedford, and when we come back, you'll pick it up from point number 4, which is the reality. We are learning from the CEO and as well as the business proprietor, the founder, and you nominated him to come to the show. He has 11 points so far, 3 knocked down, and I think that 1, think about it, if I'm not mistaken. Number 2, you know, take action. Number 3, look at the reality. All right, we'll be right back after the break.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time round. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, welcome back to the CEO Bench. This is the CEO Bench, where you get to interact with those who have done it, those who are doing it, and those who are on the top. And of course, on the program this morning, we have Bedford Buyungo back on the program, nominated with 30 votes. And the biggest number of the votes was, can you bring back that gentleman to the show so that we can get a lot more from him about how do we navigate the situation in this pandemic situation that we're having right now. And I know that every CEO out there is hiring a strategist right now to play around things. The board members are meeting, the board of different corporations are meeting to say, how do we navigate the situation about the COVID-19? Welcome to the program. Back to the program, Bedford Buyungo.
Thank you so much.
I just want to take you straight to point number 3 before I interjected you were on point number 3 of the 11 points of how we can bounce back and how we can navigate situation as from the CEO perspective, but also from the strategist perspective, from the man with thinking for the brands. And I wouldn't want to mention the name of some of the brands that you are actually looking after right now, but I'll leave that to you right now. So please pick it up from there.
Yo, thank you so much for welcoming me back to the show, and thanks for the viewers and the people who nominated me. And I think we were going through these points as a way of helping each other strengthen our soul, strengthen our resolve, strengthen many things that can help us. We just, you and I, and probably everyone who works at HTV are just adding a brick on people's businesses. True. And we're glad we have the opportunity to share. And we're glad we have the opportunity to give. And in giving, we hope that we'll receive.
Yes.
So, yeah. So the fourth point that I do write is cementing a relationship with our existing customers, or what other people call clients. Yeah. So HTV has clients. Uganda Airlines has clients. Killer Sports Fitness has clients. And of course, we know who our clients are. Saying Africa has a database of people who buy globally. Cementing a relationship is deeply rooted in something called care. In such a place, such a time as this, everyone would know, does Okila Fitness really care about me, or they care about my money, my shilling?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so it is also a beautiful time to, even for brands and businesses, to spend even something small, you know, on their clients. Yeah. It could be a mask, it could be sanitizer. Like a saying goes, no one wants to know how much we know until they know how much we care. So such a time as this is one time to show care. to show love. So my point was cementing a relationship with the clients. It means that you're going to have to sit down and and analyze and say, okay, I have 30 clients. You might not gift them all of them, but at least you can place a call and say, how you doing? Sorry about the loss I had, things like that, and people will remember you all their lives because you cared when everything was low. So it is important, and I use the word, it's such a beautiful time, because when everything is well, the noise is too much. But when there is a problem, when there is a catastrophe, a pandemic, people are closed in and people are seated at home. They don't know what to do. They don't know their next step. They don't know where they're going to get the next meal. So the people are very sensitive. They are listening. Their heart is listening. Their mind is listening. Every being of their body is very active and sensitive. It can easily make them cry. It can also easily make them happy. Something small. So that's why it is easy, and okay, I won't use that example, it might bring issues, but I think you get the point.
Yes. I want to just ask you a little bit there, Bedford. You said we need to show people that we care. The brands need to show people that care. You know, if you're a CEO and your brand is, your product is interacting with people, you need to show them that you care. Many a times, the brands are also struggling.
Yeah.
How do the customers show them that they care about the brand, that they've been supplying them the products, as well as how do the brands, care about the clients who are cutting down on their consumption because they have to make certain choices that are brought about or imposed by the pandemic that has come and say, like cut my consumption of this product from here, which means the brand is going to lose. And the brand is also saying, but I'm losing. So there's how do you deal with that from a strategy point of view? You think for businesses, your business as a CEO is for thinking for other businesses. How do you deal with that complexity and the situation as such?
You're talking about budgets, I guess. Something close to budget.
Yeah, not even budget, just only, I mean, like, how do you touch a heart of a person who is cutting away from you? Who's not consuming your product anymore.
Okay.
Because they're saying pandemic has come. For example, if I was a very big consumer of Okila Health and Fitness, luckily for them it's difficult to cut from me because I am more important to them in this time than before, although I was not very important to many people. So that may not be a good example. But let's say, you are, MTN.
And the customers
are no, I can't afford buying more airtime like they used to do, or get data like they used to do, because their income is cut down. So they end up begin to prioritize getting sold to airtime and stuff like that. How do you deal with that? And yet you're saying, please show them, give them some more. Should MTN give even when these guys are cutting down? I mean, how do you,
I started these 11 points with when the foundations are shaken. You need to accept that they are shaken. And I used the word foundation technically. Is that if you start business in 2019, hopefully you're still investing in the foundation of that business. Isn't it?
Yes.
It means that even if rain showers or cats and dogs, that doesn't mean that I won't build the building because I'm at the foundation level. Isn't it?
Yeah.
So the rain has come in form of the pandemic. In fact, the storm has come in form of the pandemic. But that's not going to stop me from laying the next brick on my foundation. So take it this way, that you're still at the foundation level and you're investing to have and guess what? As a business, you're one of your biggest or the strongest brick foundation is the people you serve, the people whose needs you meet. And once you have their hearts, not their minds, then go through this storm in 2-3 years, but you have business for the next 7 years plus.
Okay.
So take it like it's a foundation, and you're laying brick after brick. And yes, you might not even, we're talking about budgets, you might say you don't have money to give out, but you can make calls. You can write an email.
Yeah.
You can check on these people occasionally. You can even send airtime of 5,000. And that will actually touch their hearts more than their minds. I know you've, and I won't mention names, you've had people who have less money and have taken people's wives.
Yeah, of course.
What did they show?
That they care more about the other person. Bedford, what you have said makes a lot more sense. I want to tie this to leadership. Much of the first point to the fourth point that you've talked about is really about leadership. And a lot of people struggle with leadership. And this program is about leadership, change management, and transformation.
True.
On that note, I want you to drop to point number 5.
Yes.
At what point do a leader realize that they are leading?
At what point do
leader realize that they are leading? If you're a business leader or a leader, CEO, because all that you're talking about is leadership, there must be somebody thinking about this thing at that level going forward. So I want you to pick it up from point number 5 and tell us. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're asking, and I'll use a live example.
Yeah.
Being the teacher that I am, I love to use very close examples, things people can understand.
Yeah.
And I will take you to South Africa. Do you know of heard any quote, economic quote that Mandela said?
Yes, quite a number of them.
No, economic best.
Economic best, not that one comes in mind very easily.
So there is nothing much attributed to Nelson Mandela in the area of economics.
Yeah.
But people followed him.
Yeah.
Because of his story, because of his resolve. Yes, Mandela was a lawyer, or what other people call counsels, or he was that. So, but people followed him because of how he withered through the storm for 27 years plus, because he started with the NNC just even before 1964, Livonia trial. So, saying that to answer your question is to use Mandela as example is that people followed him even if they didn't know his economic policies, isn't it?
Yeah.
So a leader will just see followers and know, and we live in a digital world. Whether you're leading poorly, whether you're leading negatively, whether you're leading positively or taking people somewhere or even nowhere, the digital world can easily tell you whether you're leading or not leading. So back in the day, we used to employ researchers to do the maths, to do the figures, to do the statistics,
business development managers,
to do the statistics, and see people's response towards using the human resource managers to gauge are people following. But guess what? Now it's all on digital. You will, whether internally or even externally, you will know whether you're leading or not, because leaders have to have followers.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
All right.
So
it's interesting. Point number 5?
Yeah. So point number 5 that I wrote is rethinking business.
Okay.
Rethinking business to stop and reflect and then make changes.
Wow.
So I'll use an example of, say, in Africa. So we are here building a website to sell our clothes globally, and we realize that yes, we've passed that hurdle of having a fully e-commerce based website. You can easily swipe, and we can easily ship to any corner of the world. But then we realize that again there is now the perception issue, whereby people do not easily trust websites that come from nowhere. None of us is a big star. The directors that we're not Kanye West, we're not Jay-Z, they don't know our addresses. So there is that thing. Even if we have an American bank that can even make the refund, because the American bank that sits between us and the customer. You pay, the money goes to the bank, The bank sends to the factory, the thing is shipped.
Yeah.
The cloth is shipped.
Yeah.
But still we have that to convince the world that we are the African Versace, we are the African H&M, and we are saying Africa, celebrating African excellence through our art and clothes. So we decided now, you know, we're going to go to Amazon. But going to Amazon and going to Walmart means that we cut into our profit.
Yes.
If you buy directly on our website, we make more money. But when we go to Amazon, it will take a percentage. When we go to Walmart, but they have a bigger market. They are trusted. They are big brands. So that's how we maneuvered around that area. So I'm talking about rethinking how the operations. But for people in Uganda or people in Africa, is to rethink your human resource.
Wow.
Is to think your human resource. Yes, I'm brand-based marketing, but I also have passion for human resource because it's the camel that will take you through the desert that we are going through.
Called the pandemic.
Called the pandemic. So it is important that you feed, you treat your camel well.
Well, this is CEO Bench, and you're hearing that coming from Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, an entrepreneur, the founder, and of course the CEO of these companies and a director in some of these companies, and also a teacher telling us his story of how we can navigate the turbulent path of, turbulent path attacking our businesses brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. In some countries it has become endemic, and in some communities it will continue to be the basic disease that is killing people, but we don't know how to deal with it. Well, we want to hear from you. Share with us your comments, kisses and disses. If you're listening, get a pen, get a paper, and take really some good notes. This time around is not just discussing leadership at that point. No, we are discussing leadership based on directions, change management, and how you deal with it, and we will get to the transformation. Over to you, Bedford, to point number 6.
Okay, I'll talk about the time to get out and chase for business.
Yes.
It's a link to some point we talked about the action element,
Yes.
and I led by example. I had business in Kampala, and I had to walk 42 miles, 4.5 hours to get that business done.
Yeah.
So it's time to get out. So getting out, people are going to say, but you know, I'm not an essential worker.
Yeah. I don't have a car.
Yeah.
I don't have a motorcycle. Let's wait until the 42 days is over, then we can do this business.
Yes. But we're glad we live in a day like this, a day of internet, a day of technology advancement, a virtual world. Then the countries I've traveled in these 3-4 days since they started, I've traveled many countries, and fixed many things in those countries using the internet.
Wow.
So assume that your GBs or megabytes is your transport to the different parts of the world, to the Chinese supplier that's going to supply you even after 40 days. Assume that that GBs is the transport that's going to make you network. That's going to make you meet. And
is your air ticket to fly to that place?
It's your air ticket. Things are cheaper these days, but it's your perception.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
So I've started on work in Liberia trying to get Liberia to be like Rwanda, like Kigali, Monrovia to change for the better, and I'm doing it here. So when the 42 days is done, I was supposed to travel. Yes, I'll go there physically, but I would say 50% of the work will be done. So I've been traveling back and forth using emails, so it's time to get out. It's time to, because now, you know, when there's a rat race, you don't have time to think. It's time to think about getting business from Okila Fitness. You have time to read about Okila Fitness. You have time to know what Okila Fitness needs. in fact, the supermarkets or what other people call stores are open.
Yeah.
You can simply, if you're, for example, a marketing guy or designer, just walk through, buy a few products and pitch to them online.
Yeah.
People will love it. You're out of 50 businesses you've pitched to, maybe you'll get 10.
Yeah.
And those 10 will survive you.
Yeah.
For some
On that note, Bedford, if I may interject.
Yeah.
The creative industry have been struggling for a while, and you've just mentioned something that is key to cracking that code.
Yeah.
The designers have been home. Many of them are used to the traditional adman, life of I be in this ad agency. This is all I do is here, and they think for them. They do everything for them. But you're saying that. And then we're wondering, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda suffered over the years.
Yeah.
That, yes, we're saying Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, and then when you look at our product compared to a product coming from Kenya on the shelf in a store, then you wonder, it says, but this is more appealing to the eyes than the one that has very good things but is not appealing and there's less information, unless you know that this brand is made by Bedford Buyungo or Eddie Okila. You will even buy because of the individual attachment to them, but not because the brand or the product of that brand stand by itself. And you're saying that they should go into the supermarket and just pick a brand and pitch to them and see. Take us through that process. Typically, normally, when you're doing these things, is this something you do as a brand developer?
Okay.
And if yes, how many of them have responded to you? Because I've heard so many people saying, Ugandans don't understand branding, Ugandans don't understand product packaging.
Yeah.
And one time I had a professor from, a Ugandan assistant professor based in Washington University, teaching design communication,
yes,
a former volleyballer. I'm very certain she's going to wake up to this, program. She's one of the people who follow you quite a lot. Professor Penina Chayo said that we have stopped designing, with the human element. And it says we need to design with the human touch.
Yeah, I agree.
I found that one very interesting. But over to you. How do you, get around, navigate about the difficult path of these brands not understanding, the product owners not understanding, and yet we need them to be able to build their brand in this particular time and space?
Okay, I'll pick from where the professor says we need to design from a human element.
Yes.
And I think what she means, she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we need to develop design with emotion.
Yes.
Companies don't have emotions, do they?
No.
It's the people.
They have emotions.
So customers are the people, that have emotions.
Yeah.
So when she says human element, for me quickly, that's what I think she's meaning.
Yes.
So,
in fact, she called it the human-centered design.
Thank you very much. Human-centric.
Yes.
So, consumer-centric.
Yes.
And for me, the battle there she's speaking about is the battle for the mind versus the battle for the heart.
Yes.
I'd rather go for the battle
for the heart.
Yeah, I'd rather go for your heart than your mind.
Yes.
This is what I mean, that when I'm coming from Entebbe to Kampala, probably I meet about 7-10 billboards, big ones, and I read them, but name them. And I understand what they are saying. My mind understands the English, my mind understands what they're communicating. But they're not touched my heart to really spend money. That billboard that I find, I'm like, I need to purchase this thing.
This product.
Then has touched my heart. You get what I mean?
Yes.
So
that is human-centered design.
Yeah.
And human-centered communication.
Definitely.
Wow.
Yeah. And back to the question you asked about if I really go around the supermarket.
Yeah, how would a person who is stuck at home, who is saying that these guys don't respond to this,
to design.
And yet you are saying if you pick about 50 of them and you go and work on their things and put it together and you send it to them, chances are you're going to end up with 5 who will pay you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So I was given an opportunity by the South African government to fix the artisans industry in South Africa. And yes, they had artisans who do things, pass on the craft to their children, but the industry wasn't growing. And we have the same scenario here, where you have, you know, my father sold some artifacts, and then I learned how to do them. My father passes on, then, you know, even I pass that to the grandkid. We have an artisan industry that really doesn't break the roof, the ceiling. So my task was, how do we, you know, break the ceiling? It was simple. It was education.
So basically you are touching on to what I call change management.
Definitely.
Managing that process from where they have been in that brand to where they want them to go.
Yeah, change
Proceed.
management means how you see things.
Yes.
Differently. You're in the same spot, everyone is in a pandemic.
Yes.
You can choose to look left, look right, look north, look south. Whatever you choose, but the reason we're here is to challenge and tell our friends that they should look north. Not east, not west, not south, but let them look north, where things are looking good. Let them have hope, and let them educate their minds, let them re-strategize, and then use the pandemic as a springboard to the next, you know, next business. So my challenge, why I'm sharing this, is for artisans or people in the media industry, or what you call advertising, to understand, or I'm challenging them to look at things differently. I personally, when you call me an artist, I look at you, I appreciate because of how you see me, but that's not really me.
I am more, you're more than that.
I'm a simple entrepreneur using art. You get what I mean?
Yes, yes.
So I'm an entrepreneur, and that changes my posture. Because when I'm an artist, you know what I'm looking at in my 24 hours? I'm looking about color. I'm talking about lines. I'm talking about texture. I'm talking about, you know, all those kind of things. But when I'm an entrepreneur, I'm looking about the consumer, I'm looking about the human resource element, I'm then looking about every aspect of the art.
Yes.
You get what I mean?
Yes.
So you ask me, have you ever, if I've ever gone to the, or if I go to the supermarket.
In fact, you picked it from the story of the South Africa and how you had to,
Yeah, so the supermarket or the store is not necessarily the supermarket.
Yes.
It could be. But the internet is also the supermarket.
Yes.
Look at it that way. The internet is also the store. You can walk through, you have 5,000 friends on your FB. 1,000 of them, or even 100 of them, are running a business or a small business. It could be cleaning services. So instead of sharing, you can also take that and interview those people. Oh, what do you do, you know? And then they'll say, I'm struggling with this, and then you can meet their need as an artist or as an ad man. So you need to look beyond Uganda. Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Benin, all are close to Liberia. But Liberia gets their solutions from Uganda. But you can't say that I'm the most brilliant.
Yes.
But probably I was the most engaging.
That you are able to take the initiative to reach out to them, see where the gaps are, and tell them, look, I think I can provide solution to this process. And there the transformation will definitely come.
So I had to go to YouTube, see Monrovia, how it looks. Then I look at the signpost, the details, and then I'm like, they need something, a campaign to help them clean their city. When I talk to the VP on WhatsApp, she says, please come and help. Because I talked to her heart. You know, I talked where the need is situated, is located. And then I looked at their different kind of branding, and I gave her 5 points, and she said, please come, you're even late. Come and help. When someone says come and help, it's not like they are doing you a favor. They really need your services because it's about insights. You are able to. So the supermarket we are talking about is internet, but also the store. I remember I've gone to Kigali and walked through the stores, bought a few things, a few products to rebrand. I don't remember if I was successful in any, but that then built something in me that I'm supposed, or I always have to comb through and see the opportunities.
Wow.
So that created a foundation. And I remember I was leaving a job. I left a job. The first thing I got to was a bus to Kigali many years ago. I didn't know anyone in Kigali. So I sat and I'm like, if I'm not successful at home, I'm going to be successful in my neighbor's country. So I got to Kigali and I got a room to sleep. The next morning I walked through. I didn't get business, I remember. I designed, sent to the guys, probably I didn't get replies. But it created a foundation of how I do my things.
Wow. Well, it is said that exposure is very key in developing a person and leading the person to the next level in their life. This is the CEO bench, and on the bench is Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, an entrepreneur, Saint Africa, African Voyage, and there's a new product that is coming called a certain drink that is coming.
Kampala.
Okla.
Called Kampala.
Kampala is the drink that is coming. And he is touching the lives of so many people because he's been able to move across Africa, move across continents, and be able to open his mind to see. How many countries in Africa have you been?
I've been to almost every country using virtual, but I can't give you off head physically the ones I've been to. But maybe next time.
Okay.
Let me just go through the 11 points quickly.
Yes, and I want to take a break, and when we come back, I want Bedford to pick it up from there. But just like I pose the question to Bedford, I want to ask you who is watching the show, who is a CEO, who is big host, thinking of becoming a CEO, or thinking of building your own brand or your own product. How many countries have you been in Africa so far? It will shape the way you think and the way you do things. Share with us your experience. We'll be right back after break. This is the CEO Bench. What did you want to be in life? And
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are over-learned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. Yeah. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and in the studio is Mr. Bedford Buyungo, who is a Pan-Africanist, a man who thinks beyond the boundaries of Uganda, as well as an entrepreneur. And he is the founder and CEO of, Saint Africa, as well as the African Voyage, which is his other company making the boat here in Uganda, as well as the man who thinks for other businesses. At the moment, he's a consultant of the government of, Liberia, and of course, as many, he's a man who speaks directly to Professor Lumumba and helping him on many other things that we know. Welcome back to the show, Bedford. I wanted to take from point number 7.
Yeah. So, our point number 7.
Yes.
Allow me to complete that.
Please go from 6, actually. Yes.
Which was, this is very key to my heart. It's very important because I managed to see myself differently.
Yeah.
And then I didn't see myself as a creative director, art director in advertising.
Yeah.
So I would want to really extend help to the people who see, who are graphic designers, and probably see themselves at that point and they don't see anything beyond.
Yeah.
For me, it's simple. Seeing the art talent that you have as a business.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, seeing the art talent you have as a business, not as just a mere design.
As a craft that you're going to meet someone's need. So, in fact, Jay-Z has a very, a line that he put in one of his songs.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not a businessman. I'm a business, man.
Yes.
So he's not a businessman. Get
business. He'll get busy all the time.
He's a business himself.
So
see yourself as a business.
Yes.
And treat yourself as a business.
Yes.
Wow. You got what I mean? If you treat yourself as a business, that graphic designer, that art director, creative director, you will slightly see things differently.
Wow.
Because you are a business. So that means that if you are a business, then you need someone to take care of that business. So a business is handled in a different way.
Yeah.
So that helped me. Of course, I moved to creative, picked up the skill of research and development, which probably was something that actually has gotten me to meet many people, because that's one of the major needs right now in Africa. People need to create from scratch and then bring these things to life and to the shelf. So I'll go to the point number 7, which says be careful who you spend your time with.
Wow.
These are very simple things that we wrote, and we think, I would love to use big words, but let me use things that people will understand. And be careful of who you spend your time with. Yes, I can spend my time with anyone, but there are people who speak to me, and there are also people I speak to. There is a need as a business, this Bedford, I'm a business.
Yeah.
You get?
Not a businessman, but I'm first a business and then a man.
Yeah. So
Yes.
a business has needs.
Yeah.
Of education. A business has human resource needs. It needs many things.
Yeah.
So when I realized that I needed a certain type of inspiration, I needed a certain type of people, I looked for them. And one of them is Professor Lumumba.
Wow.
So Professor Lumumba enhanced the Pan-Africanism in me.
Yeah.
And he splits it. He treats me like his son. I called him this morning when we were coming here. I told him, Professor, there is A, B, and C, and he was like, okay, maneuver like this.
Yeah.
Oh, how are you, son? How's Uganda? I'm reading news, and so it
Seeing a
encourages.
situation which doesn't look good, yes.
So Professor Lumumba enhances that bit, and then of course many other things I wouldn't say on the show.
Yeah.
So I looked for guys that can help me get to the next level. So I looked for Michael Jackson's vocal trainer since 1987, 2011.
Wow.
Dorian Holy. So I look for Dorian Holy, not for anything else, because there's nothing he can give me that probably he didn't need anything from me.
Yeah.
But I looked for him because I had something I'm looking for, and that was the spirit of excellence. For you to have worked and trained Michael Jackson how to sing, and train his backup singers
to match the kind of singing that he was looking for.
Yeah.
It's the sound and the voice that he was looking for.
And then performed in big arenas. Basically, you're working with the best entertainer ever lived on earth. There was something special that probably people didn't see in Dorian Holy. He's not that famous. He was the lead backup vocalist, and at the same time he was a vocal trainer, and he's done everything in singing. And I was like, I'm not a singer, but I need the spirit of excellence from this man. I looked for him and I got him, and he started mentoring me. Not like we are sitting down, and by talking to him, anytime I get the opportunity, he tells me things. I ask him about, how MJ, all those things. And he breathes in me the spirit of excellence, because you can't work with MJ and you're not excellent.
Yeah.
So the point was, mind who you work with. I'm not saying that we won't work with the people we are better than.
Yeah.
In fact, we should work with them, and they should benefit from us. But can they get anything beneficial from the well that is empty? Means the well needs to be fed.
Yes.
With a stream of life, with a stream of water,
Yeah.
and then others can
draw
from it. So it's two-way. There's people you need to learn from, and there's people who need to learn from you. Guess what? The people who want to learn from you, it's like a bee being attracted by a flower. But the people who need to, who you need to learn from, you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone and look for them. Because even them are
fit in their schedule.
And fit in their schedule.
Because one of the things is looking for them, and you don't fit in their schedule, so you will never work together.
Yeah, I'll give you a trick, is to be relevant. If you're Killer Sports Fitness, offer them probably a free gig. Let them come and exercise. Because they are spending some money, they'll give you much more value than probably
and the little money they will give you at that point.
$100 per month.
Wow.
So to me, when I'm doing business, I split things into two. I have people who give me value, and then I have people who I get money from. So I don't see everything through the eyes of money. There is a value that is that's the foundation for all the money you want. You get what I mean? So it means that if I have Dorian Holy, anyone in that world is a phone call away. You get what I mean? If I have Professor Lumumba, everyone in that world is a phone call away. If I'm a friend to the Vice President of Liberia, Her Excellency Joel Taylor, and I speak to her the way I speak to Okila, it means I'm a phone call away. The thing is, I need to have something, I need a meeting. But you need that connection. And this is the time to make the connections.
Wow.
Because people are less busy, people are receptive, people are listening, they're looking for answers. It could be you that's providing those answers.
Wow.
So I'll go to the next point.
Yes.
Is to
this is point number 8.
Yes, it's linked to even some points we talked about. Is to learn something new. Someone will ask, you're talking about research and development. Someone will ask, you're talking about human resource. Where did you learn those things? I promise you, I won't lie. I didn't go to school to learn those things. Ask Elon Musk where he went and learned. You can go and ask Zuckerberg where he learned. And in fact, most of them will tell you that school or dropouts. It doesn't mean that when they dropped out of school, they started eating mangoes.
I mean, Amos Wekesa said it himself. Amos Wekesa says, I dropped out of school, but how many of us are consulting from Mr. Amos Wekesa as a tourism entrepreneur right now in Uganda and in Africa? And I think that there are probably bigger, you know, tourism companies in Uganda, bigger than Great Lake Safaris. But the first thought when you think about travel is Wekesa, because it's been in everybody's faces and it's been able to at the forefront of everything. Yes, but over to you.
Yeah, so when people drop out of school, and I'm not saying people should drop out of school, it doesn't mean go and eat mangoes, relax. It means, in fact, dropping out of school puts even a bigger burden for you to learn, because you've comfortably or even negatively put yourself out of the measuring yard. You get what I mean? Because a degree
used to,
a degree measures you. Say you've studied 19 years from kindergarten to university. We award you the degree in such and such. It means you're graded. There's certain expectation of a degree holder, master holder, even a PhD. I'm just appealing to our viewers to humbly, even if you have a degree, learn something new and get out of the grading system. When you get out of the grading system, it means that you're going on a highway that probably you don't even know where it's leading, but it's going to be much faster.
And there are going to be a lot more accidents on the way, because the highway is very attractive to speed. And sometimes some people step on that pedal and say, yo, come on, man, let's kick these things, and they enjoy. And along the way, they forget that the highway always have the sharp corners. And you know, in some areas where they say slow down, their arms ahead, and then they forget and they hit the arms and the car flies off. They lose, you know, it's part of the car. Or if it's in a border motorcycle, you will fall down, you break a leg, you get up. I mean, those are the things they're talking about.
I'm talking about those. But when you go to the highway and you maneuver sharp corner, you'll be the master of the sharp corners if you survive. So while you're seated at home, Google human resource, you know, strategies, and as an artist, as an accountant, and then when the 42 days is done, put up a presentation to your CEO and tell them, I can be your CEO, your accountant, but I can also be the assistant human resource. And these are the strategies that will take us through. There's human resource, there's many things different companies need. You study because you work there and you learn. No one is going to come and give you that degree. But I promise you that when you present and it works, that degree is going to come in form of cash. You'll never lack that. It might not come soon, but when it comes, it will surely come. This is the time. You can, there's people who want to travel, say they just can't fit in this system here in Uganda. I give them the advice, get some little money and study a course from that very country you want to go to. Probably when you apply for their visas and you've studied there, even virtually, you'll be one of the guys to be considered. It's always that you need to look forward and then start moving,
Yeah.
you know, towards that direction. So my ninth point is invest in your business.
Yeah.
There's many ways you invest in your business. People are going to say we don't have money, we spent all the savings, but I see people online. I've hardly seen anyone say because of the pandemic they are not online.
And they are not eating also.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So how they're eating, even their businesses need to eat.
Yes.
Investing in business is something, is a homework I give to our viewers. How do I invest in my business? You invest in, of course, the physical, then the virtual things you can't see. Invest in your staff by Googling and sending them things. Get some time and invest. I stress human resource because that's the camel we talked about that will take us through the desert. Invest in those people. Actually, they are the business.
Wow. Bedford, I want to just interject there a little bit. A lot of time, just on the point number 9, a lot of time we looked into more about numbers.
Yes.
And I have been on a journey where people keep saying, numbers, we want to see big numbers, we want to see big numbers. I mean, how are you going to compete with these guys? How are you going to compete with these guys? You're supposed to compete with these guys. And the question of numbers have always been such a big problem. Yet, when I look deep down from my studies, I realize that every single thing that we have talked about on this show today is predicated on the fact that somebody was thinking.
Yeah.
And they thought about the process.
Yes.
And they looked through the corners of their thinking processes and said, I think this is going to work. And they never looked at it from a one-dimensional point of view.
Yes.
But probably looked at it from a three-dimensional point of view.
Yes.
And I draw my wisdom and understanding and thinking from this part when this story is talking about a man who was trying to go to another city, and he said, I must go through Samaria. And the people, we had about 12 men around him, and this guy says, you must be really crazy, man. You can't go through Samaria. We don't even mix with those people. We don't touch there. That's not a no-go area. We don't mix with those fellows.
Yeah.
Just the attitude of these people, he kept quiet, he didn't say a word.
Yeah.
But they set course to the journey where they were going.
Yeah.
And he said, must go through Samaria, which means they were going to a different destination altogether. And unfortunately, that destination is given to us.
Yes.
But what I learned from him is that when he said so, it is accounted for that he reached a certain place where he was thirsty.
Yes.
And he stopped and says, I'm hungry, I need some water. And then he sent all the 12 men to go and buy meat. So I kept asking myself, so send all the 12 men to go and buy meat. And then they came back and found a different story altogether. Bedford, I want to just put this to you. He had 12 men, but one man reached the entire city and took control of everything that we're looking for.
Yes.
And the question is, does the numbers really matter at the beginning? Should we look at the numbers at the beginning? Because one of the people who nominated you for the program said when he started the company in 2019, he had a good number of customers.
Yes.
But in 2020, when the pandemic came, by the time he was coming out of the lockdown, out of the 12, clients that had signed in, 6 of them were very good paying customers according to him. 3 of them cut off and he remained with 2, and eventually at some point he remained with 1. And now he has only 1.
Yes.
And he doesn't know how to grow the numbers back, and he's very afraid that the numbers have gone, so the revenue has gone down. And I keep saying, everywhere he goes, they tell him, but your company has only 1 customer. What if this customer terminates you? Is not the end of you? So they look at his portfolio and say, we need your portfolio. At least we should see like the 10 companies you've worked for, 20 companies you've worked for. So the question of numbers have always remained a very serious thing. I want to go back to you and ask you, how do we navigate the path of numbers? Must everything start with numbers, or it can start with you? I mean, based on the story of the man I told you, the story is different. When the guys came back with food, they found when he said, I have need to eat that you know not of. And I got confused, said, but you were hungry, sent for food. Then now you don't want to eat. What's the problem?
Yes.
But he had such a big number. He said that when he spoke to a certain woman, the entire city came to him.
Yes.
But he started with one woman.
Yes.
And yet he had 12 men who didn't understand.
Yes.
The question of numbers for business people are usually such a big problem. Even on this show, some people will say, but you don't have numbers. The numbers are not showing very big. Yes. But when I go into the background, the numbers are so huge.
Yes.
There's an algorithm somewhere that gives me the numbers of people from all over the world. I know who is watching you now.
Yeah.
I know which country, which geographical location, what they're using. Are they using the mobile phone or they're using the computers?
Yes.
And I noticed that 68% of the people who actually follow the CEO bench is on their mobile phone.
Okay, that's great.
And 80% of them are women.
Wow, amazing.
And they spend 80%, in fact 63% are women, and they spend 80% total time watching the program.
Yes, yes, yes.
But yet, when you look at it from here, the number looks very small. How do you justify that? And how do you tell a person who is being told of the numbers now not making sense?
No, numbers is very important. As a strategist, as a marketer, research and development, everything I do that through numbers. I always have my big calculator on my desk. And that is what makes me different from probably other people. And I took my learning when I was under, when I decided to learn from Mr. Simpson Birungi, the chairman of Movit. That guy is a genius. We should invite him here. He's a guy who knows numbers, not your very hard numbers. How to multiply, how to divide, how to add.
Yes.
You can't say you're trying to market and you don't know how the turnover is going to be like. You don't know how to project. So numbers are very important. It's probably the reason we are in business. Because the more numbers I have, the more consumers I have, the more me as a Pan-Africanist, if I have, I can make sure we sell, say, 10 tons per week of Ugandan coffee abroad. It means more jobs. It means everything.
Yes.
It's numbers.
But can you start, when you are starting from scratch based on the story of my man there, I mean, everybody seems to be saying I need numbers now, but you can't have numbers at the beginning, such huge numbers at the
Definitely.
first go.
Numbers, I'm speaking it from a vision point.
Okay.
You need to have a picture of what you want, and then you get there.
Yes.
I'll use an analogy. I love using analogies because it helps people understand better.
Yes.
If I want to be a pilot, what business am I doing in Qatar with bike sellers? What business do I have to do with them? It means probably I need to hang around Uganda Airlines, I need to sit with pilots. You meet them, and then they'll enhance your thinking, they'll tell you things you didn't know, and probably you'll gauge and say, I'd be a pilot or I'm not a pilot. This is not my thing, according to the explanation. The knowledge is there free. People give it to you free of charge. When I started working as a consultant at the airline, I started seeing pilots the same way I see you. Not the same way I used to see them. I used to see, because they fly things in the sky, they must be angels. They're human beings like you and me. And then when you ask them, they'll tell you, you know, it needs 100,000 to fly Boeing to and fro. And then you calculate, okay, if I want to buy a private jet, does it fit in? You get what I mean? So numbers from a point of vision. And then you start working towards it. Numbers guide me a lot when I'm doing strategies. Because they show you, they measure, they help you measure that you're not doing well. I'll throw some numbers at you, and I know it's going to cause you to think. Monaco has 37,000 people.
This is the city of Monaco. Monaco has the country.
37 people. 37,000 people. These people have a GDP per capita of 186,000 USD. You get that? Per capita of 186,000. Yeah. So when I calculated in Uganda shillings, how much money the average guy gets per month in Monaco, it's 56,000. No, million.
Oh, $56 million.
No,
56,
Uganda
oh,
shillings.
56 million Uganda shillings. Okay.
That's earning for a top CEO in Uganda. The other side, it is what is the basic, what every human being in Monaco earns. They are only 37,000. So it's a game of numbers. Numbers from the point of human resource. If 37,000 people can have an economy that gets the basic guy to get 56 million Uganda shillings, then on the side of people who think that you need a bigger human resource to create that, it has proved you wrong already, because fewer people have a bigger economy. So you come back to Uganda, where you have 45, let's say, million people, whose GDP per capita is 860,000. No, 860 USD. So when you put it in Uganda shillings, the average guy in Uganda gets like 120,000 per month. And you know that's the money you pay your maids. Or people, many people, that's the money they pay. So the guys who calculate GDP are not just talking, GDP per capita are not just talking things from the air. They really sit down and calculate, and it makes sense for me. So I'm like, that's when I started Monaco, it gave me courage that I don't need 100,000 people to make Africa better. You need just a few thousands to look in the right direction, very inspired, very knowledgeable, to get the continent forward. That's numbers.
Wow.
You get what I mean? Yes. But also I kind of was like, for example, the other day President Museveni gave an example of Walmart having a bigger economy than that of East Africa. When I know you've been to Nairobi. Nairobi is such a big city, big economy, almost the third on the continent, very thriving. But when you mirror it against the Walmart economy, it's cartoon.
It's not even there. It doesn't suffice. It's not closed.
Because East Africa has about 7 countries, isn't it? 6 to 7.
6 now.
6.
So it's Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan that is coming. Yes. 6.
6.
Yes.
6 economies can do better than just one store, one supermarket.
Yes.
So that's numbers. It helps you put things in perspective. Makes you know that you're not doing well. Because that's the measure. And then you start moving forward. So it's not numbers that I need numbers today, because for you to be relevant to the numbers is to have something to provide to the numbers. And I encourage all businessmen, all artists, all marketers to always think about numbers. So Walmart, for example, their turnover is 559 billion USD. The turnover of East Africa, or GDP, is 193 billion
dollars.
6 countries against
one supermarket.
So against one supermarket in some part of the world. So Walmart employs about 1.5 million people in every store. You can imagine the population of East Africa. So you have 1.5 million people against 80 million people, or plus, against 120 million plus. So 1.5 million people are able to do bigger things than 120 million people. Numbers help you to put things in perspective, and then you start moving forward.
Bedford, thank you so much. I want you to go to point number 10 as we close up. Our time is fast spent. But I want to say thank you very much. Mugamba Robert said great conversation, and I think he's enjoying the conversation and the numbers. Thank you very much, Mugamba Robert, as well as my friends from Rwanda, Burundi. Thank you very much. They said we're enjoying the interview. I've seen comments coming from guys who follow you in Nairobi saying thank you very much for having the gentleman on the show. How old is he? They are asking how old are you to have these great insights about the stuff that we're talking about here. The CEO Bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. And all we've been talking about here, from the votes that came in, the 30 votes that came in, we wanted Bedford Buyungo to come back to the program and give, you know, some nuggets of truth about how we can help our struggling businesses. This is from the private entrepreneurs corner. And of course, I think that he's been able to give that, coming from the background of a brand developer, product developer, marketer, an advertiser, and an entrepreneur, and a Pan-Africanist, thinking at a different level altogether. Bedford, if you'll pick it up from point number 10 as we close.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm enjoying the viewers' comments as well.
Yes.
I'm 43 years in August.
Wow.
So I was born in 1978.
Yeah.
And yes, I know I probably look old. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, in a different part of the world, my age, you're very old.
Yeah.
You're not being there, done that.
Yeah.
In this part of the world,
Very
we're
young.
just
You're just
starting.
starting.
We're just starting.
In fact, we make money when we are 40 plus. They said we start to become serious at 45.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't live a very healthy life to see us enjoy that, because at 40 we are dying. I mean, how many of our colleagues have died at 40?
Yeah.
Because they are not living a very healthy life and a fit life to be able to enjoy the start of this process of the journey.
Yes.
And so one of the things that I'm trying to do in many of my thinking right now is to turn my skills and my training of health and fitness to be able to make other people become successful.
Yes.
And I believe that if I make them become successful
Yes.
in being healthy and fit,
Yes.
I will make money off all my life. The
Great.
reason
Right.
being, if they are successful, they will always not forget the water that, you know, the hand that was feeding them.
Definitely.
I mean, if I train 1,000 people, give information to 1,000 people, I'm hoping that maybe about 500 will come back. The other 500 will throw me off
No, the
balance.
500 will come.
Yeah, but there's a 500 people who are going to come. So yes, you're right when you say the age. And until we need to pick up from the health and fitness point of view as, you know, CEOs and entrepreneurs at your level you've reached, to be able to think serious. Guys, health and fitness is key. And I think that COVID-19 is helping us settle the boat, the balances, you know, checking us there and right and left and center, that you are home. By the time you're coming back from the 42 days, you probably put on so much weight, you know, the anxiety has kicked in. You cannot think very well for your business because you are unfit and unhealthy at the same time. And that means that your productivity, like Bedford said, in the other part of the world, 43, they are retiring. You know, in this part of the world, 43, we are starting and yet we are dying. So we have not started, we are not even not there.
Yeah.
Unless we're able to work our way stronger and more fitter. But over to you, Bedford. Sorry, I had to interject with that point because you touched something quite very important in this discussion.
No, that's very important.
Yeah.
There is something I call the fast tracking of the African mind.
Yes.
And that's what we need.
Yeah.
In terms, in the area of health, in the area we need to fast track our thinking.
Yes.
And if you were miseducated for 19 years, you need to unload the 19 years fast. And then retape.
Yes.
If it was, you know, like the video recording, and retape new knowledge.
Yes.
And then get on the faster lane we talked about,
Yes.
and then run.
Yes.
If it's a race, 100 meters dash, and you're against Usain Bolt and all that,
Yes, yes.
just know that
Tyson
Usain Bolt,
Gay, yes.
Tyson Gay,
Yes.
they are at the 50-meter mark,
Yes.
and you're on the 0 mark. Appreciate it that way. That's how we started.
Yeah.
That you need to appreciate that you are locked down for 42 days.
Yes.
But the other world is moving, and they are much more better than you. They have system, they have addresses, which mean everything. They have social security, they have everything, and you are at the zero mark trying to
catch up.
So my 10th point is find someone to mentor you. My 11th point, I guess, find someone to mentor you. I touched about it a little bit, but let me stress it out that we need to find someone.
That is actually point number 10.
Yeah.
We wrapped up 10 and 11 years. You said you put 11 point years.
Yeah. We need, you need to. Someone to mentor you in the area of health. If that's the need you have. You in the area of business. Like I have a few mentors and I treat them like fathers. I told you the guy who taught me how to calculate, how to use the calculator was someone who even has no degree. But I appreciated his touch. I mirrored him against people who have degrees and economists, and I'm like, I'm going with this guy who employs 3,000 people, pays them every 2 weeks on time.
And runs the company that supplies East Africa, and now I think it's Africa.
He's in 9 countries. I'm like, this guy, he has to be my mentor in the area of finance, in the area of numbers. So occasionally I check on him. Even yesterday I sent him, MZ, I hope you're well. And he said, yes, I'm good. How about you? I said, I'm good. So in the area of spirituality, I have my mentor. In the area of excellence, I have the Michael Jackson guy. You know, he's 64. Dorian Hall is 64. He's retired. He's still you know what I mean? But I'm making use of him. And guess what? If Michael Jackson paid him, he's giving me free knowledge.
Wow.
I have Professor Lumumba, because that is the direction I'm taking. As a Pan-Africanist, I need a Pan-Africanist who can easily introduce me to people. I need a Pan-Africanist who tells me, I think you're going on the wrong trajectory. I think this is it. We need Pan-Africanists who don't just talkers but doers. So that's what Professor Lumumba tells me. So occasionally, I think for you to hire Professor Lumumba to speak, you'd have to pay 6,000 USDs. He gives me that knowledge for free. You get what I mean? Of course, a mentor will have to appreciate your hunger and then start, you know,
feed the anger.
But these are people who've done things, and I'm saying they are not leaving me behind. I'm going with them. Let me go under Kameme, but I'll reach. Eventually, I'll be able also to mentor others.
Wow. Let's go to point number 11 as we close the show.
Of course, point number 11 is learning from experience. We had the first pandemic, and if we didn't learn anything, the second pandemic is clearly telling us that the world is on reset. If you think that you're going to open up a shop, a cloth shop, and sell the way you used to sell before COVID, then it's like you're waiting for the ship at the airport.
Wow.
Things have changed. Things are very virtual. If you think that your human resource the staff is going to be able to work the way they used to work, then you're wrong, because these people, while at home, they've been introduced to many other things. Some of them are learning new skills. So if you view them the way you used to view them before, it's like waiting or winking at a woman in the dark.
Wow.
You better stand and appreciate that things have changed. Take stock. Sit down with a paper and pen and say human resource. Plot it and say things have changed. Interview your staff. You know, ask them what they want to be in 5 years. I promise you they'll tell you different things. They've learned things. Some of them know what is working and what is not working. So I want to thank you for the opportunity of hosting me here. For the viewers who who've been watching us, the people who nominated me, and I want to tell them that or give them encouragement. I shouldn't give. They should still have hope that things are going to be better, and they should look north. And of course, if they are spiritual, God will come to arrest you. And but God has to find us doing something. They need to learn. They need to have their visions clearly written, because that will help the posture they're going to take. And also to remind them that we as research and development fellows are constantly coming up with ideas of how to make things better. For example, we are going to have the cheapest mortgage in the world. And you and I are going to work on that. We'll have the cheapest mortgage in the world. Housing is going to be
something that has never been discussed before, something has never been thought about before.
Definitely.
Something that people have never even thought about in their wildest imagination.
Yeah, housing is going to be a human right. We're going to make it here in Uganda. You and I and our team, we're going to make it happen. It's not going to be that for you to own a house, you've succeeded. That will be the foundation and not the limit.
Wow.
To your success.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Well, Bedford, thank you so much for coming to the CEO Bench today. I would like to say we are really extremely humbled to have you back on the show today. And I think that those who have nominated you have not gotten anything short than their expectations were at the beginning, and that informed their decision to nominate you to come back to the show. And to everyone out there, thank you very much for being part of the show. I would like to say thank you, and we're looking forward to having you anytime we have the vote. The CEO Bench is purely about the vote. You see the person, you don't understand them, but you hear about them and you want them to come. We created this platform so that they can come and share their ideas. 1.5 hours of them sharing their ideas, sharing their thoughts, and of course their experiences in the area of leadership, change management, and transformation. Until then, we want to say thank you and keep it the CEO Bench. Like Bedford Buyunga said, we're working on something. Again, don't wink on that woman in the dark. As the pandemic comes, that's a learning for today. As you come out of 42 days, please put the light, put the glasses, and see the beauty of that human being called the business that God had placed before you. And like you said, you have to make sure that you don't wait for God to find you when you are seated. Rather, God should find you when you're walking. Until then, keep it the CEO Bench. Bedford Buyungo, Edio Killer, signing out.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. Yeah. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to to go for extra learning or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772-443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
If government was serious, and I really don't want to drill into what government does and what they don't do, but I think if they were serious, they would have said, okay, we're going to open up these guys. But how are we going to help them to kickstart their, their lives? Of course, they will say, oh no, but we had money from Gulu, we gave them money, every, group, or they had groups or associations, we gave them money. Yes, that money was given, but that was for helping them to go through the process that they are not working. But now they are starting to open up. Many people have their theaters or spaces, they are like the schools. They are all, deteriorating. They don't have space where to go. Some of the costume, the technical people, like I was talking to Rasby the other time, and he was saying me, all his cables are eaten up by, they are rusted.
Yes.
He has to invest a lot of money in revamping, cleaning, and setting up his system again.
Yes.
So how is he going to get money? How is he supported to be able to get back on his feet? I think they should have done that. The way they have done, to think about the schools and give them 1.5 million each school to start to invest
seed money
as a seed money for COVID only. I don't know what else. I saw it on the news. I don't read that news that much, but I saw that they gave each school 1.5 for COVID, whatever. They should have also said that the industry is open now. Who are there? Because what did the Americans do? What the Americans did is that when they realized, and they opened up like, not like us, I think it was after like 4 or 6 months, they set up a website, a government website, and they said that if you're a stage manager, if you're a DJ, if you're a programmer, if you're a dancer, the whole of Broadway, they say, okay, sign up here, give us your details. What do you do? How much were you earning? So that we can know. They get a rate. They're not going to give you all the money that you've been earning, but at least they have an idea of the range of your salary. And then they give you something to help you kickstart your new life or when you're opening up. So I think the funding, and I would like to focus on our own country here, how things are being looked at. We are seriously not being considered to be relevant. And I'm not saying we are the only ones, because I don't think the education industry sector is also considered. I don't think the infrastructure is considered. I don't think anything is considered here except security. So I really think we need to rethink how we support our people, because the whole reason why many kids are going out to work in other countries, and that's why we're going to have a lot of problems with the artists going back to stages, is because there is no hope for them. There's nothing for them. And someone rather goes to work in Dubai and earns 1 million a month than being here and hustling every day to walk from the National Theatre to the tax park. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the funding structure is not there. And if it's there, it's politicized. So it's not genuine. So if it's genuine, or if it should be genuine, then there has to be a plan that is going to be set up to help the people. We have to start to think for the people. We can't keep on doing this, you know. We can't continue always doing things because out of, ad hoc. They call it ad hoc. Today there's a problem, you put money. It has to be thought through. And I think this is what we are going to be facing. So the independent art scene is going to suffer a bit till they get back on their feet. They have been suffering, and they're going to continue till their audiences are back, when people are already, settled in, because the minds are challenged. People are scared. Everyone is worried, like, should I go back to the theater? If I go back to the theater and then I take COVID back home, the artists, the programmers are like, where do I start? I have a festival now next month, but how am I going to finance that festival? Because if I call an artist student and I want to program you, they will tell me, okay, I'm coming, where's my 50%? I don't have that capital. So these are the things that we are starting to be challenged with, and it's going to go on and on till we get ourselves back together. And I think for those that will survive, will have had the audacity to take that step. And that's a very challenging and a bold move, that for us who are saying we are opening up, whatever it takes, we are going to go with it. It's a bold move.
My names are Jude Sempewa. I'm a Muganda by tribe. I'm above 40. And I'm a person who has grown with my passion. Yeah. Passion has brought me to where I am. Yeah. I did school, through college, through university, and after campus, I decided to follow my passion. Yeah. Which passion was entertainment. But entertainment to us was born into our family from when we were kids. Yeah. So even after school, when I came into this whole entertainment thing, it was something that had been born in me, and it had become a culture. Wow. Yeah, become a culture, and then I took on this culture to turn it into an art, so as to be able to earn from it and ensure that it puts food on my table till the current date.
Wow.
I entered the entertainment and art industry in about 2003 when I started DJing at Stakeout. That doesn't cut out the bit of the story that I even used to DJ as one of my small part-time jobs at campus.
Yeah.
That was about 1998 to 2001.
Yeah.
But actively, I started DJing in 2003 at Stakeout. Got out of Stakeout in 2005, where I started Legacy Entertainment, which was a sole proprietor.
Yeah.
Entered into playing music for private individuals as well as the corporate world.
Yeah.
Drifted all through that into coming up to about 2010. That's when we got to the decision that we really now need to serve mainly the corporate world. We chose the corporate world because it assured us of more business.
Yeah.
In terms of utilizing our time better, having worked from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., unlike other industries in entertainment, usually go into the night crawling kind of schedules. Yeah. And also the corporate world assured us of repeat business.
Yeah.
They're more stable to work with.
Yeah.
They'll respect the work that you've done, and they'll give you much more referrals.
Wow.
All these referrals trickle down back into a penny in your pocket.
Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
even people are stuck in their own ways. For people who have had a chance to, say, work out of the country, you're dealing with people from different backgrounds, different cultures. Their view of the world is different. You know, you cannot change that. The best you can do is get into that space and find a way of navigating through that.
Okay.
So I don't believe that what I've learned necessarily is going to go into, say, a big organization like Stanbic and change it.
Yeah.
If it may guide me along the way in terms of how to navigate, in terms of how to influence the leaders of that organization, but not necessarily kick the front door and change everything. In fact, I think that's disastrous because you may just end up going backwards. So I think for me is allow yourself to learn from the environment and then adapt and change from within.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of time we see people, Daniel, who go into organization and just start changing, and you find people flying from this organization to another and says, man, the new boss was come.
Correct.
I can't stay there.
Absolutely.
And this happened.
Absolutely.
Is it they themselves who are a problem, those who are running away, or actually the bosses come and want to change everything? Have you ever been in an organization and people have viewed you like that? And if yes, how were you able to deal with it? If not, had you learned these tricks before going inside there so that when you arrived, you are more warmer to people than more, cold to other people?
Yeah, I think in most cases where, and we've seen this, even in Uganda, where a CEO comes and tries to change everything overnight and the organization suffers. You lose your talent, the good people leave the company, they go to other organizations, your numbers start going down. It's a no-brainer. The good ones are the ones who quickly realize, oh, this is different. I need to adapt. I mean, I always hear people who have worked in Tanzania. Tanzanians are different. The way they do things at their pace and how they
shift and move things,
relate among each other is very different.
Yes.
So if you come with your speed and and forcefulness, you'll get a culture shock. They'll edge you out slowly in their nice way. Before you know it, you've left the company. I remember earlier back in our breweries, we had similar people who used to come from South Africa at the time. Because Africa is obviously very fast-paced. It's about push, push, push. And a lot of them suffered. In fact, a time came when they said, you know what, this thing is not working. Let's empower now Ugandans. That's how you guys came through. Yeah.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning or this afternoon from whichever part of the world that you are catching or watching the CEO Bench from is Jennifer Okusia of Bosco Uganda. She is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, and of course the name Bosco is one of the most famous names in Uganda and in Africa. So welcome to the show and welcome to the CEO Bench discussion this morning. Jennifer, we'd like to take this moment to welcome you to the show. How are you, first of all?
Thank you. I'm really very well.
Great. So the name Bosco, it's a very famous name in Uganda. How did you guys come up with Bosco?
Actually, the name Bosco Uganda is an acronym that stands for Battery Operated System for Community Outreach.
Okay.
Yes, so it is a faith-based organization under the Archdiocese of Gulu.
Yeah.
We are located in northern Uganda, in Gulu district, and it started in 2007, just at the time, just slightly after the end of the war.
Yeah.
It started in a way to kind of connect the people in the northern region. If you know very well that time, us who came from the north, it was very difficult to travel. Say from Makerere when I was a student, crossing over to the West Nile region. So it was really, really hard because of the war. In the park, it was always such, how do I say, very stressful moment. You always had fear because of the war that was going on. At that time, the rebels had abducted people. There were many people living in internally displaced camps. So, and there was kind of very little information coming from that side about the facts, what was really going on in the region. And the owners, the founders of Bosco Uganda, there is a priest called Father Joseph Okumu and a friend from the USA called Gus. They had the idea of establishing ICT centers within the camp, within the internal displaced people's camps, with the idea of connecting, the camps with the world, so that the people in the region are able to express themselves and tell their own stories, and also get to connect with the outside world, so that people get to see what is happening. And if you remember very well, the Archbishop, who is still the one, Archbishop Odama, that time children would sleep on the streets because it was not safe. And you remember the time when he joined them to sleep on the streets. Very young children, as old as 3 years, 4 years, had to leave their homes to come and sleep on the street. So there was a need to share information about what is going on in the region. And also it was established in a way to enable people speak out about their lives, so that people get to understand really the situation in the context. So Bosco was established to kind of connect people from one camp to another. So the first connection was in Pabo camp, and then we thought of establishing additional camps, like additional sites in other camps. So using a voice over telephony system. And also I could say that Bosco and the founders were really visionary in a way that they started having wireless network connection already in the camps, that early. So what we are today is an organization that has now established about 54 ICT centers. These are information communication technology centers in communities, in the rural communities, basically to connect the unconnected, and the digital isolation, and enable people, using the internet to reach out to the world, access information. And Bosco does not only do connection in the communities, but also the organization supports other, NGOs, other organizations, and the Archdiocese, the institution of the Archdiocese, with connectivity. And it is a not-for-profit organization. It's a private, not-for-profit organization. So we don't do it for profit at all, but it is about the community and about extending services to the places where you find the main companies like MTN and others are not reaching, because the northern region, as you know, because of the war, fell behind on many development indicators. So access, even roads, are not very easy. So you find Bosco Uganda and its network, the wireless network, up to Pabo. You find it in Gago district. You find in really all the Acholi sub districts, and also in Lango. And we've also established some ICT centers in the West Nile. it expanded from connecting people towards also building skills of people, like basic skills on computer, so that people are able to use it, and work.
Wow.
And recently we did some interesting work with Lacho Hospital, trained a number of health workers, tutors, and today, as you know, with COVID, more than ever, digitalization is highly appreciated.
Yeah.
It's the way to go, and Bosco continues to give people skills on basic computer and also connect them so that they're able to, reach out the world and do their work.
Wow. Jennifer, what a beautiful story right there. I want to take you back a little bit from a personal point of view. You've talked about Bosco. Now we understand that it's not the Bosco, the Katala of the city, but it's really the Bosco, the Katala of the village or of the community. That's the most important thing about it. I want to take you back to a more personal question. Who is Jennifer Okusia?
A simple lady.
Yeah?
Humble lady. I am a Ugandan.
Yeah.
And I'm from Moyo district. My dad is from Moyo, and my mother was from Arua, so she was a Lubara. I'm a Madi. How do I say? I'm 41 years old. I look so young, but I'm 41 years old.
Yeah.
And I studied in Makerere University. I started from studying in Arua. Arua was my school time, primary school in Arua. Arua Hill Primary School, which now is hosting, I think they are setting up a football pitch there.
Yeah.
And then I studied Muni Girls Secondary School, a wonderful school. And then I came to Makerere University.
Yeah.
So all my life I've been living up in the north in West Nile in Arua, and I studied development studies, bachelor's in development studies from Makerere University. Then after a few years, I did my postgraduate in business management, and then I did a master's with Uganda Matters University in development studies as well.
Wow.
So I'm a woman who, I would say I'm a development worker.
Yes.
Very passionate about social development and transformation of lives.
Wow. Jennifer, you were nominated to come onto the CEO Bench. The program that you're on right now is called the CEO Bench. The CEO Bench exists to, spotlight people who are on a good leadership journey from self-leadership to community leadership to national leadership and to, infinity leadership, if that exists, which we know it does. Yeah. But the people who nominated you seems to have to believe that you're doing something good. And so whenever we have nomination to bring people to the CEO Bench, we're looking at their leadership abilities, we're looking at their level of change management, how do they manage change from one place to the next, because you're growing into ladder, and CEO Bench, shine lights on people who are on the top, and those who are either on the top coming down, or those who are going to the top. You've recently been appointed as the new executive director of Bosco Uganda. And I guess that is the reason why there's spotlight on you at the moment. And on the CEO Bench, we want to know from you. We've asked you the question, who is Jennifer, and what is your story like as a person, growing up as a girl child from Arua, from Moyo? I mean, did you ever see yourself where you are today? What was the story like?
As I said before, I came from a humble family, a family of 5 people, 5 children. My father and a mother recently passed on. May God rest their soul in eternal peace.
Yeah.
But I grew up like many other young girls in this country who are from the countryside, not very advantaged with life. My mother was an ophthalmologist, and actually she's a mentor to me because she's one of the first people to come in Arua district in the 1990 to kind of give awareness about eyes, about the eye, the cataracts, and she was able to, operate people's eyes and they were able to see. So my mother was passionate about work, and some of the values I draw today are from my mother.
Yeah.
She was for me such a model because she really somehow kind of single-handedly raised us. Although I had a father, he was, you call him an electrical engineer.
Yeah.
And he kind of retired early. So in the early 94, my dad, for some reason, decided to get early retrenchment. So he left the burden of care to my mother. So my mother was raising nearly 5 children on her own.
Yeah.
I am the third born in the family.
Yeah.
I had a stepbrother, he's passed on. My elder sister is in police keeping mission now. Myself, and then 2 siblings, a boy and a girl, and then we had a cousin that was with me. But what I'm telling this story because as a mother, women, I'm relating so much to women and what they go through, families, what they go through.
Yeah.
So I had a mother who was doing everything she could do to raise nearly the children alone, although the husband was there. It was hard for us because I experienced also hardship, poverty, and I know what it means. And one of them, I remember in the university we had a course called Poverty and Development. I didn't have to study it. I'm like, you know what, poverty.
You are the course itself.
I'm like, I am the course itself. So this one, no need to study.
Yes,
so I had to pass it very highly because I understood.
Yeah.
It was a tough life because, you know, civil service work, the payments, and it was hard to pay school fees for many children. So, well, in short, I had to stand out as a leader already as a child. I was helping my mother in running her clinic that she was using to get some income. So when she's in the hospital, I would take care of the clinic and be like a nurse. So I started that actually by primary school and went on to secondary. But when I reached senior 6, I said, no, this is illegal. I can't do this. So it's a profession and you've got to become a nurse, you know, a doctor. And I had to leave it. But that in short, we had challenges as far as school fees is concerned. You know, a single parent really, I would say, not very easy to raise it. So, you know, when you're in school those days, you carry yourself as a lady, even on a bicycle. You carry yourself to school, fall on the way as you go with your luggage, but you come back. And so it was a struggle with school fees for us. But one thing that made me think already at that time, I was a leader in various settings. I was an active leader in the youth category, I would say. We had what they call the young Christian students. I was a leader right from secondary school, and I was the head of the section in the school. Even at the district, I was a publicity secretary. And eventually, when I came to Makerere, I was the vice national leader. So in this YCS, I'm saying it because there were so much values that we drew from being...
There's leadership
instilled in you. So we had so much values. Then we were really like, you know, you had to be, we had themes like models for change. A leader is, you know, you have to go to be a model for change. You know, there were so many values. So what we did was that even in school, you had to identify where are the problems and kind of, as students, try to resolve the problems within the school and outside. But I was also an UNSA chairperson in the school, and also in the district, I was also a leader. And so these things helped me a lot. And one thing that I knew that I said, in our family, you know, we were born on the other side, not very privileged like others, but you needed to work hard to be better. I knew that to be successful, you've got to work hard. And as a woman, I never believed in getting handouts from men or, you know, having a boyfriend or something as a short, you know, as a way of meeting your basic needs. It is very costly. So the only way out was education. And I really did believe, and up to today, I value so much education, that no matter what, education is the way out. And I knew that if I succeed, my siblings will not have to suffer. They had to get education. And that's what I did. As soon as I finished the university and got my first volunteer job as a lecturer, you know, I was never afraid of challenges because you had to face challenges and deal with them. So it built me up. I kind of became very strong, and there's nothing that I would be afraid of. And something that I drew from my early childhood, the motto of the schools, like the primary school. In Arohi, it was saying, I will try, come what may. And then, no, it was hard work pays, actually. Then in Munigals, it was, I will try, come what may. So there's nothing that can defeat you. So you pick up yourself and move. So for girls, I really do believe that even today, when you look at the context we are with COVID, and we hear so many cases of girls getting pregnant, I really want to speak to them that, you know, challenges are there in life, but you never give up. You've got to fight on and really believe in God. But what keeps us moving is that faith in God. When you have God in your heart and you really, really believe in the values that come from, you know, from your faith, it can move you to mountains. It can move mountains from your life, actually. You can actually overcome so much and be what you want to be.
Wow.
So I was a leader, I
Yes.
would say by default or whatever, but I was always in leadership. And
Yeah.
I believe that for every problem, there is a solution.
Yeah.
And there's no problem that is permanent. You can always overcome it.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Erejo. We're yet to know the names that sounds from the eastern part of Uganda, but yet she's talking of the West Nile part of the country. Of course, the West Nile part of Uganda is a part of the country from the northern part of Uganda. If you're watching the show from anywhere across the world, it's a CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. Jennifer Okusia Erejo is the new executive director of Bosco Uganda, an organization based out of the northern part of Uganda. 14 years of doing community work around, and she's been promoted to the executive director spot, and therefore the vote came to us to have her on the show. You've just had the first part of the interview with Jennifer, where we're talking about who is Jennifer, what are you, growing up, what did you want to be, what was it like? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Jennifer and I will dive more into what excites her as we move towards the discussion about her role as a woman leader. Not just a woman leader, taking over from a sport that is usually men, and moreover in the Catholic Church. What a story right there. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman, because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home.
Yeah.
So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men, because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to go for extra learning, or to go for work outside Kampala, because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench, or this night or this evening, depending on which part of the world you're actually watching the program from, is Jennifer Okusia Erejo. Jennifer, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
First of all, let's talk about your name, the set of your names. One would think you hail from the eastern part of the country, where my friends who hail from that part keep saying that they come from the land of the wise men. The eastern part of Uganda is Teso. How did you acquire the name from Teso?
Actually, that name is not from Teso.
Yes.
But I always find whenever I say I'm Okusia, people think I'm from Teso. And I always get people greeting me in the language.
Yes.
And all I could, respond maybe with the response, and that's it. But it's actually named from West Nile.
From West Nile.
From Arua.
Yeah. What does it
Moyo.
mean, by the way?
It means because of woman.
Because of woman. Okusia?
Yes.
Wow. And Erejo?
Erejo is actually my husband's name.
Okay, is he also from the West End?
Yes, he's from Arua.
So this is just a coincidence that both of you have the names from, you know, the northern part and the eastern part of the country. But welcome back. So now we know that Okusia means it's because of a woman.
Oh, woman, yes.
Wow. Jennifer, what excites you right now that you are a new executive director of this new organization? Let's dive into it briefly.
Thank you. Before I became an executive director, I was working with an organization called Horizon 3000, an Austrian organization for development cooperation. I was working for many years with them, at least 13 years, and in the area of programming, like project development. So it was an amazing work to see what people are doing, plan with them projects that have big impacts on lives. So projects on water and sanitation, agriculture, and so on. And Bosco Uganda was one of the partner organizations of Horizon 3000. I decided to leave. I was working in Kampala here, but I decided to go up north to the ground because I felt I needed to have better impact on the ground, kind of relate to the people on the ground and plan projects that actually transform lives. So what really is passionate for me is designing projects or interventions that really transform lives. And for an organization, of course, you're looking at ensuring their systems working, their structures. So I went to Bosco Uganda with the passion of supporting the organization to further grow, to look into their structures and systems and processes, and also to ensure that whatever we're doing to the communities will transform lives. Now, when you look at ICT, for instance, there's so much you can do beyond connectivity. If you look at the education sector right now, we have so many, my children have lost 2 years at home for staying at home.
Wow.
You know, the lower level children, they have lost time. Now, what can you do? What can ICT do? What can you do to bridge the gap? And so we see that there is so much with ICT that we can actually do now to transform lives. I started from a rural school, and we had to sit national exams. You know, with schools that have the privilege of power. We used, that time we used to use, you know, this hurricane lamp. Yes, but you see the same national exams. But now with ICT, you know, with government, things have changed. We now at least have connectivity, although not reaching to many rural places yet. With Bosco Uganda, I could see the opportunity of how ICT, you know, their work can transform lives. Not only, by the way, they don't only do ICT, we also have solar. We do solar installations. There is one school called John Paul II, a secondary school in Gulu, that received the 30 kilowatt solar energy in partnership with Accenture and the University of Notre Dame. And that has transformed that school completely. They were off-grid, but now they have power. It means the learning hours for students has increased, teachers able to access information on the net. Bosco Uganda also supports network, the intranet system, so you can build, you know, an intranet where you can collaborate. So we partnership, for instance, with UNICEF. They established Colibri. They worked on the Colibri content and helped schools to access that. So more than ever now, with ICT, what excites me is that you can actually have education materials available in a school or even in a center, in an ICT center. So what we want to do as Bosco Uganda, in those centers that are already established, for instance, have content there so that even students who are at home, those who go from, you know, the day scholars, secondary school, can go to the library, to the ICT centers, and get education material, whether it is videography or do some research in the centers in the rural areas, because all those centers are powered with solar. So even if they're not having access to the national grid, they can still run, you know, on solar, because we establish low-powered, you know, computers and with solar backup. So it excites me so much to see the opportunity of what we can do, even especially now that schools are closed, that children can still access materials from these ICT centers, from even one of our ICT centers in Badege, which is in the Gulu city. You come in there and actually you can do your online learnings from there. And for me, that is so exciting. That's only in ICT, in education. But when you look at health as well, so much can be done to digitalize the health sector and improve, you know, on services, service delivery. So I just want to say in summary that there is so much that I saw that Bosco Uganda could do beyond what they were doing, like connectivity, build up more content and have this available in the rural areas. Network the ICT centers so that every centers in the rural areas, from Pade, Gulu, Kitgum, you know, they have the content and people can work there, have internet access, but have an intranet system where you can get data. I mean, get information, content, rich content that you on biology, on physics, even on mathematics. So this is what really excites me.
Wow.
And besides that also, I think I love working with people and as I said, transforming lives. I really want to see lives changed. Whatever we do, we must account for results, and starting from, say, the individual. If your program does not change lives.
Wow. Jennifer, we're going to go straight on that note to the leadership part of this interview. I mean, the program you're on, you know, focused on leadership, change management, and transformation. And you've touched a little bit there. So I want to go straight to leadership. Having heard you speak about what excites you in this new role that you are in right now, and it gives me an opportunity to ask a question. On the question of leadership, what is your understanding of true leadership, from self to leadership at family level, to leadership at community level, to leadership at where you are right now, which is organizational level?
All right.
What is your understanding of leadership?
First of all, I do believe that everyone is a leader. And we are leaders in different capacities, right from home. Even we see children take up leadership. As I said, when I was young, I was supporting my parents to bring income at home and also to care for the others. In an early age, just as soon as I finished my university and I got a job, I had to take over responsibility to support the siblings to also get education. All of them got a degree. I was the first graduate in the family. And I do believe even at family levels, when you see the husband and wife, you know, they always believe men are the heads of the family. But we've seen so many women do so much in the family, and it's not recognized. Leadership for me is when you recognize that you have something to offer, when you recognize you have passion to do something, you can inspire others, and you actually are committed to what you do and to the values that you have. I think for me that is leadership. So the values that carry you right from your childhood to your workplace and even to the society. It's not about how good you speak, it's about the things that you do. The things that you say you will do, and do you actually do them? Do you inspire people to go to greater heights? And another thing I think in leadership is about the transformation. Are you able to leave people behind in a better way? And that is important.
Wow. Well, we're talking to Jennifer Okusia Ereju. I need to get that name correct. She's the executive director of Bosco Uganda. Bosco Uganda is an international, or rather a local organization that is going international from Uganda, based in northern part of Uganda. It's been there for 14 years. She's been nominated as our guest on the CEO bench today. And I think that those who nominated her surely had the reason for their vote to bring her to the CEO bench. And Jennifer, we want to say thank you, because the things you speak about are quite very serious stuff. I want to take you to the next question. On that note that you have now talked to us about what leadership is, your understanding of leadership, who is a leader to you, and are you one? If yes, what type of a leader are you, Jennifer?
I am a leader, and I think a transformational leader, in the mix with a democratic kind of leadership. But I think, as I said, leadership is what you, when you believe you can do something, you stand out. You know, you stand out and do something. Like, as I said, in the early ages as a youth, you find there is need for something, you mobilize solutions. That is leadership for me. You, like right now in the organization, you're looking at how do I put up systems and structures that would help the organization to function even beyond my existence. That is a good trait of a leader. A leader has to raise up other people. You must be visionary. That is something that I think is in any good leader. You must have a vision. You must be able to see the future and work towards that. Set up some goals and be able to achieve that. And as I said, for me, it's so important that whatever we're doing has to have an impact on people. And we must account for results. So as a leader, you must set up plans, you must set up, you know, what you want to change and be able to account for that.
Wow. Jennifer, on that note, I want to take you straight to this question. So, we now know you said you're a transformational leader. What type of a leader are you or will you be at Bosco Uganda now that you're going in as the freshest executive director? Moreover, the first female in that organization, taking over from people who have a huge portfolio. I mean, I look at the person that you're taking over from and I realize that it's not just a simple role that you're going to take, but you're actually taking over a role that requires you to transform that organization and give meaningful lives to those who work in that organization as well as the communities in that area and Uganda as a country. Okay, so what kind of a leader will you be at Bosco Uganda?
A leader that values people and their contributions. Also, I think a leader who looks at, I like to work with people who are committed.
Yeah.
In whatever we do, we have got to be committed. It's not about the money, it's not about the status, but it's about what we do, a servant leadership.
Yeah.
So being on the ground and doing actually the work. I just came from a study that we are doing in the West Nile in the health sector to understand the challenges so that we work on a digital solution in partnership with Accenture that is supporting JICA and the Ministry of Health to look around the digitalization and finding solutions that would help improve information, how do I say, data collection and analysis and decision taking to actually support informed decision taking. And I think that is something I was on the ground. I was driving to some of the locations, the health centers, to be there and see them. So it's not about directing people, but I was on the field with the team, understanding and leading them through the challenges. We had so many challenges, but we had to go through. So you lead by action and lead by example. So for me, it's about being very true. There are values that you cherish, that you carry. Issues around honesty. I'm a very honest person, and I love facts. I love facts. I'm in my leadership, I'm looking at, you know, if you say we've done this, can we account for it? Are we truthful in what we say we have done? And can we actually prove that our activities make a difference? And can we distinguish what we're doing from other contribution and acknowledge what others are doing? So for me, accountability is very critical. Transparency in whatever we do is very, very important. And above all, how do I say, the values that we carry along, integrity, issues around the ethics, these are really very important. I want to see our interventions truly transform lives. If we're saying we're going to a school and support the school, what concretely can we get out? What can they say? What change have we brought to that school? You know, we would love to see people actually speak about that change. And not for us to speak for them and say, we did this actually, but people should be able to, you see, you carry the people along. I would say actually, for whatever intervention you're doing, put the people in the driving seat so that the communities themselves are part of that intervention that you're coming up with. Even as an organization, you want to live, you want the organization to continue beyond you. So you're setting up a legacy that, how do I say, future generations will remember because of the things you did. Not the things that you say you will do, but actually what you did. So that is very important. And leadership should be accountable. And you've got to be truthful. You've got to be transparent in whatever you do. And that is very, very important for me. So that's what I bring in Bosco. I want the truth. I would love that whatever we say we have done can be provable. If you want to check it out, check our work.
Wow.
So that is important.
Wow. We are talking to Jennifer Okusia, the Executive Director of Bosco Uganda, right here on the CEO bench. And she's telling us about her leadership journey. Self-leadership for me is quite very important for a leader. And I think that Jennifer quite account for that effectively. And of course, we are talking to Jennifer about her role as the Executive Director at Bosco Uganda. Do you have a question for Jennifer? Do you see a lady who is on the rise to the top who is perfectly befitting of being on the CEO bench because she's a lady on the rise to the top? And we're going to take a break, but just before we take a break, Jennifer, I want to ask you one more question to, you know, sum up the leadership part, and then we'll come back and talk about change management and particularly the things that you want to do or you're going to do at Bosco Uganda. And my question on the leadership, to sum it up, is basically about what is your understanding of leadership at the personal level? Most people don't understand leadership at personal level. They don't know how to separate the two. They are stuck in one place, don't know what to move and how to move, but yet we're seeing Jennifer moving from one place to the next. And what is your understanding of leadership at the family level? Most people think that if you're personally very effective as a leader, you are going to be effective at the family level. And that is not true. Sometimes the family dynamics is different because it can break you down. For example, if you decide to go and there's a problem between you and Mr. Radio today and there's no understanding between the two of you, chances are that if personal effectiveness as a leader is not going to be seen at Bosco Uganda. How? What is your understanding of that? And we want to know, what is your understanding of leadership at a society level? There are dynamics that needs to be managed at that point. There are things that a leader needs to look at that point. You've talked about the quantifiable, justifiable, measurable metrics of a leader, that the impact should be seen. But we want to dive straight to understand, what is your understanding of that, as well as at the corporational level, which is where you are right now, and at the national level. There are dynamics that play in as you talk about transformation. Can you share and shed more light on that one?
Okay, thank you very much. At a personal level, I think it is, for me, it is again the values that you have and carrying those values with you. For instance, now I have raised up children, not only my own children, I've raised quite a number of children. I'm here for work, I've been out for a month, and they're managing. My children are managing, the elder ones are able to manage the younger ones without any issues. Young girls who are raised up right now and so assertive, they are so, I mean, I have no doubt about their capabilities. They're taking care of the little ones who are about 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, even in my absence. I think that's already an evidence of good leadership at the family level. Because for me, it's so important to impart values in people. And I see this in my children. I see this in the children, even those I've adopted. And they are carrying themselves with grace. You look at them and you see in schools, the feedback you get from the teachers about those girls, amazing. So these are young children, young youth who are already even taking responsibilities of mothers. They are caring for others. They are able to self-organize the families. Even in absence, my absence at home, you know, a month away from home and everything is okay. That shows you that even at personal level, there is leadership. Of course, at family, you have the husband and the wife. And sometimes the wife is very strong and vocal, and the husband is a bit timid. But I think it's about understanding. And I am not really the kind of feminist people, like, you know, all these stereotypes about women and men. I really do believe about equity. You know, fairness in whatever we do, whether it's because of race or gender or religion, we've got to be fair to each other. And we want to see women and men, you know, receive equitable treatment. At the level of leadership, at the organization, you want fairness, even for pay, you know, to female employees or male employees. Look at the competence of your people, look at the commitment of the people. It shouldn't be about because it's a woman or a man. For me, leadership is the character that you bring in, and it can be natural. You can harness the leadership as you go on. I can't say I'm an excellent CEO. You know, I am still starting. But I do believe in the values that will take me to where I want to be. The vision that I have for the organization, you know, and being able to have the right networks, associating with people who have similar understanding of what they want to do, even in the society, and that's it. At society level, we look at how to go with the communities. It's so important that whatever we do, communities own it. So you do not want to be, how do I say, a big talker and never an implementer. And that is why you see sometimes people who you hold very highly at a higher level because they hold very important positions. But when you get to know them personally, you're very disappointed because there seems to be a mismatch in the values that they carry right from home and there. So outside they may look so good, but internally at home they're having other kind of values. So for me, a leader, whether you are seen or not seen, are you doing the right thing? As a leader, you've got to do the right thing. You do the right thing whether people appreciate it or not. Take the tough decisions, even when others are not happy. But most important for me at organization, legacy, it is being able to raise other people and let other people, if you've left, if you are, I mean, raise other people so that when you go, there is no gap You get
Jennifer has left.
Yes, and everybody collapses.
Then everybody collapses, yes.
That is very important. You must carry people along. Give the people opportunity, give them higher tasks so that you're building up capabilities within your people. Give them tasks, move to higher levels, so that when you go, you not hold on. I've seen that challenge sometimes with organizations, when the people hold on and they don't give you the chance to be what you want to be. You have conflicted visions. It's so important, because even leadership at the board level, how are you aligning yourself with the CEO to ensure that the systems that you're putting in place are working, putting in structures, and moving beyond an individual, how do I say it? Is it a structure?
Yes.
You know, the organizations that depend on individuals.
Yes.
It's very dangerous because it will collapse. It should be building systems and structures and internal processes that will help the system to function even without you. And that's what I stand for, and that's what I really believe on.
Wow.
And if I had the opportunity to get additional funding, I think there's so much that we can do. From what we've been doing in the study and seeing the gaps that are there, very sad. I have moved to the communities in the West Nile, nearly most of the districts, 12 districts of West Nile, and I have seen the challenges that women face, men face, from infrastructure issues in the health centers. They're very inadequate. I've looked at, you see, you have a health center too, and by structure, they're not supposed to offer deliveries. It's OPD. But some of the health centers are located in a very distant place. They are the only health center in the radius of 10 kilometers or even 20. And people need services, they need health services. So when you see mothers are dying, it's because there's a gap in leadership. What can we do to ensure that we build up institutions, we build up structures, we build up systems that